Chapter 6 On the Anvil. "A dark prospect, and a long journey on 2 feet," said Kermervan as he surveyed the evening landscape spread out before them. Below the hill crest on which they stood, the country fell away to great stretches of tangled woodland and empty plain, without sign of life or habitation. The wind howled across them unhindered. Only on the far horizon could the jagged peaks of mountains be made out, sullen and shadowed below an angry sunset. Never once, though, did he turn and look back to the hills through which they had come, and the bay that lay beyond. He had insisted that they should slip away at once, before the corsairs awoke. "Or they may try to prevent us. They might even be foolish enough to try main force." He smiled. "Though I doubt if they could stand against you and I together." "But you don't think you're deserting them?" "With so much loot? The rascals are richer now than they deserve to be, through me, and by returning these women they can buy off their outlawry and be quit, if they are wise. No, I owe them nothing, though I agree they might not see it in that fashion. So let us be gone." Thus they had hastily gathered gear and food together, and made their way out of the inlet and along the sandy shore of the bay to where its cliffs could more easily be climbed. Kermervan, in addition to the single-handed sword he usually wore, bore a heavy pack that Elof guessed contained his war gear, but it seemed to slow him not at all as he bounded from rock to rock with an ease the smith's shorter limbs could not match. Through the rolling hills beyond, Kermervan kept up a punishing pace, and stopped only as the sun fell toward the distant peaks. "You see," he pointed out, "our search took us north of the marshes into the debatable lands. There they lie, that dark and hazy expanse. To the northeast there, already in the long mountain shadow, is the southward way you and your friend took." Elof thought of Rock, as he often did, and wondered how he had fared among his own people. What would he make of this strange character, this corsair with lordly manners? They had one thing in common, beyond doubt, and that was a kinder heart than their outward selves suggested. "We, though, must seek a quicker way north," Kermervan added, "even if it is a whit more dangerous. So we will follow the high roads that run by the coast at first, and only later turn off toward the mountains." His look grew remote, as if he strove to see further than the eye alone could reach. "I will be glad to see them again, those mountains," he sighed. "They are noble places on their lower slopes, with green woodland and many fair lakes. And the heights had great majesty. I often wished to go higher, but deemed it rash to brave the ice all alone. And now you tell me you lived there many a long year." "In a high house, and no doubt well fortified in more ways than one. But I didn't know you knew the mountains, Kermervan. You're no northerner, are you?" "Not I," he said, laughing. "But when I left my home in the Southlands a few years past, I traveled north with some merchants, for a brief season. I journeyed south again down the coast ways, and know something, therefore, of their broils and pitfalls, though, doubt it not, they will have increased. Then it was I saw clear proof what the Eckwesh were about, and grew less blinkered than most of my kin. The little towns raided, they wounded my heart. The roof-trees yet smouldering, the fields laid barren, the bones of their defenders left to the sky to mourn, and the scavenging beasts to bury." Elof nodded. "Perhaps you saw Assenby, where I grew up, left so, some 7 springtimes gone." "I saw many such, and no one living to tell me their name. One looks much like another. Come, we have a long road ahead of us. The more we manage, the lighter the morrow." "It's almost dark." "So it is. But would you sleep out on a barren hillside, when there is a fine fir wood downhill, with branches to make a good shelter? I'll show you how. Come." And thus it was throughout most of the days that followed, with Kermervan very much the leader of their little party. Elof did not resent this, for the Southron knew the way well, and was, moreover, a practised woodsman and accomplished trapper and hunter. Elof thought how much more comfortable such skills would have made him and Rock on their wanderings, and strove to learn from him. That first night a few lopped fir sprays became a welcome roof against the trunk of a great tree. "The art," Kermavan remarked as he wrapped himself in his great cloak of dark green, "is to make the roof steep enough to spill off rain, but not so high that the warmth of your body goes to heat a great pool of air overhead." He pillowed his head on his bundle and muttered a curse as it clanked. "Not as snug as your smithy, perhaps, but it will serve." My smithy! Suddenly, a great longing for it flooded over Elof, an overwhelming homesickness. For squalid as it was the only home he had made himself, and he missed the security and peace he had found there, even the monotony that went with it. His precious tools still hung there, if they had not been stolen. Why had it all been wrested away from him? Why should he not simply make his way back there, do what he could, serve in his way? These Duergar creatures, how human could they be, dwelling beneath the mountains? What did they live on? They had looked human enough, in their way, but strong and dangerous also, having little in common with ordinary human beings. Even the master-smith had feared them, till he had the sword. Seeking them out, a mad idea, forced on him like all the rest. He tossed and turned in a fit of resentment, hearing the pine needles whisper vague secrets beneath him. Why? And by whom? What power? What arrogance? He ground his teeth at the memory of that mocking smile, and glared at Kermavan. In the morning that one would tell what he knew of Raven, if it had to be wrung out of him. Elof had to content himself with that. He did drowse at last, lulled by the rush of the wind in the pines overhead and their heavy fragrance, undisturbed by the owls that came to perch on them and the scurrying of small things among the pine needles. He woke only once, with a full moon in his face, and peeped out between the branches to see wide white wings flash across its disk, once, and vanish. He sank back into sleep and dreamed of Kara. Next day, as they marched down out of the woods and out onto heathlands, he found Kermavan still strangely unwilling to talk outright about the dark visitor. "Somebody once told you—" "I was not under his eye then." "And I am? Then so are you, as long as we're together. I'd better know something of him for my own protection, hadn't I?" "Protection?" Kermavan sounded puzzled. "Raven is not evil. Or, I should say, he who is called the Raven, for it is only a given name. I have heard many others. Wanderer, hooded man, father of storm, lord of the battlefield. I know not which, if any, is truly his own. Such a power is not so easily confined within a single name." "A power? A lord of the ice?" "Did I not say there were others? Powers that defend life as the ice seeks to destroy it? Though which of the two is stronger, whether they are equal, or whether both serve a greater power yet, no one can agree. But such powers there are, and my people have long revered them, too long perhaps, for they have faded into half-truth and legend, figures on walls and banners, half-remembered songs, no more. Sathana, if truly she exists, may be one. But Raven certainly is. For know, Smith, that you shod the steed of a great power that night, if you like, a god." "He said as much," Elof gasped. "But then, if this is as you say, and it makes my head whirl worse than the wine, he did indeed bring me to meet you. For what purpose?" Kermavan shrugged. "Who can say? But purpose there was, and we are working it out with every stride we take. Do you see now why I have not cared to think too heavily about this? Every choice I make, every decision, affects our cause in many subtle ways, and not necessarily for the best. The Raven is not evil, but he does not take sides, they say. He is the defender of life, in all its forms, and human life most of all. He is, or was once, a great sign among us, but I have also heard that he is yet respected, at least by many of the Eqwesh." He walked on a long way, letting Elof digest that. "And even if he does favor our cause, he may not give the help we would wish, For he is an enemy to sluggish stagnation, it is said, and favors change and growth even at the cost of strife. He will not allow men to become dependent on him, save perhaps to balance the enmity of the ice. So he will stir their affairs about in strange and wilful ways in the guise of a trickster, as you have found. At length Elof said, "Now I come to understand much, and a wider world opens before me. But it is a confused one, and even more dangerous than I had thought it, not merely full of ordinary and unconnected dangers, but a very battleground of forces. Small wonder the master-smith denied me such knowledge, he who serves the ice, seeking to turn me down its path for his own purposes. But I remember nothing of such lore even from my far childhood in Assenby." "Aye, such things came to be little thought of there, as the high wisdom of old slipped away and the people's concerns turned more to the harvests of soil and sea. Perhaps this secretive smith-craft of yours helped that dwindling, hoarding knowledge, as its wealth, away from the common run of folk. That was one reason I never considered it more than a mere superstition when first I met it. Now—" He gestured helplessly. "A wider world has opened to me also, and every bit as confusing. I held the view of most educated men, among my people that is, believing the powers were something remote and impersonal, guiding our affairs from afar. I held tales of their appearance in human form parables at best, and at worst lies to the credulous. How, after all, could some such airy being don a human frame like a cloak?" "He seemed solid enough to me, that raven," said Elof sourly. "And that damned great beast he rode. Or was everything illusion?" "Perhaps not," mused Kermervan. "I always found tales of the powers riding from place to place, or indulging in less dignified behavior, absurd or blasphemous. But I remember reading one philosopher who purported to explain them by holding that the powers assumed human form the better to understand us and influence us, sharing the ordinary joys and pains, strengths and hindrances of our bodies, and cloaking much of their awe and might. Another held that they could only affect this material world directly by taking some solid form in it, and that that form was more or less fixed, reflecting their absolute natures. You may guess I thought this feeble stuff then. But now—" he shrugged eloquently, "I am baffled, and that is not something I will ever readily admit." "But the horse rode faster than any normal horse might," said Elof thoughtfully. "Or so it seemed." And so they made their way up through the wild country, talking and disputing, marveling at each other's wholly different brand of learning. At day's end they often found it had lightened their road, speeding them further on than they expected. In that first day they neared the margins of the debatable lands, and at the next day's dawning the high roads of the coast were already in sight. "I have a little money," said Kermervan thoughtfully. "Enough, maybe, for a couple of horses, when we come to somewhere that will sell them." "Might it not be better kept for food?" asked Elof. "No, I think not. Speed will help us, at least for a time. If pressed, we can always sell the horses again. Or eat them," he added thoughtfully. Elof grimaced. But it was long before they found anywhere to buy food or horses, for the first small town they came to along the roads lay in ruins, and the next also, and the next. They might perhaps have found some stored food the fire had missed, but neither man could bring himself to search. It had all happened some months since, but the stench of fire and decay hung over them yet, and unburied skulls still grinned among the fireweed in the blackened fields. These towns had lain between the roads and the sea. The next, Randeby, was inland, and built around a high bluff, and it stood, after a fashion, having driven off a heavy attack with loss. But there the fugitives from the other towns had come, eating up the already scant supplies. Famine and pestilence hung over its walls, and gaunt-cheeked men and women encamped at its gates, swooped down on the travellers with savage shouts the moment they were seen. Kermervan had to fell 3 to drive them off, and for all the rest of that day he was silent. "Human wolves," he said at last. "Poor creatures. for the last small coin in our purses, or crust in our satchels. "Or even the flesh on our bones," said Elof dourly. "So I read their taunts. Thus the Eqwesh drag us down to their level. And yet there is food all around them, for the hunting. But I will not risk staying to teach them the skill." He gave a wry laugh. "The raven may have been kinder than you knew. There will be little enough traffic moving on the roads this year, even inland, if this is the rule." Elof nodded. "I might have starved, even as they do. I wish I could help them." "Rid them of the Eqwesh, then, for without that all lesser help is meaningless." They slept in trees that night, and after, to put off any pursuers. But the day after that, as the road curved well away from the sea, they came to Tensborg, another and much larger town that had not been attacked or overwhelmed by fugitives, and found that though there was little food to spare, there were horses in plenty, kept for the Southron traders who had not yet come this year. They bought 2 decent mounts at small cost, and thereafter made good time northward. For a month they rode up the high roads along the coast, seeing the northern countryside alter gradually around them. As the roads turned inland, skirting a hilly region, they entered a changing woodland. The high redwoods and bristlecone pines became fewer. Hemlocks, oaks, firs, and spruces took their places, and the smaller dawn redwoods. The undergrowth, too, grew thinner. The high sword ferns disappeared. The anemones and rose rhododendrons, with their brilliant blooms, became gradually smaller and paler, and finally all but vanished. But as the roads neared the sea once more, the woodlands themselves vanished among low hills topped with scrubby grass, and in the dunes only verbena and sea lavender showed bright. It was around the sea's margin that they saw yet more of the havoc the Eqwesh wrought among the little towns. "Always by the sea," said Kermervan coldly, "for the Eqwesh are not great horsemen, and have not mastered the act of fighting on horseback. You need proper stirrups for that. So they bring no horses with them, and will not roam far from their ships, lest they be cut off." Elof looked to the east, where rolling hills rich with grass and little patches of woodland stretched away into the dim distance. This was the country he had grown up in. He could not be so very far south of Assenby here, yet it felt not in the least like home. "So the inland towns are safe?" "No, though they think they are, here and in the south. When those barbarians meet no resistance, they will surely move further and further from their ships, bring or capture horses. Oh, I have tried to tell so many men that, traders and farmers and fat little burgesses. And where has it got me? They don't want to believe. The Eqwesh are another man's problem, never theirs." "But if it is the master-smith who drives them on, then besting him—" The swordsman shook his head. "It may save the situation for a while, but not forever. He merely seizes his advantage, exploiting what his masters have already prepared, long before you forged that blade. Without him the Eqwesh would simply go on as they have been doing, and sooner or later they would have struck at the south. Other, stronger forces drive their empire on, and whether it is in our or any man's hands to best them I do not know." At length they came to a region where high hills and deep inlets blocked the coastway, and the roads turned away inland. Here they were in much worse repair, and the going was slower. It was weeks more before the travellers reached the feet of the mountains, and high summer blazed down upon them. It was the best and safest time to venture into the mountains, but as they did not mean to go by the well-trodden roads, or stay within the usual passes, the horses would be no use. They sold them at a little town Elof remembered from his first wanderings as reasonably honest, and with the proceeds bought food. But Elof held back a few coins to treat with the townsmith for metal and the use of the forge. He took 2 strong staves and shod them with metal spikes and heavy-beaked heads, so well crafted that the smith suspected a plan to discredit him, and had to be persuaded otherwise at the point of Elof's blade. "At least that master of mine gave me some skill in the mountains. Picks like these may save our lives on the high slopes." Kermervan cocked an eyebrow at the fuming smith. Then let us put them to the test at once. There is no safe bed for us here now, in any case. The mountains must provide." They slept that night in a small wood, as they often did, a league or so above the town. But just as the moon was sinking, they were rudely awakened by a sharp scuffling at their roof of branches, and springing up they found themselves face to muzzle with a vast bear. It sprang back at their sudden yells, and they had time to draw their swords. Moaning in anger, it reared up on its hind legs, twice as tall as Kermavan, and cuffed its huge paws at them. The swordsman grabbed his pack and drew out his mail coat, trailing it like a net, ready to tangle its claws. But seeing them stand their ground, the bear ducked down with a gruff snort and went crashing off into the wood. Kermavan shivered. "I thought we would be safe, as we have been till now. Most beasts will flee a sleeping man, or ignore him." "Indeed," mused Elof. "The smaller bears may be savage on occasion, but the giant breed who winter in the caves rarely eat meat, even carrion. What made him so aggressive?" "Bears were ever fickle in their ways," shrugged Kermavan. "Well, let us rebuild our shelter, and take turns on watch. I will take first turn, till moonset." Elof nodded, but was silent. It seemed strange to him, that attack, like the symptom of some hidden sickness in the woods. He rolled in his cloak, now cool and unwelcoming, and did his best to sleep. But all through the next days, as they climbed through the steep hillside forests, the image of illness kept coming back to him, in the blighted trees, the weird phosphorescent fungus growths on the dead stumps, the huge patches of poison ivy that seemed to spring up at every turn. Vines and parasites trailed rootlets round their necks, creepers caught their ankles, thorns snagged their clothes and pricked their skins. Things of small moment, perhaps, but they were matched by the behavior of the beasts. More than once the travelers had to leap back as bronzen snakes struck rattling at their legs instead of slithering to escape. Kermavan, gazing up at a strange sound in a twilit tree, almost lost an eye to a great horned owl that swooped upon him and was only with difficulty thrashed away. In the heat of the noon, flies came droning down the slanting sunbeams and would not let them rest an instant. Toward evening, the bloodsuckers hung about them in a whining cloud. All usual enough in woodlands, but not in such intensity. It seemed to Elof that some change, subtle and sinister, was taking place in the woodlands he had once roamed through on the master-smith's expeditions. All too often the blood-freezing yell of a hunting dagger-tooth would send them hurrying on with drawn swords. "How many of the brutes can there be?" panted Kermavan. "So many in this small area would surely strip it of game in a week. Or is one persistent animal hunting us?" Elof shrugged. They slept in a tree that night, lashing themselves to the boughs with the morse-hide ropes they had brought from the ship. Elof lay awake long on his perch, though it was not too uncomfortable, staring up at the pale glimmer over the mountains, at the edge of the night. He thought of the pent-up power it reflected. Was the spreading sickness, the new hostility of the wood, yet another kind of reflection? A chill breeze crept through his cloak. He shivered and looked away. But before he was wholly asleep, he heard a soft pattering on the leaves over his head, and great round drops came trickling down onto his face. He groaned, but there was no risking a shelter on the ground now. He would have to suffer the rain where he was. The lower woodlands were hard enough to endure, but as they neared the higher slopes, worse was to come. They had long since exhausted the food they carried, and it was chiefly Kermavan's skill at trapping that kept them alive. They could find little enough game to hunt. "I almost wish that dagger-tooth would come after us now," muttered Elof, worrying at the flesh of a small shrew thing. "We might see what his steaks taste like." "He could hardly be any tougher," agreed Kermavan, thrusting his portion back over the little fire to cook further. Then he sprang to his feet, overturning the meat, stamped the flames to embers, and whipped out his sword. "Wah-ma," he whispered. "What moves?" Faintly, Elof heard it at first, a low soft crackle, The sudden burst of a dead branch on the forest floor, bushes rustling as they were thrust aside. Something was moving indeed in the twilight. Something slow but heavy. And yet there seemed to be no rhythm in the sound, no separate footfalls. "It's slithering," he whispered. "Aye," muttered Kermervan. And then suddenly he thrust himself sideways into Elof, slamming them both into the weeds behind the bole of a great tree. "Climb!" he hissed, and sprang for a lower branch while Elof was still trying to collect his wits. Kermervan saw him stagger up and swung back down to reach out a hand, just in time. There was a sudden loud smashing in the bushes, and with a rush something huge came sliding and slithering into the little ring of bushes. Gasping, they hung there in the tree, Elof slung precariously between the branch and Kermervan's hand. From where they were they could not see what had come at them, until there was a loud rasping sniff, and it moved forward. Then a great dark flank slid into view. It rested on the ground like a serpent, but it was larger by far than any serpent they had ever seen, and a short stubby leg protruded from it. A long clawed foot crunched down on the embers of their fire, and there was another loud sniffing sound, a rustle as of scaly skin, a waft of putrid, musky stench. Elof's blood ran cold, but his curiosity, as ever, overran it. Detaching himself from Kermervan's unwavering grip, he leaned forward, trying to make out what manner of beast it could be. But unfortunately, perhaps, it was facing away from them, and he saw only a thick hind leg, some 12 feet behind the foreleg. Just in front of it lay their packs, with so many things they could not spare. Elof swung down on the branch and hung an instant by his hands. Then he swung back, kicked forward, and dropped light as a feather on a bare patch of pine needles, muffling his footfall. He bent, scooped up the packs, praying Kermervan's would not clank again, and flung himself into the weeds as the dark flank heaved and the leg thrust out. But the thing had not noticed him. In another wave of stench it slithered slowly forward, almost rowing itself along with its short legs, and went snaking off downhill. But it was a long time after the sound died away before either man dared move. Kermervan swung himself down nimbly. "Karis, that was bravely done, my smith. What in the world was it?" "Don't look at me for an answer. A dragon, perhaps?" "I think not. I remember dragons on old tapestries in our house, made by people who knew them only too well, and none looked like that. Besides, that seemed a very beast, a stupid one, and dragons are said to be something more. It moved like a wall lizard, a quick rush, then rest. A lizard halfway to a snake, then, and as big around as a horse. I have never seen or heard of anything such in these woods. Then I'll wager it's something off the ice, some beast let loose to wreak havoc in its vanguard. Faugh! The foulness of it! Let's be far from here, for our dinner's ended for tonight." There were other encounters before they left the woods, though none so close or fearful. Once, as they made ready to sleep, they saw something dimly phosphorescent go hopping along between the tree trunks below, and where it went even the faint night murmurs fell silent. And later, as they were casting about for a way out to the slopes above, something came crashing and blundering across the path they had taken, away downhill. They could not see it, but from the threshing of the bushes it might be a man, if a very clumsy one. Neither curious enough to linger, they cut their way through on to the stony slopes with as little ado as possible. "And yet here is no refuge," said Elof as they toiled up the rough hillside, the rock's bare bones showing between the thin coating of topsoil, scrub grass, and stunted shrubs. "For I remember this place, and we are now no more than a day or so south of the pass above the master smith's house, and that means we take care. In clear weather he was often abroad. North of that, beyond his valley, he never took us. There the ice thrusts glaciers deep among the mountains. Where those Duergar creatures left us, that lies eastward around those peaks there, about 2 days' walk. That seems as good a place as any to search." "Then we will climb to just below the snow line," said Kermervan, "and make our way round." Before long, even the last traces of green died away beneath their feet, save for a few feeble plants in earthy crevices, and they were marching along great ridges of solid rock, or slipping and slithering across wide swaths of loose rock and scree, or scrambling up piled boulders. The wind had a bite to it now to match its howl, pressing their cloaks flat, plucking at their bags, lashing their faces till eyes grew gritty and nostrils burned. It was mustering the grey clouds like an army, piling them up in ranks around the northward peaks. Kermavan looked up at them anxiously. He dragged out a scarf as long as his arms, and was binding it round his face when he realized Elof had none. At once he sliced it neatly on his half-drawn blade and handed over the remainder. Elof took it with a sober nod of thanks, for he could think of nothing to say. But at last, late in the second day, they rounded the peak into the lee. Wind still eddied around them, but with less force, and they took a moment to rest. Elof looked about him at the mountainside, remembering those first dazed moments of a strange freedom. There were the lakes, the woods, but no longer as friendly as they had seemed. The bleak grey light did not help. He turned away to the ridge above. Beyond there lie the glaciers. The Duergars cannot have gone that way. It must have been somewhere on this slope they vanished, or appeared to. It was dark, and they had the only lanterns. Kermavan kicked at a hefty boulder. I did not realize the ice was quite so close. That bodes ill. If they do have a door or gate here, something that could make that deep sound you heard, they will have disguised it with all their skill. Too much, perhaps, for us. But we will search all the same. He looked up at the sky again, the mustering of the clouds. Let us hope we find it soon, for in these high places, even at this season, such a sky can mean snow. Darkness was falling as they toiled up to the ridge, weary, chill, and sick at heart. They had quartered the whole wide slope between them, and found no single boulder, no crack in the steep rock walls, no break in the scree, which seemed anything but natural. Only the very summit of the ridge remained, and it looked too bare to hide even a rat-hole, scoured flat by the relentless north wind. Beyond it, too, the stark glow seemed stronger than ever against the grey clouds, and shone like a warning even on the brief mist of their breath. This, too, may be frozen. Kermavan, as usual, reached the rim a little ahead. And there Elof feared for him, for he saw the swordsman halt in his tracks, silhouetted against the glare, stand staring a moment, and sink very slowly to one knee. Elof sprang to catch up, and himself came reckless over the rise, and stood transfixed at the sight spread out before him. They had come to the rim of a deep valley in the mountains, a steep-walled gouge, like a sword blow among the peaks. Somewhere in his dazed mind, Elof realized it must be directly opposite the Master-Smith's Valley, stemming from the far slopes of the same peak. But that side was merely barren and cold. This side was in the grip of the ice. So it was that Elof first beheld the great adversary, and he also sank down, daunted. It was a sight of awe and wonder, and what he had least of all expected, it was beautiful. So fair the marvel of it awoke coursing ice in his very veins. Far out into the distance below him stretched the glacier, infinitely far along the widening valley between dwindling peaks, and out onto a vast expanse of softly glowing grey-white. The eastern walls of the mountains sank into it as if into a sea, overwhelmed. Here and there, as if in mockery of former majesties, a remote peak protruded, blunted and crumbling like a slighted fortress. Beyond these pathetic remnants it stretched out into an infinite distance, so featureless that the eye strained to focus on it and blurred painfully, finding no hold or reference. Even a horizon seemed to be lacking, perhaps because there were grey clouds there to merge with it. Whatever the truth of it, the sight filled Elof with the sudden chill feeling that the whole warmly living world of earth and flowers and beasts and men and women were nothing but a very thin crust of dirt upon an infinity of cool, sterile whiteness, a smear of filth on the chill beauty of a gem. at the mercy of its slightest movement or disturbance, utterly insignificant. Even when he shifted his gaze to the high peaks above him and across the valley, seeking comfort in their strength, they seemed things of slight and temporary moment, no more a barrier than their buried kin had been. It was simply a matter of time, and the ice had already long spans of years frozen at its heart. What did man have? Then suddenly he held his gaze, peering, questing into the gloom beyond the glow. He scrambled up, braving the wind that whipped at him, shielding his eyes with his hand till he was sure of what he saw. He turned and found Kermervan at his side. The swordsman's face was pale and stern, full of awe and wonder, but no slightest trace of fear. It was set like flint, and the gleam in his eyes as they scanned the endless distances was a challenge returned. "You saw something?" "I think so. Out across the valley, among the high peaks beyond the end of it. See? See!" Kermervan rubbed his eyes, peered, and shook his head. Then he turned back, blinking, and looked at one peak again. "I see the faintest of orange glows." "You do indeed." Kermervan eyed him doubtfully. "It could be many things." "So it could. But do you see any more hopeful sign?" Kermervan shook his head grimly. "I do not, for this slope below us seems as empty as the rest." "Very well. Let us be on our way, for it will be sore walking to bring us round all these mountains." He swung his pack back onto his shoulders and was about to set off down the slope again when Elof caught him by the arm. "Not that way," he said. "We dare not go round. I know that part of the mountains only too well. We would have to risk crossing the master-smith's road, and near his house." "Well, then, what other way may we take?" Elof bit his lip and looked away, down into the valley far below. "There is only one. Across the ice." "What?" Kermervan clapped a hand to his sword. "I'll take my chances with your accursed master." Again Elof held him back, this time with real force. "You fool! If he can compel the Eqwesh, could he not take you without a blow struck? And not simply slay you, but bend you to his will and set you against all you now seek to preserve? Is that the chance you prefer?" Kermervan stood angry and irresolute, looking down the slope to the distant valley and up toward the crest and the ice-glow. It was obvious which he preferred, but he could not escape the smith's logic. "I said I would go with you," he muttered. "Do not doubt me. But will we not be risking the same, or worse, upon the ice?" "It may not be so terrible, not here, at its margins," insisted Elof. "You saw, as I did, nothing moved in that valley, nothing stirred. And it is not wide. We could easily be across in a night if we hurry." "A night," began the swordsman, gazing back down the valley again, but then he caught Elof's arm and pointed. Far below, at the very margin of the nearest patch of woodland, something was slipping through the bushes, something big enough to make them rustle and quiver without showing itself. But then, as the bushes ended among high stones, it did emerge for an instant into the gleam of stars and ice, slipping across an open patch to take cover behind a great jagged rock. It was man-shaped, but chillingly unlike a man, huge and heavier in the shoulders and high-crowned head, with long arms that swung at its side as it loped along. "Caris," breathed the swordsman. "Think you that's what was on our trail in the woods? It moved in much the same fashion. But listen." A little way along the line of bushes, something else was rustling its way forward, and there were other sounds from deeper in the wood, a soft guttural grunting. "A whole pack of them," said Elof quietly. "Well, warrior, are you still for going back that way?" "Suddenly the ice acquires a certain appeal," admitted Kermervan dryly. "But might those things not be set to drive us on to it?" "Perhaps, but only at our last extremity, frightened, slow, and unwilling. They might not expect a sudden bold dash." I would not call 12 hours fast marching a dash, however bold. But you have the right of it, Smith. Lead on." Together they strode back up to the crest and, as lightly and quietly as possible, began to descend the far slope. "This isn't too hard," whispered Elof. "No more is the path to the river, they say," countered Kermorvan gloomily. "One way." "Ah, save your encouragement for the ice. We'll surely need it there." Surprisingly, Kermorvan chuckled and climbed with a lighter step thenceforward. At first sight, from high above, the distant ice had looked glass-smooth and dazzling white, but as they clambered down the steep slopes, the glacier that filled the valley seemed grayer and more marked. Elof could see that in fact it was not at all smooth, and only anything like white in the center. Along either edge ran great striations, almost as dark as the rock they clashed with. As they came closer, these resolved into dark, uneven ridges streaked along the surface of the ice like sediment in a frozen river. "I have heard them talked of," said Kermorvan, "and called moraines. They are made of rock and debris the ice has ground away in its passage, freed when a little of the surface melts in warmer weather. No doubt many a proud mountain top lies before you there, and they will not make our path any easier." The moraines lay the length of the valley, but there were other, finer markings lying across the surface, cross-hatched in places and deepened by long shadows. "They look like wrinkled skin," said Elof. "Ancient skin, withered and grimy. And see there, where the valley bends, they deepen and come together, as they might at an elbow, as if the glacier were the limb of some horrible beast thing." "Those would be crevasses, I fear," said Kermorvan. "Thicker and deeper at the elbow, as you say. Let us keep well away from there. They will be hard enough to avoid as it is." And indeed, when they at last drew near the margins of the glacier, Elof wondered if he had not led them astray, so rough did their way look, and so fearsome the moaning of the wind among the moraines. A frozen film, clear, hard, and treacherous, lay over all the lower rocks, and slippery pockets of dirty snow lay frozen between the stones. One last step from the rim, he stumbled badly, almost fell, and halted, wavering. Then, cautiously, he took his first step onto the great ice. For a moment he thought crazily he was back in his forge, and had trodden on a hot iron coulter. The searing blaze in his worn boots was cold, not flame, but the sensation was the same, a fearful burning that mounted to his calves. He hopped with the agony, scrambled up onto some stones to find a moment's relief, but it was as if ice was touched to his bare nerves. He hesitated, gasping, desperate to spring back to the rocks. A longer time he might have stood there, perhaps to his own destruction, had Kermorvan not plunged straight out among the frozen debris at the moraine's edge without so much as breaking stride. That took away Elof's choices. He could only set his teeth in his lip and stumble after. He was startled to see Kermorvan hurrying along, choosing his way carefully in the twilight, but swinging his pick-staff and bounding from stone to ice and back again with all his usual energy. It struck Elof just how bold this man was, marching out to confront a thing that had probably been a childhood bogey, and in manhood had come to embody the powers he hated. There might be tremors in his mind, but in his stride none. Nor did he fail to turn back to help the smith when he slipped noisily down a high ridge in the uncertain dusk. By then, an hour on, numbness had dulled the pain enough to let Elof speak. "Don't you feel it?" Kermorvan crouched down beside him among the debris of shattered rock. "Feel what?" It was obvious he did not. Elof wondered, but did not explain. Kermorvan drew his cloak about him. "The wind, yes, and cursedly exposed out there in the open, with so much light around us. It might be harder going in the dark, but I would be less worried about unfriendly eyes. May those clouds come south before moonrise, and blot out the stars also." But he was not to have his wish, for though the clouds mounted into immense black ramparts on the northern horizon, the wind died, the chill air fell still, and silent. The sky over the valley remained open and bitterly clear, and the stars, as they came out, looked down on their warped reflections in the ice. There came a sudden shimmer in the air high overhead, as if a vast invisible curtain had been momentarily twitched across it from one horizon to the other. Kermavan, rising to his feet, gasped and ducked down, and Elof beside him. A sound grew in the silence, a faint angry crackle at the edge of hearing. The curtain twitched again, this time a pale rippling flicker of reds and greens, growing ever more intense. Blues and purples shone only a second before the dark sky swallowed them. Pale yellow streaks of light arced across the darkness and diminished. A corona of cold fire, impossibly vast, rippled across the stars and shamed them, a vision of piercing splendor. "What sight is this?" breathed the Southron, shielding his eyes. "The North Lights," whispered Elof, feasting his gaze. Another streak crossed behind them. "And a rain of starstones to go with them. I have seen them before, but from a distance, and never so gigantic, never—" "What could it portend?" "Nothing that I know of," answered the smith. "And yet the master smith did once say that they might herald some meeting of forces. What more, I can't imagine." "A meeting," muttered Kermavan grimly. "Then let us not be caught in the middle." Half crouching, hiding from watchful eyes, they began to creep forward along the moraine until they were opposite the nearest part of the far slope. "Now there is nothing for it but the open, between the crevasses," added the swordsman tautly, "and the longest part of our way. Come." And so they made their way across the wider open area of the glacier, striding along broad ridges, creeping across narrower ones, on all fours with deadened fingers that could barely grasp their staves, hearing little gouts of half-solid snow fall away from under their feet and go slipping down into the deep crevasses at either side. They landed with a soft echoing splash, suggesting that hard-edged ice awaited them down there if they fell, and not soft snow. The cold fire overhead beat down on them, setting strange livid hues in their faces, lending shadows a faint flickering animation that made finding their footing doubly difficult, filling the distance with sinister promises of movement. Strange forms took shape and danced among the patches of clear ice. Once Elof seemed to see Kara's face in the reflections, gazing at him in fear and warning, and later he saw Kermavan rub his eyes and mutter, "The gate, the high gate." No way among the crevasses was ever as clear as it had seemed at first, and they had to be forever spying out new ones. But these seemed always to drive them up the valley, away from the wall, and they became acutely aware that precious hours were passing. Kermavan hugged chill hands. Elof, scanning the open distances of the valley, flexed his numbed limbs and remembered all he had heard of the dangers of frostburn. All of a sudden, Kermavan came to a halt, so suddenly they almost collided, and stood peering down the valley. Then he shook his head impatiently and was about to move on when Elof tugged him back. "No, I see it too." With one accord, they sank down in the soft snow of a low drift and watched. A fleck of shadow seemed to detach itself from the far side of the valley and come gliding out across the black length of moraine, as smoothly as if it was a polished floor. With a slow bobbing movement, the shadow drifted toward the clear center of the ice, gliding over the crevasses as if they were not there. It had man's shape, as an empty cloak left hanging has it, but drawn out, spider-thin, and gray. Swiftly it advanced to the center and seemed to hang there, floating like a frond in a still pool, the high hood bobbing gently from side to side. Slowly it turned. The travelers ducked down, but it stopped and hung there swaying once again. It seemed to be facing southward, to the valley's end and the furthest extremity of the ice. Fearing to stir under the thin cloak of snow, Elof slowly turned his head and stared into the distance. For long minutes there was nothing. Then he thought he saw a flicker of movement. It was like a shadow growing thicker, darker, coagulating into solid form. His scalp prickled. He was seeing something take shape there, out of the empty air, a figure forming on the ice where an instant before there was nothing. It was there now, and coming forward. but it seemed small and clumsy, like an insect stumbling over rocks compared to the thing that hung there, not 2,000 paces distant. He risked a glance at Kermavan. He also was looking south, and grimly. If they moved on, the cloaked thing might not spy them, but the newcomer surely would. They could only wait like stones and hope to be taken for them. Slowly, awkwardly, the new figure approached with none of the other's eerie grace. It seemed shapeless, inchoate, topped with a dully gleaming carapace, like an insect's head. It took Elof a moment to see it was human, and in fact striding over rough terrain with unusual ease. The shapelessness was a wide, dark cloak or robe, the carapace a metal headpiece, a helm. Elof choked. His heart faltered, then thundered against his ribs till it seemed the valley wall must resound as loudly. There was no mistaking that helm, richly ornamented, mailed, masked, though little he had dreamed of the true power worked into it. Of moving swiftly and unseen. And the walk he knew no less well, the sharp, measured stride that set the robes fluttering like dark pennants in the still air. Just opposite them, 200 paces at most, the figure stooped, the helm's malign eyes turned this way and that, uneasily. Towering above, the hooded shape swayed patiently, waiting. Then the mail of the mask was swung back, the helm lifted in gloved hands, dark hair that seemed frosted streamed down around wide shoulders, and Elof looked once more on the pale, proud features of his former master. Again the master-smith glanced from side to side, as if he felt burning eyes upon him, but then he looked up, straight into the smoke-dark shadow of that swaying hood. He gazed a moment, and then, very solemnly, he bowed. A flash overhead, sudden and startling, tore Elof's gaze away. The star-stones were raining thicker and faster now, darting through the paths of the stars like mocking children, streaking the night sky with orange and red until they rivaled the lights. But then these also blazed out, with a power that charged the air till it cracked like a forest fire, and the travelers felt the hair lift and bristle on their heads. Behind the lights, the stars seemed to leap and dance in the distorted air, bent into a mighty corona with its heart among the lights. They rippled once, twice, 3 times, even more violently, and then it was as if they folded in on themselves and became solid, like a mantle falling to earth. A great cone of bright radiance hung in the air above the heart of the ice, pulsating like a heart, and the man and man-shape alike turned to face it. Within that mantle a form took shape, stately, cloud-tall, pale as pearl, thin as smoke, its own light shining through it. A woman's shape, unclad, arms outstretched, and long hair streaming out behind her, as in some unfelt wind. Slowly, solemnly, the grey hood inclined. But the man bowed deep, deeper, till he sank down upon his knees, and forward still, till, arms outthrust, his forehead rested in abject adoration upon the glittering ice. "Now!" hissed Kermavan, for the eyes were turned away. "Now for your life!" He swept out his sword, then gasped in horror as green phosphorescence leaped and wavered on its point and trickled, crackling, down the blade. A mighty gust of panic surged through Elof. He seized the glaring sword-blade and quenched the bale fire under his clenched fingers. Kermavan slammed it back in its scabbard, and they turned to run. Down the drift they slithered, crouching like apes to stay in the scant cover, bounding along on their staves, stumbling and falling into deeper patches of snow, never caring for the crevasses that gaped hungry on every flank. Neither dared look back, but ran and ran till every breath came like fire in a raw throat, and their limbs were knotted with pain. Once they went slipping and sliding away down into one of the crevasses, but the snow they carried before them broke their fall. They scrambled up and went stumbling on in the shelter of its high walls. Climbing out at the end was less easy. They had to hack steps in an overhanging wall, but when they managed it and lay gasping on the brink, the radiance at the heart of the ice lay far behind them, no more now than a cool, distant glare through which no detail could be seen. At length the 2 travelers picked themselves up, shaken and trembling, and without a word they turned and went trudging off toward the dark lines of the moraines. Every now and again, Kermavan would turn and look back to be sure nothing was on their trail, but only once, as they crested a heaped moraine, did he clutch Elof's arm and point. They threw themselves down in the snow. A long shadow wavered across the glacier, but the figure that cast it against the nacreous light was small, striding away southward once again. It seemed to Elof that his head was bare, though it was too far to be sure. When they looked back once again, he had not vanished. Shrunken by distance, a tiny figure still labored on across the rubble of the glacier. "Your late master, I presume?" inquired Kermavan sardonically, though there was a catch in his voice. "I wonder why he does not use the helm once more." Elof shrugged and walked onward. The way was less far than it seemed, for the moraines on the glacier's northern flank were closer together than on the south and lower. They crossed them easily in an hour or two, and were glad of their shelter. A wind was rising now, and when they looked up at the sky the stars were still, and vanishing behind the clouds' swift onrush. Beneath them the ice glittered empty and lifeless once more. At long last the day dawned, though bleak and gray, with no sun visible. Kermavan shook his head like a man awaking from a dream. Ahead of them now the peaks rose, and even their stern barrenness seemed more wholesome than the ice. Only 2 hours after dawn they stepped off it as they might off a ship. When his foot left its surface, the cold fire drained at once from Elof's legs, so immediately he all but staggered and fell with the relief. Only a chill, normal and endurable, remained. Kermavan again seemed to sense nothing unusual. Instead, he was gazing up at the clouds and sniffing the air. "Snow, indeed," he muttered, "when it cannot shield us any longer, and we have no way but to climb. Elof, my smith, pray that we may find your mysterious light soon, or it may be the death of us. Come!" The wind moaned around them as they climbed the valley wall. It was steeper here than on the south side, and they had to keep their arms free to climb, so their cloaks could not protect them against the biting wind. The rock, though hard, was cracked in many places by the bitter cold of the ice, and more than once what seemed a sturdy ledge would go sliding out from under their probing feet and rattle away in a shower of little stones to crash down at the rim of the glacier. "And reveal where we are, if any follow," grunted Kermavan. "But at least the slope seems to be growing gentler. Here comes the snow." The first few flakes were indeed swirling around them, and more came streaming down along the wind, striking the cliff on either side, and swirling in their faces as they toiled on up and came at last to a long slope leading up the peak they sought. Soon the snow was lying in their path, great fat flakes that melted only at the edges, that fused together into hard ice underfoot, coating the stone like glass. Elof had to take care not to tread in Kermavan's steps. By the time they came on an easier part of the slope, it was already deep in snow. Their boots picked it up as a hard shell and grew heavy, so they must needs break it away with the staves. "If this gets any thicker, we may miss our way," said Kermavan anxiously, "and in the mountains that is deadly. But we are not so far below where you saw that light now. The clearest way up would be to follow this rock wall here." He touched it and pulled away his hand with a cry of surprise. "It's warm! At least, warmer than it should be. And see, at the top there, those cracks like great vents. And smoke is rising! Earth fires!" He slammed his staff down furiously. "So that is what the glow must have been. Nothing would live underground where the fires are strong. We have doomed ourselves, and for nothing." "Do not be so sure," said Elof sharply, though he too felt a cold qualm of doubt. "The master-smith's house was built over just such a place, and harnessed the fires for the forge. Might not the Duergar do the same?" Kermavan started to shake his head, shrugged, and picked up his staff. A curtain of gusting snow swept down the slope, piling what had already fallen into deeper drifts. "It makes no odds," he shouted over the sudden roar of wind. "We may as well die looking." A huge shadow reared up in the snow. A vast arm, outthrust, clutched at his throat. It was as sudden as that, and he was hurled spinning against the rock. But Elof had time to duck, and the thing went blundering past him toward the cliff. Rock splintered and fell away, and there was a bellowing yell of pain and rage. Elof bent down, grabbed Kermervan, and dragged him away from the wall and a little way up the slope. He lay gasping. Elof stood over him, drew his sword, and hefted his pick in his left hand. But after only a moment, Kermervan was struggling and cursing back to his feet. "What was that?" he demanded, fumbling with his scabbard. "A snow troll, I think," said Elof tautly, "though I've never seen one. Gray fur, black claws, and the size—" He licked dry lips and felt the cracks in them sting. "I think it was what followed us in the forest. They go there sometimes." The snow swirled. There was another bellow and a sudden rush from behind them. Elof turned, slipped, and fell flat. A huge shadow swooped down over him and then whipped back with a jarring shriek of rage. Something hot and stinking sprayed across Elof's jerkin, and when he scrambled up he saw a great spatter of red in the snow and Kermervan standing with smoking blade. "Back to back," he yelled, "and we'll hold them. More Van Morlenhall!" A chorus of shrieks answered him, and dreadful shapes loomed up in the whiteness, closing in around them. Arms swept out, and Elof hewed at them. Dark blood fountained, and a huge hand fell writhing into the snow. Behind him it sounded as if an axe smote solid wood, a metallic snapping clang, and Kermervan staggered back into him as a huge body fell flat in the snow. Off balance, Elof saw a terrible face arise, a snarling, snow-encrusted mask like a fearful parody of a man's, and above it a jagged boulder clasped in black claws. He dropped down past a leg like a gray tree trunk, and even as the stone thudded where he had been, he hewed at the monstrous calf. The thing convulsed and toppled, shrieking horribly, and he struggled up and passed his sword through its body. Then he sprang forward into blindness to where Kermervan had stood, but was no longer. A gray heap lay sprawled there with a sword shard glinting in its skull. Troll shapes loomed around the rock face, 3 at least, and the warrior was backed up against it, one shoulder streaked with blood, striking out with the splintered stump of his blade. Elof snatched up his pick and hurled it at the broad backs, shrieking mad words of challenge against the wind. One squealed, they turned to face him, and he scythed his sword at them two-handed, the black blade thrumming as it clove the storm blast. He took a step, and astonishingly they fell back. Again, and another one loomed up, and was barged aside as once more they gave way. Then, as Kermervan came skidding down the slope, Elof sprang forward and hewed in earnest, and they turned and fled. His blade skipped slashing down the straggler's back, and a trail of shrill yelps faded into the snow. "Well fought, Smith!" yelled Kermervan. "But they'll be back, when they're over their fright. Alas, one took my sword in his thick skull." He was fumbling furiously in his pack, with his wounded arm. "A dagger. Forget it. Drop that and come on. If they're coming back, we've got to climb. Climb, do you understand me? Those vents. Maybe we can find one that's safe. They'll be warm, at least." Kermervan nodded, but clutched the pack protectively to him. Elof gave up and went hurrying up the rock face. Kermervan stayed on his heels with no apparent difficulty. Rime crusted white on their brows and around their scarved faces, where it melted in their breath and sent little damp trickles down their cheeks. The wind yelled, and the snow lashed and stung their eyes till they could hardly even see the wall they followed. But all of a sudden a new wall was looming up in their path, and in it dim shadows appearing and fading as gusts blew across them, the only dark things in a world lost to whiteness. Eagerly they staggered forward into the wide mouth of the vent, feeling the stone warm indeed under their hands, until Elof collided with a rock face. "It's blocked," he called. "Try for another." "Too late," cried Kermervan. "They are out there now." A yammering cry answered him as if in mockery. Elof ran his hands desperately over the smooth stone. Was he dreaming, or could he still feel air moving around him, air warm as a spring breeze? Kermervan was bracing himself, clutching his absurd stump of a sword. "Try and get to the next one," he said calmly, "or away altogether if you can, while they're busy on me, for busy they'll be." "No, madman!" barked Elof. "At least wait. There's something strange here." His hand slipped across an outcrop of the rock, and his fingers closed under it. It was thin, too thin, and the shape of it. He ducked down and peered through it. Warm air, stale and strange-scented, played over his face, melting the rime of his brows and hair, so he hardly knew whether it was water or tears that came trickling down. "It's metal! The wall is a casting!" "What? See for yourself! Gridwork in the rock, sculpted to look like it, angled so cunningly you can scarce see through. Can you open it? They are coming, those out there. Here, take my sword, and give me yours." Elof ran knowing fingers over the metal, rapped it, and listened to it ring. It was beautiful, cunning work, but the weakness of such a casting was that it must look like the rock it was set in. That strange shape would create uneven points, stresses. He rapped again and again, listening, and finally rang the sword pommel against it. "Quickly, if ever!" hissed Kermervan. Elof hesitated, dry-mouthed. A low, gloating cry came from the cave mouth. He jabbed the blade stump deep into a slot, and with all his great strength bore down on it in one single effort. He felt the ruined sword bend, creak beneath him. Then there was a sudden sharp clang, a glint of bright metal, and one small bar of the grid snapped and bent outward. It was not enough. In utter desperation he set his fingers in the gap and heaved, felt it give slightly, braced his feet against the wall and pushed till the sinews cracked in his broad back. Kermervan spun round, startled at the grinding squeal of metal against stone. "Karis! A gate!" But the moment his gaze turned, there was a rush and rumble at the cave mouth, and a great form blocked out the snowlight. Kermervan whirled and plunged straight at it, Elof's blade outthrust with spearing force. A bubbling yell cut off suddenly, and Kermervan fell back, freeing the sword with a vicious twist as a huge body slithered noisily down the wall. Without breaking stride, he tossed Elof the reeking blade, snatched up his bundle, and before the smith could stop him, he plunged like a diver through the narrow slot of darkness, beyond which might lie anything. There was a crash, a slithering sound, the rattle of loose rocks dropping down into emptiness. Elof groaned and dived after him, only to be caught by an iron arm behind the door. "Easy, my smith! There's a drop of some kind just beyond. Now let the mice stop their hole again, before the cats recover." Together they dug fingers into the slots and pulled, feet sliding among the rubble, until the gate, screeching and protesting, ground home against the rock. Elof wedged the runners with such chips of rock as lay around. From outside came sounds of movement, something slithering over the metal, growls and snuffles. Elof clutched his sword tight. Were the things man-wise? Would they find the broken bar? They were strong enough to slide back the gate. He felt a great weight press against it, then a sudden ringing impact that almost overset him. But this work was made to withstand crude assaults, and agonized brute yelping trailed away, lost in the wind. He heard Kermervan chuckle in the blackness. "Somebody has earned a sore toe, I'll wager, kicking the wall like a brat over a lost treat." The swordsman shifted painfully. "We have had a sore journey, you and I. Now my fine sword that came from my old home must lie and rot on the mountain. My broadsword was already broken, so now I have none, and that is a worse laming to me than this shoulder. But at least we seem to have come to the right place." "Cunning work," sighed Elof gratefully, "and a keen mind that saw through it. Now look around you again, my smith." "Look?" said Elof doubtfully, but he turned. After the noise and whirling whiteness outside, darkness and quiet seemed to press in on him like a stifling weight, but his eyes were growing accustomed. There was a faint glimmer, a pool of dim radiance spread out before him. He reached out, but Kermervan held his arm. "Do you hear?" Now, as soon as he turned his mind to it, he did indeed hear and feel, for the low, slow throbbing came up through the rock under them. He thought of the wheels turning in the master-smith's forge, and the hammers that shook the house. He realized then, remembering the rattling stones, that the light pool was in truth an opening, a shaft into unknown depths. "A steep drop," said Kermavan, scrambling forward. "But see there, those regular shadows. Those must be handholds, some carved in the rock, others iron rungs. We can climb down, though our ropes are lost. Should we not call down first, to herald ourselves and let them know we come peacefully?" "Would they heed such a shout, or even understand it? It is said they do not care for human guests, peaceful or otherwise. We would be too vulnerable on those rungs. They might fill us with arrows and never find out their mistake. Soon enough to explain ourselves when we are on firm ground again." "I take your meaning," admitted Elof. "Can you climb with your shoulder as it is?" "Easily. It is a scratch. Though I will be happier the sooner it is washed and tended. Who knows what filth was on those claws? But let us be on our way." The shaft was steep, but far enough from the vertical to make the going quite easy. This was fortunate, for they were both more exhausted than they had realized. Their limbs trembled, and Kermavan's shoulder tired quickly. "But at least the handholds are firm and well placed. No worse than a steep ladder. One can stop to rest. I had been afraid they might be too small and weak if the little people made them." "They may not be as little as you seem to think," Elof warned him. "I could ill judge the height of the ones I saw, but they seemed, well, solid. We would do best to use them with respect." "Naturally, for they are perilous to rouse, it is said." "I meant more than that," Elof began, but gave up. Kermavan talked of these Duergar as things other than human, but Elof could not forget that ring of faces, strange in their features but vibrant and alive and wholly human in their feelings. Hopefully he would see for himself soon enough, for they were almost at the base of the shaft now. It seemed to be widening around them, opening out into a broad and shadowy chamber with what looked like an earthen floor. "A few steps," gasped Kermavan, "and then you may hail to your heart's content. I am going to rest." A shrill whistle sounded. There was a flicker of movement, a sound like a great wing beating in the air between them, and Kermavan vanished. Metal clashed and jangled as if a forge roof had fallen in, and he sprawled on the chamber floor, entangled in a glinting net. Dark figures rushed in on him. Something lashed painfully round Elof's legs and tore them away from the rungs. The rung he held bent under the strain. Then his fingers were pulled free, and he dropped hard onto the floor and lay winded. A heavy net fell over him. He tore at it and found linked metal rods resisting his efforts. Harsh shouts echoed in the shaft. Strong hands seized him and coiled ropes round the net, and he was hoisted up and borne forward. Lights danced and flickered around him. Earth thumped under heavy feet, and they gave way to the hollower drumming of wooden planking, behind it the rush of running water. Abruptly he was flung forward and landed with a crash in what felt like a wooden cart. He could hear Kermavan cursing weakly somewhere in front of him. Wild anger woke in Elof, and drowned all his caution. He had come all this way, through wide lands, hard weathers, and the terrors of the ice, all to be netted like some wild beast, without a word spoken or question asked. Well, let them listen now. He dug his fingers into the net, bunched it into 2 huge handfuls, and tore it free against the ropes. They snapped and fell away, and he sprang to his feet, shouting, "Wait!" But then he stopped, and his mouth fell open. He stood, not in a cart, but in the center of a long boat moored at a high wooden wharf, lined with glowing globes of light on posts richly carved. Beyond it, a street of house fronts whose warm-lit windows glinted on the cobbled road. And all around him the sound of a wide, rushing river. A torrent of red exploded in his head. Dazed, he fell to his knees, saw the planks rise up to meet him, and rolled over into darkness. Chapter 7. Stone and Steel. The sounds grew louder, the bellows roaring, hammers pounding, the heat and the light so fierce he could hardly approach the forge. Yet struggle nearer he must, braving the pain and the shriveling heat, to grasp the scorching metal, and hammer out the thing that must be made. He struggled up on one elbow, grasping and shaking his head as if he could somehow displace the ringing ache. The light hurt his eyes so much he did not at first notice it was dim. The first thing he saw was a goblet on the floor beside him, and the sight of it awoke a terrible taste in his mouth. He caught it up and sipped tentatively, then gulped down the strong wine in a draught, coughing as the bitter residue of herbs caught his throat. Blood roared a moment in his temples, his stomach lurched, and then suddenly the room swung into clarity. Sitting across from him, his back against a huge heap of old chests and baskets, was Kermervan, looking somewhat battered and pale, but with his shoulder neatly bandaged. He met Elof's look with a wry, cold smile, and lifted one foot slightly. There was a ring and clink of chain. Elof looked down at his own feet. They, too, were fettered through on the grimy floor. Memory spilled back, and he was about to burst out in angry questions when he saw Kermervan roll his eyes meaningfully sideways. He cast a casual glance that way, and found that they were not alone. They were indeed in the hands of the Duergar, and evidently in their dungeons also. A single one of them was guarding the travelers. Elof grew less surprised at this the more he weighed up the sturdy figure sitting comfortably in the corner by a door as low and wide as himself. He wore no mail, only jerkin and baggy trousers, but a solid helm covered all his head and most of his face, save a squat, bulbous nose and a bushy tangle of a beard, and behind the T-shaped slit in the visor eyes glinted. They seemed to meet the smith's gaze and return it with the same even scrutiny. That, and the tending of their ills, was an encouraging enough sign in its way. Across the guard's knees, however, lay a formidable bill-headed spear, one gnarled fist almost negligently around its axis, where a single twist could swing it to stabbing height. Elof turned back to Kermervan. "Have you told them anything of our quest?" "Only that we came in peace, and in opposition to the ice. But I might as well have been talking to one of your anvils, for all the answer I had. I thought it better to say no more then, till you were awake again. I think we are to be sent before someone. We were many long hours in that barge, and though I could make out little, trussed and dazed as I was, I believe they brought us to a place far from where we first—" He stopped, for the guard had risen suddenly. He looked at them for a moment, then thrust open the door and ducked out. "A fine dungeon," laughed Kermervan. "No lock on the door, though it is dirty enough in all conscience, and these fetters adequate. Had I my sword—" "It would avail you little," said Elof, tracing the bluish sheen of the metal bands around his ankles. "This is strong work, and new-looking. The fastenings also. As if this place had been made into a dungeon from the storeroom it looks to be." Kermervan arched his brows. "Why? Because they've never before needed one? Surely not." The door creaked back. The guard reappeared as suddenly as he had gone. He marched over, swatted Elof's hand aside, and undid the band. Elof sprang up on unsteady legs, but more helmeted figures appeared now in the doorway. They gestured him forward, but kept spears leveled at his chest. Behind him he heard Kermervan's fetters clatter to the floor, and together they ducked awkwardly through the door and cautiously into the corridor beyond. The sight of it made him shudder. Grim and bare as it was, he could not think why, till he realized it was made in the same fashion exactly as the corridors of the master-smith's tower. Understanding that, other things began to slip together in his memory. But he was given no more time to think, for spear-butts at their backs urged them on. Kermervan glared angrily, though he had the wit to stay calm. They were hurried along, and round a corner, then up a flight of steep steps, and through low, heavy doors. Smooth paving replaced flagstones under their feet. The room beyond was as gloomy as the cell and passage, and little wider, but its ceiling was high enough to be invisible in the shadows. Even the tops of the high, dark doors in the far wall could not be seen. Guards took station beside these, and the doors they had come through grounded their spears and stood waiting. In the sudden hush, Elof could hear a low buzz of voices from the room beyond. Kermervan nodded. "So," he whispered, "we are indeed being brought before somebody of importance. Let us at least hope he will give us a hearing." "How can you be so sure?" asked Elof. "Can you understand what they say?" Kermervan chuckled sourly. "No, indeed. But courts, it seems, do not change overmuch, whether it is men that hold them or not. This antechamber, the sentinels, the hubbub, all unmistakable." Then 3 great strokes boomed on the high doors, and the guards sprang to haul them open. Smoky red light flooded in, the travelers were thrust forward into it, and the doors slammed solidly shut behind them. Blinded at first by the strange glare, they saw nothing, but heard the babble, smelled the strong scent of an excited crowd around them. It was a hostile babble, and the smell was not that of ordinary human bodies. To Elof it was strange and unsettling, though in itself more wholesome than a human crowd, more like the clean, sweet smell of the cattle he had tended. But Kermervan held his head high and wrinkled his nose fastidiously. As their eyes cleared, they gazed upon what they had endured so much to find, the court of the Duergar. A high hall it was they found themselves in, the highest indeed that ever Elof had seen. Yet he might have thought himself under the roots of some impossibly vast tree, for so the columns of the walls were carved, gnarled, straggling shapes that closed together in shadowy vaultings far overhead. The air under this strange roof seemed at once fresh and smoky, like a late autumn afternoon. The reddish glow came from torch-like objects set high on the walls and burning steadier than any torch. The light danced about the gilded carvings covering the doors, glowed on the sharp-edged patterns set in the polished stone of walls and floor, where flakes of pink granite and green dolerite, purple quartz and ruddy sandstone vied with strange and rare minerals. Shapes or characters they made, hard and enigmatic, save on the far wall, above the heads of the dimly seen throng. An image was there, so striking that Elof forgot all else in contemplating it, a high silhouette seen from below, like a man through the eyes of ants, a broad figure haloed in glittering flame, and with a hammer raised in one firm hand. Before him was an anvil, and he hammered at something held upon it, something shining and jagged. It might have been a short, burly man, that figure, or one of the stranger shapes that now closed in around him. "Well, men," a cold, harsh voice demanded, speaking the northern tongue. "Feast your eyes as you will. You came to find the wealth of the Duergar, through many perils, no doubt. We would not grudge you one brief glimpse of it." They were not, as Elof had warned, so very small. The tallest, rising on their toes to see, were less than a head shorter than he, though many were much smaller. It was their shape that made them look stunted, wider than most men, with heavy arms on broad sloping shoulders and thick neck. The faces, though, seemed stranger than he remembered, for now not one of them was smiling. The mass of them, the adults, looked carved from old, well-seasoned wood, and carved deeply at that, for almost all were a mass of lines. Those framed with white hair might have been made of bunches of cords. But it was the beardless faces, the younger faces, that were the most disturbing. There the unhuman mold showed stark beneath the skin, bared of the trappings common to man and Duerg. The forehead was low and sloping, partly hidden by the bushy brows that rode the arched ridges above the eyes. But it was those eyes, huge, wide, and deep-set, that banished any trace of the bestial in the face. The noses were almost all large and slightly snubbed, but varied as much as those of men. Below them, though, the Duergar face fell away in a great curve to wide thin lips, and below those to a heavy clean-edged jawline with no trace of a projecting chin. High cheekbones and thick jaw muscles hollowed the cheeks. The ears were large, lobeless, curled at the top into a slight suggestion of a point. If they seemed to be set rather far back, that was because the head itself was longer and wider than a man's. All of these things Elof noticed, and yet in the same instant he saw men who were handsome and girls who were pretty, or might have been had they smiled. But it was not smiles that bared the large teeth, or kindly curiosity that had them milling forward around the travelers. An angry buzz filled the hall as the voice spoke, and guards sprang forward to clear a path with their spear shafts. Elof saw then that the hall was a shallow amphitheatre centering on a narrow platform below the vast image. The dais stood head-high to the Duergar, with many solid figures seated about its base, their very attitudes at once proclaiming their importance. Curmervan was right. Some things did not change. But more impressive by far, though he lacked their dark-sheened robes and rich furs, was the speaker. He sat atop the dais, in a chair of plain grey stone. Its arched back, upon which thin lines of gold traced out a single straight character, was high enough to diminish the tallest of men. He who sat beneath was not the tallest of Duergar, withered and bent with age unguessable, but it diminished him not a bit. The stone around could not have been harder than his voice. "Your coming, you see, was known at once. The rivers bring us messages, and the air, the cave, breezes. But most of all, the stone." His fingers caressed the rough grey chair arm, almost tenderly. "Always the stone. Our northern outposts are few now, but they are ever alert. They must be, for they watch the ice. And so you were taken. You. Men." The word hung bitter on his tongue. "Men. May the day perish on which first we took pity on your kind, upon which we, the elders, first sought to raise you up from your animal estate, as we ourselves had been raised long since. Every time we have aided you, misery and pain have repaid us. Across half a world we have fled you, and yet still you leave us no peace. By luck or design you have fallen among us, where no man should, and awoken greater fear and disquiet than I looked to see in my lifetime. I would know why." Angrily he tugged the plain robe of silver fur closer round his thin limbs. "I am Andvar, lord of all the Duergar folk in these mountains. I am half tempted to kill you at once and have done. But I will not have it said that I stoop to the level of your folk. Speak, then." Curmervan's face coloured with anger, but he kept his peace and looked to Elof, who stepped forward. "I thank you, lord, and I think you will not regret hearing us. We are sorry to have alarmed you. The way we came, we were driven to by sore necessity and fell pursuers off the ice. But we came to these mountains in search of the Duergar. We came to gain your aid, not your riches." There was a rumble of sardonic laughter, and even Andvar's dark lips twisted. "Aid also may be stolen, as we have learned. What is your quest?" Elof met his gaze. "A quest vital to all who oppose the advance of the ice, and the Eqwesh its champions. And though I have never spoken with any of your folk, I have once at least proven myself no enemy, and been treated in turn as a friend." A stir of interest ran through the great hall, and Elof held up a hand. "I ask only that you hear my whole tale before making your judgment." Andvar waved a wide leathery hand, brushed a straggly lock of grey hair out of his eyes, and settled back on his bleak throne. "So be it. All here will understand your tongue well enough, and fairly you speak it. But I usually know the names of my friends." "Of course, lord," said Elof uncomfortably. "This is Curmervan, a great warrior from the Southlands, my companion." Curmervan bowed, though with a strange smile on his lips, as if there was something sadly lacking in the description. "My name is Elof." Derisive laughter hooted through the hall. "A modest name indeed," barked Andvar. "That ancient title, the Smith. Know that we give it only to one who is truly one alone." He gestured up to the mighty image above. "If you are offended, I am sorry," breathed Elof in utter dismay. "I chose it in all innocence, for I was a nameless foundling, and I am a smith among men. For I was chosen as a boy by the master-smith Mylio." He stopped, sensing the sudden chill hush in the hall. Andvar's eyes narrowed, and his fingers tapped on the arm of the throne. "That name is no longer any bridge to our favor." "So much the better for me," said Elof defiantly. "Will you keep your word, and hear?" Anvar sat rigid with anger against the stone. "Say on, then. Be silent, all." From that moment the listening Duergar might have been carved from the rock, until Elof told of the forging of the test pieces. Then the whole atmosphere in the vast stone chamber changed, and the stillness grew charged, as before thunder. When Elof finished telling of the forging of the sword, it was Anvar who broke his own command. "You forged that thing, boy? You?" A long finger crooked at him. "Come here, smith among men. Let me look at you more closely." Elof stepped forward to the base of the dais. The Duergar lords there rose, leaning on tall staves, and drew closer, their wide eyes staring through and through him. He stepped up on unsteady legs, and the wrinkled face of the Duergar lord bent over him. Ancient eyes, yellowed but clear, met his. He held the gaze and was startled to see a reddish flicker deep in the huge pupils that was no reflection of the torches. After many minutes, Anvar sat back in his throne. "It could be," he said, and his tone was thoughtful. "It could be. The crafts of man and Duerg are very different things. Those are strange fires burning in you, but hot enough indeed." Then the wrath in him overran his curiosity, and he slumped back, knotting his hands. "And what claims on our mercy does such a feat give you, then? How shall we best reward the making of so evil a thing? At least I shall not now think your end unjust, for there are lives of our folk to pay for, and that one of your own whom you betrayed. An apt pupil you were of that master. He was our friend at first, and of service to us, and when he sought to settle in our ancient watchtower we agreed, won over by pity for one exiled from among men. Pity! We even helped him build his forge, and shared our wisdom freely. And then, when we found him delving in our mines, and dealing with uncanny folk, we warned him, sought to have him leave freely. He delayed us for long months with endless pleas and promises, and at last even threats. Even in the end, when we had to send a force to dispossess him, we gave fair warning. And do you know how it was met?" "I do," said Elof. "I was there, because I was fleeing him, and the thing I had done. I sought to warn your folk, shouting from the hillside above. I am sorry I could not do more. Then I fled myself, in panic as I thought, but I see now that it must have been the sword, its effects, tempered by distance. Some of your folk, I believe the survivors of your force, found me, and my then companion, and took us to freedom by underground ways. They judged that I was their friend, and I am grateful to them. Will you gainsay them now?" Anvar stared at him in astonishment, but before he could speak, one of the lords sprang up onto the dais, caught Elof by the shoulder, and whirled him round. A hard, plain face, neither old nor young, stared into his a moment from an almost equal height. A band of gold, finely worked, gleamed round his thick neck. Then Elof was clapped on the shoulder with staggering strength. "What he says is true, this man-smith," barked the Duerg. "He has changed, but I would not forget him. He saved most of that party, me and my girl Ilse among them, so we got him away through the Underhills. He earned that much help, and more, say I." "That's right," shouted a female voice from the crowd, amid a growing rumble of dissent. Anvar raised a hand to quell the hubbub. "You were ever generous to men, Ansker. I will not say you did wrong in that instance. But what this man-smith has unleashed, and why has it taken him well nigh 2 years to seek our aid? If there is more to tell, man, you had better do so." A bitter despair rose in Elof's throat, though Kermervan was gesturing to him to go on. Whatever he told them, would this malign old creature ever agree to help a human? Not by the will of his folk, it seemed, unless, perhaps, this Ansker. He stole a glance at him. It was met by an encouraging nod, and the dark-haired Duergar girl Ansker was talking to waggled her eyebrows slightly and grinned, so that he remembered her also. He grinned back and took heart. His words spilled out into silence like a stone into a deep pit, till he told of the strange rider at his door. Ansgar sat up then with a sharp hiss of disbelief, but the lords around him drew back, and the crowd muttered, unrebuked. When Elof had finished, the Duergar overlord looked at him long and silent, and when he spoke his voice was deeply troubled. "What, then, would you ask of us?" Elof held up his hands. "A key to unlock the power that lies here. I unleashed this evil, as you rightly say. You cannot yourselves counter it, or you would have. Who else, then? Surely I have the power, if anyone. But I lack the knowledge. I have made masters work, but I am an apprentice still, and masterless. Be you my masters now." The silence broke like a flood wall, and the Duergar voices rose in a great roar to the high roof, disturbing bats there that flittered forth like living echoes. A spate of argument broke out, furious jabbering both in the northern tongue and a sonorous rolling speech, and many surged down around the throne, milling and jostling. Curmervan they almost ignored. It was Elof the row was about, and it looked to be savage. One or two of them came charging up the steps of the dais and had to be thrust back. Anvar's looks grew blacker by the moment, until he sat suddenly straight and gestured to Ansgar and the other lords. Their staffs hammered down on the dais in an echoing drum roll that washed away the contentious voices from the hall. Anvar smiled grimly into the sudden quiet. "So, humans may be a rare sight, but that is no warrant for imitating them. We will hear my counselors on this, Ansgar first, who has walked most among men." Ansgar bowed to Anvar and turned to face the hall. The gold collar shone like a token of the authority in the lean face above, and the rich voice. "Lord Anvar, we should help him. We have to." The hall droned like a nest of angry wasps, many muttering but not daring to raise their voices against their lord's fierce glare. "Think of it!" shouted the great Duerg fiercely. "You've all heard what the creature Mylio is up to with the sword now, raising those savages up to assault the human lands." Anvar shrugged. "How should that concern us, my good Ansgar? Are we likely to see the Eckwesh galleys sailing along our mountain streams, laying waste to our deep wharves? Let man kill man, and we may sleep at our ease in the mountains once again." "May you indeed!" shouted Curmervan suddenly, and the anger in his clear voice was startling. "Lord of the Duergar, does your wisdom sleep? I have heard such words in the mouths of fat burghers in my own land, when I told them of the threat to the north. Nay, I have heard them from northerners even, who knew that the Devourers could never come far enough south to menace them. And these last weeks I have seen their bones and their children's bleach under the sky. So, I ask you this. When both northern and southern realms of men have fallen before this master smith, what then should shield you? He knows you are here. He knows your ways. He covets your wealth, and surely he hates your challenge to his will. And most of all, he is not driven only by his own greed, which might know a boundary, but by the powers of the ice. What restraint have they ever known? So be your wharves above ground or below, will he not be bound to seek them out sooner or later? Take heed, it is not sooner than you think." He paused, and from his great height cast a cold glance around the Duergar court. "And consider this also. This man-smith, as you term him, Raven himself came to his aid. You can see, as I could, that he does not lie. Will you refuse to give what the powers themselves offer freely?" The hard words echoed out into a silence as absolute as any Anvar had commanded. Anger still simmered through it, but shot through now with doubt and apprehension. Heads turned to their lord as he sat slumped in his great chair. "My wisdom does not sleep," said Anvar at last, icily. "I do not fear any of them, Eckwesh, Master-Smith, even the Raven Wanderer. You do not know the power of our mountain fastnesses, man." "I do," said Curmervan calmly. "I am here." "With help?" barked the old lord over the rising disquiet. "And you were known and caught at once? As for Raven, even allowing the tale true, we may honor him, but we do not march in his steps. He gestured up to the image that towered over his throne, and Elof could see now that it was rich beyond price, the flames alone made with many gems and rich metals. "We owe allegiance to one power only, and that is Ilmarinen, the smith, who alone of all the ancient powers keeps true to his trust. He shaped us our refuges of old from the coming of men, and he will not desert us now." Then Elof saw the jagged work of silver upon the anvil, and understood. "He shaped you the mountains, then, to preserve your folk and their wisdom? I for one am glad, for I have learned to value great craft, and I revere those who use it well. But, Lord of the Duergar, have you ever thought why your folk were preserved? Was it simply that you should all grow inward and apart, here below, and contribute nothing to the world outside? I know little of the powers, but I cannot believe they would waste riches thus. Was it not rather for such a day as this, when the dark arts of the ice we both hate may be countered by your ancient good?" "That's telling!" shouted a clear voice, and the girl bounced up onto the dais beside him. "That's the word!" To his surprise, other voices echoed her, and were not shouted down. There was a shuffling in the hall, a sound of taut unease. Anvar, staring open-mouthed, recovered himself and glared. "Do we then need humans and children to teach us our purposes?" "It seems we do," said Ansgar quietly. "The powers do not tolerate stagnation forever. We know that. Lord, we have been complacent too long already. I hold myself as responsible as the rest. We must begin to act. And where better than here?" The buzz of voices swelled, and Elof felt a shiver of excitement at the change in it. Anvar was turning this way and that to his other counselors in a debate that grew more heated by the minute. "So," he said at last, and the silence fell again. "As I said, my wisdom does not sleep, and I fear no outside assault, whether by its minions or the ice itself. But this mansmith shapes doubt as skillfully as evil weapons, and sets my folk against my will." "Well, have your way then. Ansgar, you hold yourself responsible, you say? Then I will also. Hear my decree. You may take this creature and teach him what you will, for 2 years at most. That is time enough for us to judge him, and see whether we may safely let him go, knowing as much of us as he does. But we must meanwhile be sure of him. For that length of time he will never, upon pain of death, set foot beyond your dwelling and forge." "Well, are you satisfied?" Behind him Elof heard Kermavan utter some exclamation under his breath. He was dismayed himself. 2 years, without open air, light of moon and star. And in that time, what would be happening in the world outside? But what he had come for, he had found. He bowed low to Anvar and to Ansgar. "If Ansgar will have me, I am honored." Ansgar smiled. "Have you some work of yours about you, lad?" "I fear not, my lord, except the hilt of my sword, which was taken from me at my capture." Anvar gestured, and a guard came forward, bearing his blade and Kermavan's 2 broken ones. Ansgar unhesitatingly picked out the dark blade. "The others are Southron work," he said absently, and sniffed. He peered at the hilt, rubbed his finger up and down it, and tilted it to the light. "What virtue did you set in this?" he demanded. "I do not know, lord. I made it when I was unwell, and did not try to give it any." Ansgar's mouth twitched, and he turned to the girl. "Look upon this, Ilse." Together they pored over it a moment, and then suddenly they burst out laughing. "Oh, it has a virtue all right," chuckled Ansgar. "But you did not make the blade?" "No, I found it in the marshes of the Debatable Lands." "Ah," breathed Ansgar, nodding. "It is a strange thing. But the hilt is fine work for a human, Sir Apprentice." "Then it is settled," said Anvar grimly. "And I suppose we must extend our forbearance to this Southron, his companion." "Your magnanimity honors me, lord," said Kermavan coolly, and bowed. "But warm as was your reception, I have no wish to stay, so by your leave—" "I give you none," said Anvar thinly. "Your pardon, lord," said Curmervan more heatedly. "But what is the good of imprisoning me here? I am no smith, there is little I can do in your land, and much of moment awaiting me in the world outside. I came only to guard and guide my friend over a difficult road. Nevertheless you came. And as for guarding and guiding, you would not get far if you tried to return without your friend to shield you." "But he was shielding me," said Elof confusedly. "Do you really think so?" smiled Anvar contemptuously. "Do you imagine light is so easily seen from our air shafts, or the gates on them so lightly protected? There is a virtue in them, that they cannot be told from the stone in which they are set, save by our people. And yet you, Elof, saw the light from afar, your friend only because you had shown him it. You found the gate at once, and saw how it might be broken. What else, I wonder, have you all unknowingly found throughout your travels? What menaces has the power in you held at bay?" Elof gaped, shaken to his core. "But as for you, fellow, no more debate. You leave us, if at all, when he does, though I agree we have little use for you. A human warrior," he sniffed. "I would not trust such a one bearing arms for me. Still, we shall find some useful employment for you. The mines, perhaps." "Do you mock me, Lord Anvar?" Curmervan's face had turned pure white, save dashes of red that burned in his cheeks, and his eyes as empty as the sea. Towering over the Duergar, he strode forward. Guards clashed their spears together in front of him, and they were thrust aside like stalks of grass, the blades levelled at his back, but he paid them no heed. "Keep me here, if that is your will. Have me rot in your dungeons, if that suits your whim. But do not try to make me your slave or your beast of burden. I was not born to such usage, though I will endure any hardship in this world, be it only honourable. I would sooner walk from here to the river than lift the lightest burden of a slave." The crowd growled, and Elof suddenly felt very alone among them, for he did not understand the wrath that had come over his friend. "Don't be an idiot," hissed Elof. "You worked on the ram with me." "That was necessary, a soldier's task," said Curmervan frostily. "Well, this—" But Curmervan was deaf to all else, and his voice rang clear as the hammered silver on the wall. "Hear me, Anvar, and consider well, for I am no common man. My forefathers through many generations have sat in judgment, as you do now, upon a chair of stone, robed with the authority of the law and the will of their folk. They have condemned men, as the law dictated, to prison or to death, but never to be a beast of burden. If they had, so it was held among us, they themselves would have borne greater disgrace, and their rightful authority would have fallen from them like a tattered cloak, and so it may from you, lord and king. For will you have it said that you stoop not only to our level, but far, far below it?" No Duerg stirred or spoke. Curmervan stood tall among them, like a tree against a stormy sky, his face set hard as their palest marble. Elof stared, for he had never seen the man so. Time hung round him like a heavy mantle. Anvar seemed old, his halls ancient, and yet Curmervan, who was young, bore as great an air of antiquity, as if he were only a link in a great chain that stretched unbroken away into the deeps of time. The lordly, even condescending manners had hardened into something immensely strong and ageless, like statues he had read about of ancient kings, and the wrath that had blazed in the grey eyes had frozen into a bleak, terrible justice. And before those eyes even the Lord of Duergar seemed daunted and cast down. When he spoke, his voice sounded quivering, almost querulous, after the ringing music of Curmervan's. "I meant neither disgrace nor mockery," he muttered. "Labor in the mines is esteemed a work of solid worth to us all, those who undertake it hardy and strong." "And courageous," added the girl, Ilse, firmly. Elof eyed her. He detected something in her voice, something left unsaid, and he could guess what. Mines would suit the bravest, true, but only those who could offer no better skill of mind or hand. Among these worshippers of skill, they would be little esteemed. Kermervan, though, appeared not to see that, because abruptly he stepped back and bowed stiffly to Ilse, and again, less deeply, to Anvar. "I thank you, lady," he said, "and I accept your given word, Lord Anvar. Since that is so, though the task is very strange to me, I accept it with honor." The sudden release of tension in the hall was almost tangible, but Elof was torn for a moment between common sense and his duty to his friend. He did not wish to see Kermervan made a fool of, but if he told, then all was awry again. Worse, though, might follow if that fearsome warrior worked it out for himself. In desperation he looked at Kermervan, and saw a rueful twinkle in those chilly eyes that both startled him and lightened his spirits. Kermervan knew very well what had not been said, and was pretending he did not. Elof sprang down from the dais and wrung his friend's hand. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing for me." Kermervan shrugged in slight embarrassment, surprised at himself. "Not only for you. For the first time I find it better bending to a wind than falling altogether. Too much is at stake. I am sure my ancestors would understand. Let it pass. You have what you need. Let us hope 2 years will be enough. They had better be. Let us hope the master-smith does not strike against your land before then. Yes, it depends whether he chooses to overrun the north completely first. But if I were he, I would not, for the real threat to him lies in my land now." "And ours," said Ilse cheerfully. Kermervan bowed again, but Elof looked her up and down with frank curiosity. The strange Duergar face looked well on her. In fact, she was more than comely in anyone's eyes. Her black hair, cut short and very curly, came almost to her brows. Her wide, intelligent eyes were very clear and brown, her nose pert and snubbed over an enormous, infectious grin. She wore boots, a short, heavy kilt, and a dark tunic, sleeveless and caught in at the waist, with a richly ornamented belt of leather and mail, on which hung a long sheathed knife, and various less recognizable things. The tunic, bearing large areas of white skin, made her look startlingly buxom to human eyes, but also revealed the play of hard muscles in her arms and shoulders. She returned Elof's look with equal frankness, and suddenly reached out, tweaked his upper arm, and jabbed him in the ribs. "Not as weak as most humans, just underfed. Well, we'll look after you." "Be sure that you do," said Anvar harshly. "For mark you, I hold you both answerable. The warrior you will take down to the wharf, and there commit to the custody of bales of the mines. But this one is your responsibility, and on you, man-smith, I lay one further charge. We may let you return to your kind one day. Say what you will of us then, good or ill, we care not. But we alone may share our wisdom. Swear by your very craft that you will never reveal its secrets. Now, take them from my sight, and blindfold, that they learn not the ways." Kermervan snorted contemptuously, but Elof swore his oath, and then they went forth from the hall. Guards led them hooded through long corridors and through heavy-sounding doors into a wide space where the air was fresher and cooler, and sound less confined. Over cobbles they walked, and the sound of running water grew ever louder, until their feet drummed on some surface of planking that creaked against stone. There the guards handed over Elof to the care of Ansgar and Ilse, and Kermervan to Bales, who was harsh and curt of voice, and ordered him aboard ship at once. The warrior laughed. "So it begins. Bear up, my smith, and learn well. Don't flatten your thumbs on the anvil. Make it all worth our whiles." "I will," said Elof fervently, wishing he could find better than that to promise. "And you, have a care of that high head of yours on the roofs." Ilse helped them shake hands, and Kermervan was led aboard. Elof stood listening to the light flapping of sails and creak of hull and cordage as the boat was made ready, feeling once more alone and adrift, blaming himself for his friend's plight. Suddenly he felt the hood being tugged up over his head. "No guards around to tattle, so away with that foolishness," said Ilse firmly. "Well," said Ansgar indulgently, "since we must pen you up, it would be a shame indeed not to have at least one sight of the Duergar realm." Behold, then." Elof, blinking, looked from him to Ilse, and then, slowly and unbelievingly, around him. It had felt so exactly like the open air on a cool summer's evening that he had not stopped to think just where they might be. He stood on a wide river wharf, full of bustle and movement, a well-made work of wood upon a stone slope. White sails were being unfurled, flapping in the brisk breeze that was rising along the stream. But that stream flowed in through a dark cavern mouth in one of the walls, and only a little way further on it vanished again into another wall. Elof's eyes followed that wall, up, expecting to see a strip of the sky over high valley walls. But sky there was none, and he had to fight not to shrink down under the weight that oppressed his mind, beside which all the works of man looked small. For above the wharf rose steep streets of houses, small but solid, their windows glowing in the dusk light, and above them in turn, cresting the hills, the walls and turrets of a strong citadel, lowering in the stone. Its many circles of walls, so smooth they might have been hewn entire from the stone, dwarfed both the houses and the strong towers and galleries that ringed the surrounding walls. But great as it was, that citadel was dwarfed in its turn. For the little town, and all around, stood within the bounds of a vast cavern in the living stone, a wide hollow hill, as it seemed, and overhead was stone unbroken, save for small channels and crannies whence came the scant light, dimmer than the lanterns by the river. He thought of where that river must lead, of other wharves in other caverns under the high hills. And the realm and power of the Duergar loomed very great before him, like some vast beast which has lain sleeping and all but forgotten for long ages under the earth, but might yet arise to awe the very daylight. "You see," said Ansgar, without appearing to notice how the sight affected him. "The heat of the earth at these depths warms the air. This wars constantly with the cold air of the mountains, and so is in constant motion throughout the long caverns of our realm. Thus the air is kept flowing and fresh, and gives us breezes on which our ships may sail." Elof shook his head in awe. "I wonder if we were not foolish, Curmervan and I, with our bold words to your lord. How could Eckwesh or Ice ever threaten you in such a fastness as this?" Ilse shook her head vehemently. "Foolish? Never say so! First bit of sense anyone's talked in council this century. Did me good to hear. Anvar's getting on, that's all, and he doesn't like men much. Remembers when they were pushing into our farmlands and hunting grounds." "For we grow most of our food above ground as you do," said Ansgar, "on high mountain terraces, and so we are just as vulnerable to the ice in that way, and in other ways. The ice can wear away even a mountain, little by little. Have you never heard stone splitting in the cold nights, and the grind of the glacier against the rock? But it need not even do that. There is a faster way to overwhelm us. If it can fix the cold around us, keep our winters harsh, and drain some of the warmth of summer by sending cold winds and fogs and freezing water in the rivers, then every mountain's cap of snow will start to grow, extending the snow line downward and spreading chill before it. Very soon it will become a glacier in its own right, and one with no more mountains between it and your westward lands, and beyond them only the sea. Thus the ice may breed, in mockery of the life it so despises." "And the Duergar?" asked Elof hoarsely. "Master Ansgar, what would happen to your folk then?" "Burial," said the elder Durg solemnly. "Utter entombment. Our airways choked, our rivers frozen. The blood and breath of our realm cut off, and our high pastures and fields no doubt laid waste by the cold or the fell things the ice unleashes. But that will be slow to happen, for the ice moves most easily where heart and spirit will not stand against it, where knowledge and craft cannot flourish, and only strife, oppression, and bloodshed prosper." Elof nodded slowly. "I remember things the master smith said when first he showed me the ice glow in the sky. how it mortified the body and strengthened the mind, seeking to freeze away animal passions and leave pure thought. Perhaps normal humans, and Durgar, are offensive to it. Perhaps it truly cannot abide the presence of a great mass of beings who both think and feel. So it can only come against us when we are already weakened and scattered. Ansgar nodded. And so turns man against man, and perhaps man against Durgar. It were well that our old strife were forgotten, and our still more ancient kinship was renewed. May this be the first step on that stair. For though we must confine you, yet you are our honored guest. Come now. The wharf stretched all along the river bank, its sides lined with immense stone blocks like those in the master-smith's tower. At intervals along it were tall columns bearing torchlights, their reflections gleaming red gold in the still dark water, and below these were ladders and stairs leading down to the waterside. All these were made of dark metal, most curiously and beautifully wrought. "Stone and metal," remarked Ansgar, "our foundation, and the dual nature of our kind. Anvil now, he was a worker of stone, and shares its virtues, to be hard, dependable, enduring. But Ilse and I, and many of us, we are metal. We are strong in our way, perhaps, but flexible also, able to change and be shaped by time and events." Ilse chuckled. "And yet to keep enough spring to find something of our former shape when needed. I think you also are metal, and your friend in his way?" "I pray that he is," said Elof, looking down at the boat, which was ready to depart. It was a strange craft, long and narrow and smooth-sided, with a low mast and wide square sail, very lightly rigged. He waved, though he did not expect to be seen. But to his surprise a tall figure turned on the deck and waved in return. Ansgar chuckled. "Bales of the Mines is not as hard as he makes himself out to be. He would not leave anyone blindfolded longer than need be. I do not think you need fear too much for your friend." Elof sighed. "That comforts me." The gentle cave wind bellied out the sails, and the craft glided out onto the glassy black river, leaving scarcely a ripple, like a dream. The crew were singing in their deep voices a merry-sounding song in the Durgar tongue, which Elof cannot then have known. Yet a version of a song in the northern speech is here preserved in the chronicles, and it may well be the one. "Deep under stone the breeze is rising. Hoist the sails, for we'd soon be gone. Bid good-bye to your bright-eyed Judies. We'll sail where gold outshines the sun. Deep in the caves the river's running. To your oars, for there's rapids soon. They'll have a jump your girl won't give you. We'll sail where silver outshines the moon. Deep under mountains dark is closing. Light the lamps, keep a watch afar. Rock grow fangs in the narrow channels. We'll sail where a jewel outshines a star." Little is recorded of the things Elof learned in his months of study under the smith Ansgar, for such wisdom was not commonly committed to records that all might read, and least of all by Elof. He kept his oath, as he kept all, faithfully. It is known, though, that much of what he learned concerned the natural properties of things and how they were related, rather than of arcane craft. "For that is in most ways a shadow," Ansgar is recorded as saying, "of the power that lies in you yourself, a subtle and intricate way of shaping and channeling what flows from you to your work. This you have seen. When your guilt hung heavy about you, you could set all the signs you wished upon simple work, but no virtue took root in it, for you feared in your heart of hearts to release any, and all unknowing sought to stifle the gift within you. But upon this sword-hilt you set no sign at all, and yet it is rich with craft." "What is the virtue in it, then, that you and Ilse saw?" asked Elof. "And why did you laugh so?" Ansgar chuckled again. "Because, my lad, you could have brought nothing better calculated to make us trust you. Ilse, look again and tell him." She caught the sword lightly, handling the sharp blade with care, and turned it to the light. "I see no definite virtue. Truly you left it formless, a song without words." She gave him a mischievous smile. "I see you, or an aspect of you. You as you became in the marshlands. Your purposes, the things you wish to fight, and to defend." She looked at him, past the hilt. "By not directing your power, you've made this sword part of yourself, almost. That may happen sometimes with things we make and use for long. They take on an air, an aura of their owner as a dog may of its master, but never so strongly." She shook her head in surprise. "You've mirrored your living will in this sword, so strongly it could almost speak. Even now it may make a fair sound as you wield it, a kind of singing. Am I right?" Elof blinked. "I have wielded it only amid great noise, in a sea fight and a storm. But yes, at the last it hummed, a deep note." Ansgar frowned. "The sword? Surely you mean the hilt only, for the blade's no work of his." "See then," she said, and laid it down. Ansgar's fingers glided over the metal, following the elusive gleam in its blackness. "You are right," he said at last. "It resides in the hilt, but has spread to the blade. However could that be? Perhaps there is some old spell in it which meshes with your power. But so strongly." He sighed, and looked at his apprentice keenly. "Elof, you must take care. You have deep wells of craft in you, and you seem always to pour more into your work than you expect. Doubtless the master-smith hoped only for a weapon that would sway his enemies, or at best cow them, not drive them shrieking in droves. Be warned." "But if that's so—" Elof stopped. He was thinking of the bracelet and the virtues that lay on it. If he had made that as powerful, if she only knew, might it not serve to break the hold Louhi had on her? He became aware that Ilse was looking at him a little strangely, and remembered she had seen things he wished to fight, and to defend. How clear had her vision been? He shook his head in bewilderment. "How can I ever learn to control something I don't even understand?" "Learn to control the materials you work with. Learn their properties, what they can and cannot do, and apply your craft accordingly. When it is this powerful, you may use it as a cutting edge rather than a bludgeon, and so aim it more accurately. Less craft, more skill." So Elof turned back to his anvil, and many a long month he slaved there, struggling with metals he had once thought easy to work, and many other substances also. He learned the subtle arts of alloying that could make something chiefly of gold or silver almost as durable as steel. He learned how to make things of steel as light almost as wood by crafting cunning edges, honeycombs, or webs whose strength lay in their shape alone. He learned how to work strange light metals that would not normally take shape under the hammer, or would burn like a star-stone at the first touch of the flames. Ansgar taught him much lore of minerals, crystals, and jewels, which the master-smith had never made much use of. But strangest of all, it is recorded that he learned from the Duergar-smith how to look deep into the structure of the metal itself, to see the shock of each hammer blow travel through it as clearly as ripples through a pond, and how the next blow or heating or quenching would affect what he worked. He even, it is said, came to know the many shapes and forms and structures that the very crystals of which all metal is made might take, and none in more detail than iron. That was a metal he had almost come to scorn, because it was so easy to work. But of all the mistakes he had made, he came to believe that this was the greatest. For with the initial ease went infinite variety, especially in the alloying and shaping, and much of this required almost an infinity of skill and patience. But it was at this difficult work that he was to become most accomplished of all. To learn so much, he drove himself very hard, and rarely had leisure to resent his confinement to Anskar's forge and halls. These were in a cavern chain of their own, high in the mountain that was the Duergar capital. "It is an ancient place," the smith said, "and so hallowed. The forge has served my line since the Duergar first settled in these mountains, many an age past. There are virtues of many kinds to be gained simply from working in such a spot, and it is always best to have your own settled forge, when you can." Elof stared into the rich flames. "And I do not even know who my parents were. I am a wanderer in this world, nowhere at home for long. Would that I might find such a place, but my heart misgives me when I think of it." "May you never have cause to rue it, then," said Ilse softly. But where Elof stayed in one place, Kermervan did not. Ilse, who travelled widely, brought him news of his friend whenever she could, and it grew ever better. Set to labour in the mines, he impressed the Duergar first with his unrelenting endurance, which matched their own, and later with his great valour and prowess. Dark things stalked the mines, for there were old workings which ran out under the ice, and guarding them was no easy task. Once his party had to face a great snow troll, of the kind that had hunted him and Elof into the mountains. Armed only with a pick, Kermervan held the passage against it till guards could come, and struck its death-blow in the fight, a feat that won him great honour. For that, against the will of Andvar, he was himself made a guard, and at last was being sent the length and breadth of the Duergar realm, helping to guard the miners and the precious trains of ore. It is said, though, that he always pined in this world of twilight for the sun and open air, and seized every chance he could get of duty that took him near the open, even in the depths of winter. But though far enough south at times to be within reach of his own land, he never broke his trust and stayed to serve the Duergar faithfully. For that, perhaps, they honoured him most of all. He was never permitted, though, to speak with Elof. Ilse took word to him, however, and no less encouraging. Elof's burgeoning craft amazed the Duergar, who had never suspected humans were capable of such skill. Many called upon Anskar to see and sneer, and went away marvelling. So, both men prospered in their way, and won the regard of some, at least, of a secretive and suspicious folk. But one thing tormented them both, and that was the lack of word from the world outside. Most Duergar cared little for the affairs of men and avoided any contact. The only word came from outlivers of both peoples who might occasionally meet by chance in the wild lands around the mountains, and since they were equally solitary and eccentric, their word was not to be relied on. Once some young and adventurous spirits able to pass for men had walked briefly among them. Anskar had been the most daring of these now living, but Andvar had long forbidden any such practice. The best Elof and Kermervan could glean was that the Eckwesh, though powerful in the north, had not yet made any decisive strike southward, and with that they had to be content. But there came a day when Kermervan was taken from his post, and told he was summoned to the capital. And as he took ship northward, he reckoned up the days, of which lately he had lost track, and realized with a thrill that their allotted time was almost up. A great excitement and a cold fear swelled up within him then, all too closely mingled. He was glad when he came to the door of Anskar's forge, a vast cluttered cavern hall strewn with anvils, benches, and weird devices, and saw his friend's bulky shadow on the rough rock wall, hammering away at something on a small anvil with strokes that fell heavy but minutely judged. Only when he had finished did Elof lay down his hammer and look up. "Kermervan!" they shouted with laughter and wrung each other's hands. "Welcome, wanderer! You great fool! What kept you hovering there? You should have called out." Kermervan smiled wryly. "I know better now than to interrupt a smith at his work. These Duergar folk are an education. The mildest of them might cleave your skull for that. I feared you might have picked up their habits, and in truth you have something of their look about you now. Leaner, more lines on your face, and the only color in it the forge tan, heat, and smoke." "And his eyes," smiled Ilse. "How they take the fire now, eh?" Kermervan, smiling, turned to bow, then froze, blanched slightly, and whirled away to eye some pieces of armor lying on the side bench. Ilse shrugged and turned her back. Elof strove to conceal his amusement. It was only reasonable that in this heat she should work as he and Ansgar did, stripped to the waist. But to spare his friend, he changed the subject. "Well, I won't say you've not changed since we last met. Didn't think you could look much harder, but you do. And how'd you come by that color under hill, eh?" Kermavan laughed. "They thought I could use some open air, so they sent me south to their mountain pastures this spring. I've been guarding the herds and the fields on the mountain terraces. Me, guarding goats and deer and herdsmen. But it was welcome work for all that. You could have used it by the pale face on you." Elof nodded, and his broad shoulders sagged a little. He slackened the band of cloth round his forehead. "It seems a lifetime since last I saw the sky, and I have missed so much the sea wind among trees, the birds singing. Few find their way down here, where only the bats are happy." Then he straightened again, and the flames danced in his eyes. "But it was worth it, for I have been hard at work, and not without result." Kermavan's face grew tense. "You've learned something?" "Learned much, many things, and not only learned them, but put them to good use. Which reminds me—" He turned suddenly and went to the anvil where he had been working. There he bent over something, wiped it with a cloth, and stood up with a dark-bladed sword in his hand. He tossed it hilt first to Kermavan, who caught it neatly, hefted it approvingly, and gazed in wonder at the blade. The metal was not bright, but grey with an odd golden sheen, and as he looked closer, Kermavan could see it was marked with a pattern of minutely fine dark lines that flowed shimmering like water through the metal. "What magecraft is this?" he exclaimed, "to make a sword blade out of silk, water-shot silk?" Then his fingers danced on it, as if it was hot to the touch. "Is this another one of these patterned spell-bound monstrosities?" Elof smiled tolerantly and shook his head. "Neither silk nor spell-bound, and you may handle it safely. None more safely, in fact, for I made it for you." "Oh," said Kermavan. "Ah." Elof repressed a smile. Here was the man looking embarrassed again at his unintentional rudeness. "Well, I owed you one, I thought, since you'd broken both yours and one in helping me. I had no time to make two, so this is a hand-and-a-half blade. I was only finishing fitting the pommel as you came in just now, but you need not feel uncomfortable with it. There is no magic in it, as I knew you would prefer." Ilse chuckled. "Nothing you would know is magic, in any event. That pattern comes not from twisted ropes of metal, as in the mine sword, but from tiny amounts of flame-pure charcoal in the steel, lending it great strength." "Charcoal?" said Kermavan, startled. "Would that not weaken metal? Or is that not some magic? It seems a fine and fair blade." "Yes, indeed," said Ansgar's voice from behind them. The smith strolled down the steps and held out a hand. "Welcome, Kermavan. I am glad the message found you so promptly. You'll honor us by accepting a stoup of ale. I thought you might. Ilse, stir your stumps, girl, before we die of thirst. So, a fine sword it is, and hard in the making, but there's no spell in that. The charcoal's cooked into the metal as it's drawn living from the ore, and lodges in the very crystals of it. That makes it hard, but brittle, almost like stone. The real art lies in breaking down just enough of the crystals to a springier kind, more like common steel, so you can balance the qualities. A powerful lot of forging that takes, strong heating, hard hammering, slow cooling, and quick quenching. A great labor. See how the lines run the length of the blade, but here, and all the way up they fold in across it. That's where the hammer last struck, tempering the stony metal against the springy. Our dual nature again, stone and steel. But few, if any, among Durgar smiths living could craft you a finer blade than that one." "I praise indeed for sword and swordsmith," breathed Kermavan, and looked at it with new wonder. "And a great gift, Elof, for any warrior among men. My thanks, good friend, and may it repay them in the hand." He swished it through the air in one hand, then in two. Or hands, for as you said, it is a perfect hand and a half length for me. I'll wager this one won't break in a troll's pate. True enough, agreed Ilse, as she reappeared. To Kermovan's evident relief, she had donned a pattern-brown tunic and bore 2 large stone tankards in each hand. But for proof, she added, as she passed them around, you could try it on your own pate, not having a troll handy. She sat down on the large anvil and sipped delicately at her own ale. No proof is needed, said Kermovan stiffly, and Elof smiled to himself again. Ilse seemed to unnerve this stiff-necked Southron more than a mountain full of trolls. It bears witness to your teaching and Elof's skill. Aye, it's passable, said Ilse, with a curious expression. But there's better witness than that. Hasn't he shown you yet? Kermovan looked sharply at Elof. You've made another weapon? Something you can use against the mastersmith? Elof nodded. Maybe. Worth trying, anyhow. Ilse leaned over, and there was no mistaking the excitement in her eyes. He made your sword in the times he had to wait for this, while he was waiting for the crystals to grow. Elof motioned her to silence. Better we show you, he muttered. You are the warrior, after all. Tell me what you think of this as a weapon. He strode over to a cluttered workbench and picked up one of the various pieces of armor Kermovan had been looking at. A great left-hand gauntlet of mail and jointed plate it was, long enough to cover an arm to the shoulder. No joint, no seam in it, but was covered and blocked by finest mesh mail. Every finger was a masterpiece of minute armory, molded in bright smooth steel, and covered in the strange lined characters of the Duergar and the swirling archaic script of the North, the joints sealed by welded ring mail as fine as cloth. Heavy as the gauntlet looked, Elof donned it with ease and flexed the fingers as he might his own. Kermovan peered at the hand as he did, and saw set in the palm what looked like a great white jewel, cut flat, upon which the fingers closed. Elof glanced around the forge, bit his lip, and walked over to the fire. With his free hand he pumped the small hand bellows till they gasped like a hunted animal, and the coals at its heart glowed red-white under leaping blue flames. Ilse caught her breath, and Kermovan stared unbelieving as he saw his friend reach out, shielding his face, and plunge his mailed arm downward. No! The swordsman was on his feet in an instant, but he was too late, too far to stop those steel-sheathed fingers dipping deep into the dragon glare. A sickened look on his face, he watched the hand rise clenched from the flames, like the fist of Surtur stirring under the earth. Fire dripped from it, and the steel of the fingers bore a baleful glow. Then, very slightly at first, they unclenched. It was like opening a furnace door. Fire roared in the hand, as if somehow still fed there by the bellows blast. A glow spread between the fingers, flames arose and licked around them, and yet the metal itself showed no sign of heat. Slowly, very slowly, the fingers steepled, and a thin cone of flame roared and trembled at their apex. With a grin on his face, tense, taut, triumphant, Elof swung round and thrust out his mailed arm in a defiant gesture. The fingers spread wide. A tongue of fire darted across the forge, licked a scorched circle on the wall, and vanished into nothing. Kermovan sat dazedly staring at the circle, for though among the Duergar he had heard much of smithcraft, he had never before seen its power so clearly. "A remarkable thing," said Ansgar calmly. "It is made in something the same fashion as our lanterns, but in all our long years of craft and learning, we Duergar have never achieved anything quite like it." "You see," said Elof in a slightly shaky voice, "it has virtues on it of catching, containing, binding. It could do as much with the sunlight or the wind, running water, the sound of a voice, any force. Anything that has heat or motion, it can grasp, gather, and turn back." "Including the force that turns men's minds?" demanded Kermovan sharply. "I think so. I hope so. Ansgar and Ilse could teach me little about it, even when I showed them that strange goad, and the symbols I took from it. The Duergar have never sought to learn the skills of domination, not even to withstand them. But I have, to my sorrow. I know something must pass out of that mind-sword to strike so many at once. As I have felt, its power is diminished by distance, exactly like a lamp's light, or a voice, or the flight of an arrow. So, is it not also some kind of force? A dark light, a voice speaking fell things, an arrow of the mind, said Ansgar. So I felt it, so it laid its hand on me, even as I fled. And I, said Ilse, and the light faded in her wide eyes a moment. She shivered in the forge's heat. I do not wish to face that ever again. It was terrible. Kermavan looked doubtfully at Elof. You think, you hope, it may work. But you will not know, will you, till you go up against your enemy? Can you risk such a thing? I expected, I cannot say, another sword, perhaps, to meet fire with fire? Such means are not mine to use, said Elof bitterly. I cannot play with fear and terror, to thrust the minds of men one way while the master-smith drives them another. For what then would happen to those minds caught between two such powers? Would they not crack and shatter like nutshells between stones? Or would you have me drive an army of my own against the Eckwesh, and set them on to slaughtering each other? He stared bleakly into the distance. How long must such a struggle endure, when the only real combatants hide behind their forces like human walls? For years, for generations of slaughter and death, madness and ruin, both, and our only reward the cold pleasure of the ice, or worse. If I set myself to driving men like shoals before the shark, year after year, then even suppose I defeated my late master, would I not in the driving grow too much like him, and step into his place? His voice dimmed with anguish. It has come close to happening before. He chose me, and he was not wholly wrong. We are too much akin, he and I. Folly! Said Kermavan sharply, twisting his new sword nervously in his long fingers. That gauntlet cannot possibly match the power of the sword. At best, it is a defense. You should have made some weapon of attack. Elof shook his head. No, I cannot turn the craft in me to such ends. Not now. It would rebel against me, as once already it has. This, he hefted the gauntlet. You misread my purpose. This cannot strike of itself. It can only gather or return what is set against it, and with only such force as is used. It can collect that force, bind it, even concentrate it, but it can add nothing of its own. Kermavan clutched the sword to him, and bleak despair settled in his eyes. It's not enough, he insisted. Karis, it couldn't be. A toy. A trick. Elof laughed softly, and held it out, palm open. Kermavan's scornful words came echoing back at him, and he flinched. Elof looked at him sardonically. Are you so sure? Maybe you deserve a better proof. Stand, and be answered. Kermavan rose awkwardly, and Ilse also, with a look of deep concern in her eyes, but Ansgar drew her aside. Now, said Elof, unmoving, take that fine new sword of yours. Lift it high. Yes, like that. Then when I give the word, you may strike me down. What? Cried Kermavan, faltering. Do as I say, snapped Elof. Bring the blade down on my head, and with all your strength, mind. Then we shall see how the trick is played. Elof, gulped Kermavan dazedly. I am sorry. I did not mean to... But Elof held up his mailed hand. Mind you aim straight, that is all. Are you ready? Strike! Kermavan had gone white, caught between anger and shame and alarm at what he might do. He hesitated an endless few seconds, veins bulging at his temples, then brought the blade down upon the unprotected head of his friend. He struck with neither his full strength nor speed, and so might perhaps have been able to turn the blow aside before it fell. But he was never given the chance. The mailed hand rose to the blow, palm open, and the blade smote down upon the pale jewel at its heart. But as they met, there was no sound at all, and the stroke, though it might easily have lopped an oak branch, did not so much as cause the hand to waver. The steel fingers clamped tight round the blade. For a single heartbeat they held it rigid, while Kermavan's eyes bulged in disbelief, and Elof easily thrust it aside and down. Then the fingers flew open. Kermovan's sword was wrenched out of his grasp, with force enough to spin him round and throw him to the ground. Across the forge it arced, almost too fast to see, and with a deafening clang it struck against the huge anvil, sprang high in the air, and clattered to the ground. "My," breathed Ilse. "Glad I wasn't still sitting there." Kermovan could only stare, and even Elof seemed taken aback. "I am taught," said Kermovan hoarsely, as Ansgar went to help him up. "Elof, will you forgive my doubts? It is a mighty weapon you have made, as mighty, it seems, as its mightiest opponent." Elof looked troubled. "Rather you should forgive me, for I never expected the reaction to be so violent. Is your sword unharmed?" "It is," said Kermovan, still stunned. "It is the anvil that is chipped. And you say there is no magic in this? It is an awesome thing." "In the right hands," said Elof. "But believe me, I too have doubts. That fell sword was shaped by the mastersmith, even if the hand and the power were mine. It was hammered out in his will, with knowledge that came to him from darker sources. You are right to doubt if I can counter that. It was forged, ultimately, upon the Anvil of the Ice." "Yes," said Kermovan, "but it is he who wields it. He seems to me to take all he has from others. He has, then, less of his own, and that should count in your favor." "You speak truly," said Ansgar. "I have met him, talked with him, weighed him up. Though he has strong craft of his own, for a man, it flows less richly and freely than yours. That Ekwesh mask magic of his that blasted your old sorcerer, he had to dance himself in their fashion almost to exhaustion to unleash it, did he not? So, few mastersmiths among men could pour power as you have into two such creations, let alone one." Kermovan smiled. "So, is Elof not doubly a mastersmith now? Even a sword that can bite iron unscathed is surely a masterwork of itself." Elof shook his head, a little sadly. "Ansgar has shown me. Journeyman, that is a single bridge for all to cross, but not so mastership. That is achieved only when the smith masters himself, when he can control and direct whatever power he has. Without that, the craft alone means nothing. And at that I am only competent, no more. 2 years could not bring mastership." He snorted. "Perhaps I should be able to make a sword that cleaves anvils, not scratches them." "I have something for you, none the less," said Ansgar gravely. "I remember the fashion in which such things were made among your people. They may find the sign on it strange, for it is mine, but your skills they cannot challenge. The seal of a Duergar mastersmith might be of help to you one day." He held out a thin chain, and looped upon it a seal of black stone set in gold. "The stamp of a journeyman!" laughed Elof, and fell to one knee. "Master, I thank you." Ansgar hung it round his neck. "Do so, by achieving mastership." "That must come soon," smiled Ilse. "Perhaps," said Elof. "But my need is now." His eyes screwed up as if in pain. "When I think of those patterns on the sword, I remember them so clearly, they haunt me. It's somehow vital I understand them. And something else is needed from me, something vastly important. I can see that, but I don't know what." His voice wandered away into a whisper. "There I cannot yet help you," said Ansgar gravely, "and there is no more time left you now. That is why I called you here, Kermovan. Only 2 months or so remain of your 2 years, and you should be ready to leave. But it may not be so easy." "What do you mean?" asked both men together. "I mean that Anvar may not allow it. He has always hated allowing you to live, let alone learn, among us. And still worse is the prospect of letting you free once again, knowing what you do about us. He regrets being forced to do as he did, and though you have won many friends, there are yet more who still distrust all mankind. With their support, he can afford to ignore the council. I fear he may seek to delay you, even forbid you altogether. And delay you he must not. Word reaches us from the world outside, where spring moves toward summer once again. The Eckwesh raid no longer southward, but mass in force on the northern coasts. It is as if they await something. And some weeks since, our watchers saw the master-smith quit his high house in dead of night and set off toward the west, toward the sea. Surely he goes to join them. The assault on the Southlands begins. Chapter 8. The Wind Beneath the Earth. Kermovan's breath shuddered in his throat. "You are sure?" he demanded. "So many rumors." "These are no rumors," said Ansgar firmly. "Your coming here stirred the whole Duergar nation to alarm, the more so as you came through our northern outpost, that closest to the ice. Strange stirrings have been noted there of late, and the fell things roaming the mountains have greatly increased, so now no northern pass is safe. We have been keeping a special watch lest some assault on our realm also is brewing, and even wrung permission out of Anvar for some scouts to venture afield. They now report that this winter and last some of the Eckwesh have not sailed homeward, but have remained on the northern lands they have wasted, levying tribute from your inland towns under threat of assault. We hear that they even build longhouses and bring in thralls to farm the lands for them. Evil times. Those ravening creatures are worse even than the East men who first overran our lands." Kermovan twitched with anger, and the Duergar smith made a conciliatory gesture. "They were your kin, I know, and not all behaved evilly to us, but most did, driving us from lands we had mined and farmed freely for many lifetimes, calling us vermin, and slaying us out of hand, with a price on our skins." "Surely not!" cried Kermovan. "It was so, I assure you," said Ansgar calmly, "though I am not old enough to remember those times. Even Anvar is not quite. But his father was. I cannot wholly blame him for his distrust of men." Kermovan glared down into his ale. "But that is of no matter now. Our concern is to get you away from here and back to your folk as soon as may be, and that means before Lord Anvar can prevent you." Kermovan looked thoughtful. "That will not be easy. This is a mighty warren you have here, and well guarded." "But we will help you," put in Ilse. "We and others of like mind. We have been laying our plans." "You should not take such a risk," said Elof, Kermovan nodding his agreement. "If Anvar should find out—" "What can he do?" smiled Ansgar. "Very little to us, for all his bluster. There are too many of us, and we are not without influence. It is you who are in danger, and you should go at once, before word can reach him. Once out of the capital, Anvar will have difficulty in bringing you back. So we have arranged that there will be a boat waiting for you at the quay, small and fast as suits your need. It should be there an hour from now, well supplied for a long voyage. You may sail southward, and leave from one of our southern gates, now little in use." "This is generous, Master Ansgar," cried Kermovan, "and I have some skill in boats myself." "But not below ground," said Ilse. "You'd dent that high brain-pan of yours on a passing stalactite. And you don't know our waterways. Me, I've played courier to the south often enough, and ridden the odd rapid or two for the sport. So I shall be going along." "But—" began Kermovan. "For that and other reasons," said Ansgar inexorably. "We who favor aiding you men, we must have better reports of what passes in your lands, in Suddeney most of all. We hear some tidings from the children of Tapyao, and one or two outlivers, but they are odd, even for men. A clearer eye is needed, one that is happier in the hard light of the sun than most of us. As I was once, but I have dwelt below ground now for many a long year, and it must be someone who will find acceptance among men he meets also." Elof laughed. "Ilse will find that readily enough, eh, Kermovan?" Ilse fixed the swordsman with an eye of black steel, and fingered the haft of a heavy axe at her belt. "Why, yes, I suppose so," he managed. "In her way." "Truly?" said Ansgar. "There are times when even I despair of understanding your folk. But it is settled, then." He sniffed severely. "Now perhaps I may have some peace here. It has been noisy enough with one young person, growing restless and wanting to see the world, but with two— Ah, well, perhaps it will seem too quiet then." The wide eyes of the great Durg scanned them over the edge of the ale mug. "Do you take care, Ilse, and you also, you men, for we have learned to value you both. Elof, because he is so like us, more than I had ever thought a human could be. Perhaps you have a strain of us in your ancestry." Elof laughed. "I'm flattered. I might think more highly of my parents, if that were true." "Is it possible?" demanded Kermavan. "You are of different races." Ansgar shook his head. "Simply two aspects of one, as alike as facets of the same jewel." "As alike," grinned Ilse, "as dog and wolf, if you will forgive the comparison." They laughed. "But do not think it is only kinship that counts, warrior," Ansgar added. "Though you have not been so happy among us, you have stinted nothing. That we will not forget." Kermavan rose and bowed. "Lord Ansgar, I thank you. It seems you have been kinder to us than we deserve, and I shall strive to be worthy of it. If anything yet lives of the southern realm when all is done, better days may come between it and the mountain folk." "Let us hope so," nodded Ansgar. "But for now you must depart. The boat should be there any minute, and you must take it at once. The southward winds are strongest soon, within the first hours of the evening, so prepare yourselves. There is a scabbard there to fit your new sword, Kermavan. You have your other gear? Good. And you, Elof, yours?" "All but this huge hammer," said Elof, rolling it in oilcloth in his bag of tools. "These are not the least prize I carry away, Kermavan. Finer they are by far than the ones I left to moulder in the marshlands, free of any taint and full of Ansgar's wisdom. No smith among men has better." "Or deserves them more, I think," said Kermavan. "Well, master, is there some secret way we must take?" Ansgar looked surprised. "Hardly. We may simply walk down to the wharf. None would hinder you if you are with me. We shall say our farewells there." Nevertheless, Ansgar paused as they crossed the great gallery poised like a watchtower over the northern entrance of the river, and took care to scan the streets spread out on the slopes below. "There are few folk about and no guards on the long wharf. It looks safe enough. Let us hasten." Elof shivered as they made their way down the cobbled streets. The air of the great cavern felt dank and cool after the fierce glare of the forge, the light dim. It might have been that made him nervous, but he noticed that Ansgar, for all his casual words, stopped and looked around carefully at every corner, and most of all at the southern gallery, now almost overhead. "We must be wary here, for that watchtower is a favorite perch of Anvar's. Now he grows aged. Like an old eagle on his eyrie." "An ancient bat in his belfry," commented Ilse. "Well, there's our craft, just making ready by the long wharf there. Trim little thing, isn't she?" A mast rose by the wharf side, taller than most of the trading craft and differently rigged. The hull below it was long and lean, some 30 feet from stem to stern and slender of beam, with a blunt vertical bow, ending in a high carved post, and a long tiller stretching forward over the stern. It was fully decked, with a companionway aft and a covered hatchway to the hold just behind the mast. This bore 2 spars instead of 1, a short one near the masthead, and a wider one not far below, from which Durgar crewmen were already unfurling a mainsail that flared out widely at its base. "A topsail also," said Kermavan, surprised. "I hope the rigging is stronger than your wont, even in these light airs." Ilse sniffed. "Strong enough, warrior. It's a stepped mast, so you can lower it at need, and that takes firm stays anyway. Just you sit tight and let me do the sailing. I've handled these courier boats before." "I doubt it not," muttered Kermavan gloomily to Elof. "How would a mere boat dare misbehave?" Ansgar chuckled. "Well, my lads, all your needs are aboard, and so must you be. I'll not make a long farewell of it, but—" A sudden shout sounded from above, a hoarse command in the Durgar tongue, and then in the northern. "You below there! Stand!" As one they looked up at the low battlements of the gallery, and Ansgar cursed. There stood Anvar, and not on his own. A cluster of grim-faced guards gathered around him. His rage was almost visible, and it quivered in his rasping voice. "Has it come to this, then? that one of my trusted counselors will stoop to conspiracy with foes and usurpers? Did you imagine I would not hear word of such a thing, that all were as disloyal to our folk as you? We had only to catch you in the act." Ansgar growled his disgust and glanced down at the wharf. "There is always some fool. Listen, lads, Ilse, do you make a run for the boat while they're still out of bowshot." Elof shook his head. "And leave you here to face—" "To face nothing. He'd shoot you gladly, but he'll never dare touch me." "He's right," hissed Ilse. "Come!" But before they had clattered 10 paces down the steep slope, Anvar jerked his stick in the air, and with a low rumble something slid forward over the outmost end of the battlements, a fearsome thrusting beak of a device that was unmistakably a weapon. Anvar tugged angrily at his beard. "Stay where you are," he cried, his voice cracking and shrill, "till the guards come, or we will shatter you and your boat together." "He's taken leave of his wits," hissed Ilse, as they came to a skidding halt. "Look at the guards. They don't like this." "But they may still fire upon us," said Elof, "if they believe your people's survival rests on it. And you can be sure Anvar has chosen his most loyal followers." "Are you gone mad, lord?" shouted Ansgar furiously. "My daughter is with them." "The worse for her. Upon her own head is any harm if she will dally with men. And I will have a reckoning for this upon you both, for all the council may say. You betray your land and people to a—" His words were cut short by a sudden sound, high and distant, cleaving the still air like a blade. In the northward tunnel the steely rant of a trumpet was ringing echoes off the rock. The echoes took form and became other trumpets, louder, nearer, blasting out an alarm along the dark river. Ilse cried out and pointed, and they saw flashes and flickers of light awaken in the tunnel blackness. High on the towers of the citadel a wide concave mirror swung round to catch and relay the light, and from the town behind came a rising outcry, doors slamming, and feet running. A deep bell tolled in the citadel, and from across the town, high in the cavern walls, another pealed in discordant answer. "The watch is calling," puffed Ansgar, trotting down to join them. "The last they signalled thus, it heralded your coming. But what can this be now? Ilse, read me the message." The lights danced in her large eyes. Her lips moved, spelling out the letters in the flickering light. "It comes from the far north. Moving on the mountain wall. Some assault preparing." They looked at each other as the flickering slowed and stopped. For 3 breaths they waited, and then it began again. "Attack!" said Ilse between clenched teeth. "They come!" Then she cried out. They all saw it as it happened. The furthest, dimmest light in the tunnel flared suddenly and grew bright, blazed out red like an ember in the sudden blast. The firelight leaped from it an instant to all the other lights, capered red in the high mirror above, then went out. A sound came rolling out of the darkness, flanked and distorted by its own echoes, a booming bestial rumble. Behind rode a wind that whistled and pulsed as if the blackness itself gasped for breath, and on it a stink of sour musk, of hot metal, of burning meat. The boat's half-lowered sail threshed and beat like the wings of a terrified bird, and fell with the boom of canvas as the startled crew let go the sheets. Again the sound drummed and rolled, the lights flickered again. The trumpet notes blared to a scream against a distant clamor of voices, and a streak of red leaped in the dark. The wind throbbed hot on the watchers' faces, and out of the tunnel glided 2 huge shadows. Voices rose in panic from the town. The boat crew sprang ashore and bolted. For a moment Elof and Kermavan could make out only the beat of huge wings in the gloom, and between them dancing points of dark iridescence on something long and writhing. High they soared, flitting through the shadows of the roof, and then one shape swooped and fell away on thrashing wings, straight down toward the rooftops of the town. From the gallery above came Anvar's voice in hoarse command, and the war machine began to swing round and up. But it was slow, too slow, for the shape arrowed down now upon the gallery itself. From all sides came a single terrified shout, and the rumble of running feet. But Anvar had just time enough to draw himself upright and erect, lift the staff he no longer leaned on high over his head, and brandish it fiercely at the swooping shadow. Then a spurt of fire spat downward and streaked along the battlements. The lord of the Duergar stood still, a dark silhouette, defiant against the racing flame, but it rolled over him, and he was gone. Small black figures scuttled this way and that, sprang in desperation even over the battlements, only to blaze in mid-air and streak down like star-stones onto the huddled roofs beneath. In the redoubled glare, the beating wings showed transparent, the long serpentine body hanging below glittered and sparkled, its short legs raking at the air like a hunting cat clawing its prey. But among the lines of flame, shapes struggled with the war machine. There was a loud metallic bang and snap, and the beast lurched away from its play and tumbled in the air, leaving smoking streaks of cracked stone across the gallery. That rumbling roar shook the air, and Elof and the others instinctively ducked as the shape fell toward them, wings booming and clapping. It was immense. It seemed to fill the cavern roof. Then it flattened out into a glide. The wharf-side lights glittered a second on scales like small shields, then shattered before the wind of its passage. Liquid fire beat and boiled through the streets ahead. The rumble of running feet was lost in howls and screams. War machines spat from the citadel walls, and a shower of harpoons came rattling down. One dropped smoking from the air and stuck quivering in the deck of the boat. Down from the roof dived the second shadow, greater than the first, to strike at the citadel, and strange shadows capered before its spattering flame. "Dragons!" gasped Ansgar, struggling to his feet. "We must get to the citadel, if we yet can. A grown pair of that size has not been seen in the world in my memory, nor so bold an attack. They have passed all our northern towns to strike straight at the heart of our land. Come!" "We cannot," said Curmavan, and drew his sword. In the streets ahead, a wing-tip flicked briefly over a roof. There came the sound of a wall crumbling, and hoarse screaming suddenly drowned in the belching rumble. A light spurt of fire shot up, racing along a street like a fast-flowing river, kindling flames on either hand. The smaller shadow coursed overhead, twisted gracefully up the cavern wall, across the roof, and sped back down across the housetops once again. "The worm plays with our people," said Ilse thinly. "The filthy brute has got between half the town and the citadel, while its fellow engages the defences. Now he may clean it out as pleases him. Father, what can we do?" "We? Hope it tires of its play, leaves a way clear, even for a few moments. That would let most folk still in the town find safety, if the citadel gates may be opened. Those beasts must not get in. They would hunt us out of it, settle there, and breed where we could not easily come against them." The noise above was deafening, the deep rumbling dragon cries shaking stones from the high roof, to crash down upon the town. Under the clangor of the bells, the cries and hammering of weapons, it was an effort to think, easy to panic. At the far end of the wharf, a heavy trading barge suddenly spread sail and swept out into the middle of the river, passing them as it made for the southward gate. Down like a stone from the roof dropped the greater shadow, long tail snaking, down between the boat and the gate. The craft looked tiny against it. A catapult twanged above, and again the watchers ducked as a heavy bolt bearing a thick blue-flamed charge plunged down past them, narrowly missing their boat at the wharf. It splashed hissing into the river, and a blue glow still burned as it sank. The tail of the creature swung up, and then lashed down upon the hapless barge, cracking like a whip on the water. It struck the flanks of the barge with a dull boom. Figures fell on the deck. The mast whipped, cracked, and toppled into the water. The barge, holed, rolled over and drifted to one side, cries coming to the wharf as its crew struggled around it in the river. Overhead, wings beat. The long head ducked down, and the thin jaws parted. A single gout of flame dropped onto the water and spattered into a ring of floating fire. The hulk blazed, and the cries fell silent. The beast swept upward again, against a shower of darts. "So, no escape by boat," muttered Curmavan. "Where has the smaller brute gone now? It no longer quarters the town." "The main street there is clear," panted Ilse, and drew the axe from her belt. "We might make a run." "I see no better way," said Ansgar. "Come then, Elof." "Elof?" "Go on," gasped Elof, struggling with his pack. "I'll follow straight." The others hesitated, but he waved them away, and they ran. He stumbled after them, still wrestling with the straps. The shadows of the cobbles danced underfoot in the changing patterns of fire and thrashing wings overhead. One street went by, and then another, empty, and the slope steepened. Ahead of them lay the corner they must turn to reach the gate, but many minutes of running still lay between when the lesser dragon stepped, slithering round it, and faced them. Kermavan, as he stumbled to a halt, was first to see the look in those eyes as it turned to them, and knew that it had been waiting deliberately for any seeking to escape that way. They were appalling eyes, as huge in proportion as a bird's, and brighter, wickeder. They blinked once, slowly, as a snake does, a thick clear scale sliding like a shutter. And when it dropped they were aglow with delighted malice. The wings rose and rustled like ancient leather, spanning the street's width, then folded again in a waft of musky stench. Oily greenish scales rattled between legs and body as it paced forward, lightly, almost mincing, wholly unlike the ungainly beast in the forest. The hooked claws scored the cobbles. Elof, coming up behind, saw Kermavan stand his ground as the thing advanced, hefting the new sword almost regretfully, like one contemplating some foolish extravagance. The head tossed, the nostrils flared and steamed. Then Elof plunged past Ansgar and Ilse, and elbowed his friend fiercely aside. The same movement of the arm drew on the gauntlet, and, as the meshed teeth parted, he thrust it out in, as he realized, the selfsame gesture as Andvar's. The street vanished into roar and flame. It roiled and swirled in front of him, filling his sight with dazzling intensity, yet he felt nothing. Wonderingly, almost absently, he remembered to close his fingers. The fire swirled and died, and beyond it, half-blinded, he met the maddened stare of the dragon. Between them the cobbles were slick with something yellowish and oily. A foully acrid stench caught at his throat. He reeled, fist bunched tight against something that shook and quivered, saw the huge eyes glitter, the beast's head toss again and come thrusting forward, and, as the serrated teeth gaped, Elof flung his hand out wide, as if to leap down its very throat. The world puffed outward in light and noise. A great hand seemed to brush him aside. Then sight returned, and he was sprawling on the cobbles with awful sounds in his ears. Past him dashed a tall figure, and as he picked himself up he saw Kermavan plunge into the threshing, coiling mass, raise his sword high, and hew down at the struggling thing. There was a deafening yell, and fire spurted upward. He picked himself up, drew his own sword, and hobbled forward. The huge head twisted in front of him, scorched sooty black, its jaws hanging, an eye in sunken ruin. Kermavan hacked again at the upturned throat, and flame ran across the seam. The body convulsed. He was hurled aside, and the living eye glared up at Elof. Clasping the black sword in both hands, armored left and bare right, he smote at the outstretched neck where Kermavan had struck. The blade rang on cobbles beneath, agony spattered like hot metal across his hand, and the head sagged. 2 axe blades thudded into the gap, then Kermavan's sword, and the head dropped. They staggered back from the convulsing corpse. Flame spurted among the blood and filth that pooled in the street, and flickered suddenly on their fouled blades. Elof's forge work had hardened him to ignore most burns, but abruptly he winced and brought his scorched hand to his mouth. A weirdly bitter taste polluted his tongue, and he spat hastily. "It burns from within!" shouted Kermavan in disgust, scraping his blade clean against a stone. "What manner of beast can live thus?" "None," gasped Ansgar breathlessly, holding his side. "Elof caught its first fire, and lit the foul stuff it spews, while yet in its mouth." "Guard yourselves!" shouted Ilse. Overhead, they saw the other beast swing away from the defenses and hover high under the roof, wings thrashing as it saw what had become of its fellow. For a moment they thought it would swoop upon them, but then a long blackened tube thrust out over the citadel's high walls. There was a sudden spitting roar, louder even than the dragon's. A ball of blue fire lanced across the height at the beast's wing, so it had to fall awkwardly aside. Up into its path curved a shower of darts, and a great cheer went up from all around. A long ship had come gliding out of the northward tunnel, with many more war engines upon its decks, and behind it spread the sails of another. The dragon plunged aside toward the far side of the cave. "From the north," said Ansgar, recovering his breath in deep relief. "They have held off any further assault, then, and come to our aid. Ilse, my love, and you lads, now's your chance. Into your boat and away." Kermavan and Elof looked uncertainly at each other. "Don't be such damned fools of men!" roared Ansgar. "Think we can't cope now with one little dragon? But suppose you lads get hurt, or your precious weapons spoilt. Who'll save your city then?" "But you," said Elof, clenching his fingers. "I can reach the citadel now, can't I? Well, will you stand blathering while Kerbrahane burns?" Kermavan's sword clanged back into his scabbard. "Fare you well, then, and our thanks." Ilse blew her father a kiss. "Take care," he called. "Send word when you can, and may the good will of the mountain folk go with you." Elof raised his hand, unclenching the fingers, and captured light sparkled a moment from the jewel as he waved. Ansgar's way was lit clear. The Durg turned and went stumping up the slope toward the citadel. Ilse was already running, but as they reached the wharf, he saw her stop once, look back, and run on, and knew that the high carved gate had opened. The deck of the little boat boomed and swayed as they sprang down onto it. Kermavan swore. A plume of smoke rose from where the dart had fallen, heated by dragon fire. Elof ran to it at once and began hacking at the planking, leaving Kermavan and Ilse, who knew what they were doing, to seize the flapping sheets and halyards and secure the sail. Suddenly he laughed, and closed his armored left fist around the dart. The fire died at once, and he was able to wrench it out and toss it overboard. A light spurt of flame danced on his palm and was gone. "Well done, my smith," laughed Kermavan as he ran to cast off. "It has other uses, your little toy, than giving fire drakes a taste of their own." They laughed, slightly giddy with this sudden release. Kermavan clapped him on the back. "It was bravely done, that. You may call yourself a mighty warrior now, and no mistake." "I do not wish to," said Elof, as Kermavan thrust a pole into his hands. Ilse leaned hard on the tiller, and together they pushed the bows out into the stream. He looked around at the mess of smoke and flame on shore, the carnage, and the noise of battle. "A smith is all I wish to be, and at peace." "Time enough when you're old," called Ilse from the stern, angling the tiller delicately as the tunnel mouth gaped wider ahead. "Kermavan, take you the halyard and hoist the topsail, if you want to live that long." Kermavan cursed under his breath, but sprang to obey. With the topsail up, the little craft gathered speed rapidly, cleaving the dark water cleanly under its keel. They slipped slowly under the high arches, and darkness folded over them. The tunnel mouth became a patch of flickering light, dwindling behind them, and the sounds of conflict dispersed into echoing rumbles in the unseen roof. "The lanterns," began Ilse, and then said, more softly, "No. Better we go as far as we can without them. I can see enough for now. This part of our way is well-traveled and deep. We have only to keep with the current. Will boats not be coming from the southern towns also? Yes, but not for some time yet. The cave winds are against them for now, and going against the wind is a long haul on a narrow river. They will row until the wind changes, and not reach this stretch till morning. By that time I think the dragon will be slain, or have fled if it can. We have dealt with such attacks before, though none so powerful." They sat silent for long, their exhausted bodies ringing with the fury of the last hour, while the boat glided on peacefully, and the row of battle died away. A feeling of peace settled around Elof in that cool darkness, and yet he found himself resenting it. "I don't know why," he muttered, groping his way across the deck. "My hand was burned by that brute's blood. It pains me. But there is something else." "Does that gauntlet gall you?" suggested Kermavan. "Take it off, man, and relax." "Not I." "And your hand yet lay on your sword, the last I saw it," said Elof sharply. "Caress," barked the swordsman. "I cannot rest either, after all that. My heart halts in this murk. It tells me all's not yet past. The lanterns, girl." "As you wish," said Ilse. "I can lower their covers from here." The familiar smoky red glow flickered slowly to life at either side of bows and stern, and at the masthead. "It feels as if the breeze is freshening anyway. As well to see our way clear. Hasn't it fallen silent back there?" And as she spoke, a cool gusty wind did indeed billow out the sail, and the small ship bobbed and bounded ahead. All of a sudden, Elof sprang up. "Silent indeed!" he hissed, seized a lantern from the rail, and bounded high onto the stern, clutching the carved post. He hung there a few breaths, peering. Was he imagining things? The wind's chill fingers ruffled his sweat-soaked hair. The wind! He shouted and swept out his sword. "Kermavan! To me! The brute is on our heels!" Ilse sprang up with a cry. Kermavan came stumbling along the deck and up to where Elof stood. "What? I see nothing." "The wind! And the fighting is stilled back there. Feel how it gusts and freshens." "But why?" began Ilse. "It's wings!" shouted Elof. And then there was no more arguing. A low coughing rumble echoed out of the darkness. A great blast of the dragon stench swept about them, and it was as if the shadows beyond the stern folded down and fell. A firebolt struck the water only just astern, burst and scattered across the dark surface in a hiss of steam. Pale, eyeless fish leaped in alarm and fell back dying. Gobbets of flame floated flaring upon the water, and the tunnel was filled with firelight. A pulsing, snaking shadow, the second dragon, came gliding across the roof. Downward it swung toward the little boat, but as it came the sails boomed tight, the rigging thrummed, and the boat gave a great leap forward, its lean bows lifting on a sudden foam crest. The dragon, aiming for where it had been, plunged down astern, flailing its wings desperately to avoid the cold blackness beneath. The boat shuddered and ran before the blast, and Ilse had to slacken the straining mainsail, lest it burst. She shouted with laughter. "He's driving us along!" It was true. Unfolded, the wings of the beast were vast, many times greater than the sails, and the wind of them that had heralded its coming was enclosed in this narrow passage. The more it strained to catch up, the faster it drove them, though the blast was gusty and hard to handle. But at last it seemed to see what it was doing. As they came out into a wider, higher stretch of the river, it rose suddenly, wheeled away, and with wings outspread sank slowly downward toward the deck. Barely in time did Elof raise his hand, for the blast of fire was better aimed this time, and again the mist of flame billowed around him. Then it was gone, and an iridescent pool settled on the river, flickering into flame as it touched the rest. Elof closed his fingers as if around some invisible sword hilt, and a blade of fire roared from the hollow of his palm, too quickly for the beast to escape in this narrow space. There was a shriek of pain, a gap appeared in the edge of one membranous wing, and the beast tumbled awkwardly aside. Kermavan's voice echoed defiantly under the roof. "Save your spark, worm! We've the match of it here!" And it was as if the creature understood him, for without another blast of fire it rolled over in the air and fell hawk-like upon them. Down across the stern it swooped, long jaw hanging as if to rake the blind fish from the water on its crest of teeth. Ilse slammed the tiller toward the wind. The two men swung round, and blades grey-gold and black swept up to meet the dragon. Elof, clinging to the backstay, reeled in stench and windrush, heard Kermavan shout, "Morvan Morlenhall!" and himself struck out blindly at the vast arrowing mass as it flashed past, eyes glinting, jaws snapping. Elof heard a crash, felt the backstay leap and thrum against his arm, and then it was gone, past, rising away. Kermavan was sprawled on the deck, but already picking himself up. Dark drops slid steaming from his blade, and Elof saw the like on the point of his own. He looked up at the dragon, saw it circling, pawing frantically at great welling slashes along its muzzle. "One more swipe like that, and he'll fetch down the mast!" yelled Ilse. "He'll be back any minute. Hold on! There are old side channels along here." She leaned on the tiller and kicked the sheet winch rattling free. The sails flapped, the boat lurched and heeled slowly to port, and swept in between two rising spears of rock that stood like sentinels from the water. The gunwale scraped and splintered along the rock, and the hull bounced as something underneath chewed at it. The high mast rattled and bent among hanging teeth of rock. Some snapped and fell spear-like toward the deck, and then they were through. Sails flapping slack, the boat glided over a surface that shone green and scummy under the lamps, a stagnant pool, and stopped, with a gentle jolt and low booming sound against something in their path. "Ilse, it's blocked!" shouted Elof, running for the bows, where something bulky protruded from the water. "Idiot!" shouted the Duergar girl, bouncing from her seat. "Haven't you ever seen a lock before? Kermavan, grab a pole and shut the gates behind us!" Looking astern, Elof saw the high posts protruding from the water, the system of chains and pulleys leading to what must be massive counterweights overhead. Kermavan, who had evidently seen these things used before, reached out with a boat pole and tripped a mechanism. The weights fell clicking downward, and the scummy water swirled as submerged gates swung shut. From beyond the bows came a sudden trickle of water, growing to a spilling fall. But across the water astern, flame licked, and a great streak of it came splashing between the high rocks. One splintered at its narrow top as a spear-tipped sail swung against it. Then the dragon was climbing away again. "He'll be through next time," called Kermavan, looking at the reflection that writhed and scudded over the disturbed river. "Can't wait for the basin to empty," Ilse yelled. "Elof, your sword! Cut the counterweights free!" Elof looked up. In the light of the bow lanterns, he saw another set of chains and weights above the forward gates. Sword in hand, he hoisted himself up on the forestay, swung out as far as he could, and chopped at the hanging loops of chain. Even the blade he had made for Kermavan might not have served, for this was Duergar steel of vast and ancient age, and there was set on it a great virtue of neither corroding nor growing brittle. Time had but tempered it. But older yet was the black blade, and it sheared, screaming through one chain to starboard, and then to port. Slowly, majestically, like the redwood trunks they were shaped to represent, the counterweights toppled forward. One fell into the dark beyond the gates with only a sullen splash, but the other dropped upon the gate beneath and knocked it sagging on its hinges. Elof had the barest instant to drop back into the boat. Water gushed and swirled through the gap. The gates were thrust aside in its rush, and the little boat was flung forward into the dark upon a toppling cascade of foam and a last great blast of air. High above, fire spurted into the blackness and splashed along the cavern roof, dripping a blazing drizzle into the ruined lock. The travelers, clinging to what they could in their healing craft, had a last glimpse of a long wicked head thrust baffled into the narrow space, where its wings could not be spread to their full, and heard a final shriek of rage ring jagged along the walls. It was an animal sound, and yet Elof could almost believe he heard words in it, though he could only guess at their meaning. He saw Ilse wrestling with the tiller, Kermavan hauling on the main sheet and unable to help, and as the bows lurched upward, he took his chance and went sliding down the deck to her. They seized upon the jerking, lurching bar, forced it down between the teeth of its retaining rack, and leaned on it, clinging together and grinning foolishly at each other. It felt good, very good, in the first relief of escape. Ilse's wide eyes were brighter than ever under her wet tousled hair, her bare arms warm against his, and there was a heedless exhilaration in this mad rush down into the dark, a joy in being alive among noise and spray and turmoil and cool air rushing by. Kermavan was less happy. The sail had backed violently, forced against the mast by the sudden rush, and only his quickness in freeing the sheets had saved it from tearing, or even dismasting them. But now he was hanging on to the flailing main-sheet with all his weight and seeing himself slide nearer the gunwale every time the little boat lurched. "We've got to stop her heeling," he shouted. "This keelless little cockleshell, she will capsize." "It's all right," shouted Ilse. "Any moment now the channel grows wider. The outrush will slow down soon enough." And even as she spoke, its momentum faded, quite suddenly, like a rough child losing interest in the toy it shakes. The boat bobbed and bounced sickeningly for a few minutes, swayed dangerously under the jagged outcroppings of the low roof, and suddenly was straight and upright once again, gliding calm as a swan down the center of the new stream. Ilse and Elof sank down on either side of the tiller, gasping, and then clambered up to help Kermavan rein in the gently flapping sail. "Karis!" he said, massaging his arms and looking back into the shadows. "That was a well-turned escape, Ilse. Bad fortune on us that the brute chose to flee south instead of north." Bad fortune? Asked Elof, to Kermovan's surprise. What else? Only that it was also bad fortune that the other brute also lay in wait for us, when it had the whole town at its feet. Kermovan and Ilse stared at him, and at each other. Finally the warrior shrugged. Well, I see no sign of the creature now, so it would seem we have truly escaped it this time. But I would we could have slain the thing as we did its fellow, whether it was hunting us or not. I do not like it left free in your people's realm, Ilse. Surely there are many places under the mountains it may hide. None where we may not hunt it down, said Ilse grimly, and the heavy bones of her face stood out. Have no fear of that. Do we not have old Anvar to avenge, and many more, our homes and our forges left ruined and ashen? My folk will harry that thing without ceasing, if we have to hunt it from end to end of the hills and back, until it lies smoking in its own fires before us, or quenched in our deep waters. Its mate slain, it can breed no others to help it. We will have it. She looked up at the roof and the walls around. As for us, we have other concerns more urgent. Why? Asked Elof. Do you not know where we are? I believe I know well enough, though I must check on our charts. It is where we may go that worries me, and how we may come to our destination. This is an old channel that has lain unused for longer than I have lived, and I would not have taken it save in desperation. It will take us some way south, but not as the main ones do to our southern lands and their gates. Instead, it turns southwest, without branch or tributary that may be sailed, and leads out under the lower hills, coming at last to their cliffs on the coast, north of the Debatable Lands. She bit her lip. Somewhere there it ends in a way out. So much is marked on the chart. But where or how, I have never heard. Kermovan peered at her in blank dismay. Can we not go back? Not through that broken lock, said Elof, unless we abandon the boat and climb the walls. And then? Would you make your way along that narrow riverbank on foot, with the dragon still sniffing around after us? No, indeed, said the swordsman ruefully. Not now that it has learned better than to use fire. Very well, our path must be dark in every sense. It was a sorer blow that beast thing smote us than it knew. May we still get there in time. How far have we to go? Ilse was hauling a mass of rolled charts from the locker. Keeping a weather eye on the tunnel ahead, she spread out one on the deck, and the men gathered round to see. How far? She said. 7 days' sailing, perhaps, if we could sail all the way. It is marked here as a good fast flow, fed by many small springs and without silting or other hazard, save when the roof grows low on leaving the mountains. Then we must lower the mast at times, and drift, so it may take a little longer. In this stifling blackness, sighed Kermovan, with nothing to see beyond the light of our lanterns, not even a one of your towns to pass through. 7 days sunless. How shall we mark their passing? Elof shrugged. I am sorry for you, my friend, but we have seen little enough of the sun for 2 long years. A few days more will surely make little difference. If nothing else, we have plenty of time to rest and think. And drink, said Ilse, turning from the chart locker to another. And sing. Here is wine to wash the dragon reek from our throats, and put a merrier light on our journey. They settled down in the stern with food and drink, though always within reach of tiller and winches. Kermovan took the heavy flagon he was offered, twisted out the cork in powerful fingers, sniffed, raised his light eyebrows, tilted it to his lips, and drank deep. Then he lowered it and drew a long breath. There is Southron sunlight in that wine, summer sunlight spilled warm across a hillside, and song, and the clash of arms in honorable contest, and the stirring of blood. With that, and in such company, I could almost be happy, even here. But my heart will not cease its yearning for my southlands, and its deep unquiet. Brehane, he cried aloud, and the echoes rolled under the stone. Brehane! How close are the raiders upon you! How strong now your walls, how fast your gates! But be they hard as the mountains, as immovable, a power comes that will strike it where you are weakest, I know. How firm holds your soul, my city!" And he sat beside Ilse at the tiller, and softly he began to sing, to an old tune, but with hard and bitter words. "Kerbrehane, your 7 towers stand gilded by the sun. Beneath your walls the fields lie green, the tree-lined waters run. Yet in your heart what light is there, what grows and comes to flower? Does mind grow cold? Do weakened hands let slip their ancient power? Kerbrehane, I see you now, once noble, high, and fair, your greatness gone, your wealth dispersed, as empty as the air. What wasting sickness struck so at the flesh beneath the skin, took might and honour at a stroke, and withered from within? Kerbrehane, a sapling tall, but one that dies, not grows. The greater tree you left to fall, but now your own sap slows. The winter comes to all that lives, the ice that slays the root. If spring shall ever shine again, will you still bear a shoot? Kerbrehane, if worth remain, if aught is left to show, the smallest leaf, the slightest bud from ancient bark to grow, the gain is worth the sacrifice, the battle worth the slain. But will your spirit yet endure the healing stroke of pain?" When his song was ended, Kermavan smiled apologetically. He drank again when the bottle came back to him, and appeared to grow happier, and joined in the songs Ilse and Elof sang. Ilse sang in her low, sour-sweet voice strange old songs of the dwellers under stone, rendering the words into northern speech for the men. "Cold, cold the winds through caverns blowing, dark the waters, as under stone they run. But soft is the glow of the lamps at journey's ending, and the gold is warmer than the sun. Fade, fade the leaves upon the branches, as the winter comes, till there are none. But deep under earth the stone is ever fruitful, and the gold is brighter than the sun. Fall, fall the suns, as summer passes. Short there is life, and love grows cold. But here far below a love need know no season, for her eyes are brighter than the gold." Elof in his turn sang a few songs as they drifted through the darkness, though to him his deep voice sounded rougher and less pleasing than theirs. He taught them the old round songs he remembered from his childhood, simple boisterous songs of herding and fishing, and a few strange snatches he had come upon in his wanderings. So they made merry on their lightless road, not guarding their lanterns or laughter or song, for in that dark vein of the Durgar realm there could be none to hear, save the many small things that scuttled away before the light, and the bats, their voices scared out of the roof. They were young, as their different folk counted youth, and they were gliding day by day from danger into danger, but for now they were at peace. The only excitement came at the times when they saw the rock ahead close down like the gullet of some great beast, and must stand ready by sweeps and fending poles. But as the 7th day, by their rough reckoning, wore on into the 8th, Kermavan, who was on watch, began to grow more and more uneasy, scanning as much of the shore as he could with the lanterns. At last he awoke the others, who in the close air preferred to sleep out on the deck. "This had better be good," growled Ilse from within her blankets. "Hush," said Kermavan. "You who grew up here below, do you not feel it? A change in the air?" Ilse sat up. "It grows cooler indeed. And yes, it moves." She looked at them. "We may be drawing near the end of the journey at last. What then? Do we simply leap ashore? I have seen no likely place among the teeth of these rocks for a good 3 leagues gone. Or would your folk have set a proper landing stage in a safe corner?" "That surely," muttered Ilse. "But I see no sign of one anywhere near, and there is a sound growing I do not like. Almost I feel it, a deep rumbling sound." "Rapids?" growled Kermavan. "No, that sound I know, none better. This is smoother, steadier, with none of the chatter and roar. And we have no room to raise the mast." She stood, still wreathed in blankets, and looked anxiously around. I feel something may have changed, or been changed. We must be ready to escape if we can." Elof looked about him. "Where to? I see no bank to land on, no cave or crevice even in these walls. And we are drifting quite fast." "You are right," barked Kermavan. "Much faster than a minute past. The current is drawing us along. And that sound! Ilse, do whirlpools ever form in your rivers? In no channel we have cleared, nor has it the deep thunder of a fall. Truly strange it sounds. We shall know soon enough, at all events." So in haste and worry they gathered together their most precious gear and a few of the sealed casks the boat carried as floats. That done, they readied the heavy sweeps, knowing they could not hold the boat back against this current. At most they might steer it past rocks, or fend them off. And then they waited, for that was all they could do, while they were drawn faster and faster on through a passage that grew more menacing by the moment, high rocks seeming to spring from the water like teeth around them. Yet the channel still seemed well chosen, for they were swept safely by and on into the depths of the cavern. Then Ilse stood on tiptoe and shouted to Elof, who had taken station in the bows. "Light! I see light! Do you?" Kermavan ran forward to join him. "I see nothing, black as pitch." "But her eyes are the Duergar's, and like a cat's," Elof reminded him. "And I, too, think there is something ahead. A glimmer." Then the boat bucked under him, and he was all but flung overboard. Kermavan grabbed at him, and would have gone over instead had he not caught the lantern-staff. The roof seemed dropping to meet them. A giant's fury bellowed in their ears, and Ilse shrieked in fear and delight. A sweep jerked upward, dropped, and splintered against some unseen obstacle. Beyond the bows a tiny disk of light swelled in an instant as the boat was pitched at it like an arrow at a target, and seemed to burst around them. They sailed out into the very air, and tilted downward on a leaping, foaming hillside of water. For a mad moment Elof, sprawling on the deck, thought he was back in the loch. Then the boat evened out once more, and he saw that though there were still fangs of rock overhead, a grey light shone between them, and mocked them with fantastic shadows. He heard Ilse cry out for help, and saw her bent over the tiller with an arm across her eyes. He staggered aft, and a line swept down the deck with him, like a clear wave washing the greyness from the wood, dimming the lanterns to feeble embers and setting blinding highlights in the metal. As he reached Ilse, he saw astern the impossibly tiny cavern mouth that had spewed them out, the chute of water that had borne them, all so natural but no doubt cunningly contrived. As, surely, were the high walls they were gliding between, and the great stone slabs, irregular and dangerous-looking, that formed a roof. Or had formed it, for they were there no longer, and he knew, though he dared not look direct, lest he be dazzled like Ilse, that above them was only the open sky. A wind whipped around him, and he shivered, though once he would not have thought it cold. On the scents and sounds that rode it, a host of memories came flooding back, the smell of salt and wrack, the gull cries echoing into emptiness, the endless beat of the ocean pulse. The walls widened suddenly, the wind grew fresher, and the little boat was bouncing and bucking out into a wider body of water, a small fjord, whose steep cliff walls plunged straight down into deep water on either side, without beach or bank or any other break, however small. The wind was at their bow, but lacking mast or sail, they were easily swept down a fast current toward the mouth of the channel not far ahead. And beyond it, vast and ominous, Elof saw the rolling greyness that was the open sea. Quickly he helped Ilse away from the tiller, but turned at Kermavan's shout. The swordsman, who had spent most time above ground recently, was already wrestling with the sweeps. "You can see?" he grated. "Good! Rack the tiller, then, and leave it. A lee shore. Wind blowing toward the land, and only our good fortune that it is quite light. We will need all our sinews against the swell." Ilse blinked blearily about, her huge eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking of?" she cried shakily. "We can't take a boat like this out to sea." "What else remains?" demanded Elof. "There is nowhere we can land. This place both hides that sea gate and defends it. Your ancestors must have chosen it for that." "Aye, or shaped it so," said Ilse, and Elof looked up at the high weathered walls in sudden awe. they would have expected any of our folk coming that way to have a seaworthy ship. But we must risk heading out regardless, said Kermavan, or be dashed back among the rocks if we stay upright so long. We might get out under sail, on a close reach, but without a keel we would capsize for certain, unless— He stared ahead a moment. "The mast!" he cried then. "Ship the sweeps! We must raise it at once!" Swiftly they stepped and raised the mast, hauling on stay and halyard till their muscles cracked. Kermavan kept casting anxious glances at the approaching sea as they made fast the last halyard. "You must keep her headed into the wind a while," he said. "As I remember, they carry plenty of spare gear, these cave boats." He turned and went clattering down the hatchway into the open hold. "What now?" demanded Ilse angrily. "I had sooner we risked it with the sweeps than chance whatever he plans. If I could only see! I am hardier than the old folk. I can endure even the bright sun in time. But I feel so helpless now." "By Caris' gate!" echoed Kermavan's voice from the hold. "That may do it." He came bounding up on deck, dragging with him a great length of wood, 4 stout planks some 12 feet long, bound together with iron. Lashed to this with many turns of the Duergar's strong cable was the shank of the broken sweep. Ilse blinked. "The cargo plank? What would you with that?" For answer Kermavan called, "Help me, Elof!" and together they manhandled the clumsy planking over the gunwale aft of the mast. Elof held it while Kermavan bound the shank of the sweep into a rowlock and wound lashings round the planking itself. Then he let it swing downward into the water beneath, which was already churning as the current warred with the wind-driven sea. Quickly he lashed the plank firm against the rail and turned to the mast. "Mainsail only, till we learn the proper trim. That board may take some getting used to." Quickly they lowered the mainsail, and Kermavan ran aft to reeve the sheets. "Elof, to the bows, and watch! Keep you a firm hold. She may heel badly yet. Ilse, how may I use these winding devices?" Elof heard the clank and rattle of the winches as he stumbled forward, the creak of the yard swinging around, and the boom of the tautening sail. Suddenly the boat seemed to come alive beneath him, leaping forward through the creamy water, heeling slowly away from the wind and then back into it as Kermavan fought to trim the sail. The water ahead seemed clear. He risked a look astern and saw how Kermavan was fighting to hold the little craft steady. He was playing the sail as one might a difficult fish, edging closer and closer to the wind till the boat threatened to heel, but never allowing it to go far over. His wooden planking thrummed and trembled in its lashing as if great forces strained against it, but seemed to be holding. They were coming out from between the cliffs now, and the wind was suddenly fresher, the sea more lively. The swell was higher, capped by brisk white crests that hissed angrily at the cutting bow beneath him and slapped hollowly against the boat's lean flanks. "We are through!" called Kermavan. "Deep water under us! How does the board hold?" "Well, I'd say," Elof called back. "That was a timely idea, friend." Kermavan shrugged. "I should have remembered sooner. It is only a simple lee-board, such as my people use on smaller boats that must pass through shallows, yet sail well in deeper waters. They mount theirs on pivots, one on either flank, so that they may be raised or lowered at need." Ilse slapped her hands together. "Of course! I have heard we used such a device on our few sea-going boats, but mounted in the center of the hull, the better to mimic a keel. I have never seen one, though, let alone sailed it. If it handles no better than this, I would not pine. Still, it has brought us this far, and that will serve. Do you see anywhere we might come ashore, Elof?" But Elof, already scanning the cliffs, was shaking his head in dismay. This was a rough and craggy coast, its cliffs raw and steep in their newness, its beaches few and far between, save in deep bays where rivers might lay them down. Kermavan twisted round to look and cocked his head. "I know this part of the coast. There are places to land in the marshes, a little way south. We are far enough out now. I'll bring her about, and we can turn that way. Hold on, and keep watching." Elof felt the boat's way slacken as her bow moved to meet the wind head-on. For a moment she bounced helpless in the waves, then the yard creaked about, the sail thrummed again, and she swung slowly round and set off more sedately southward, wallowing against the waves. As soon as she was stable, he clambered up on the rail for a better view and stood clutching the carved stem post, wet now with salty spray. So they were at the north of the marshes now. He smiled, a little grimly, and rubbed his unshaven chin. It had been a long time in his young life. Somewhere over to his left then, if it still stood, was a tumble-down house by the causeway, its hearth cold, its store of tools left free for any who came by. Had Kara perhaps passed by again, found the door banging loose in the damp wind, and looked in, to find only desolation? But he had seen her, if it was her, pass south on some mysterious errand that might or might not be her own, and in the Southlands he would start his search. A thought settled upon him, and blackened his vision. This you must first do. He remembered the master-smith as a scared boy had seen him, a vision of power and mystery, and part of him still quailed before it. He searched for something to set against it, and found Ansgar, sturdy, plain of speech and manner, and yet cloaked about in a mystery far greater than the master-smith's or any mere man's, the inheritance of a secret ancient folk. He could count Ansgar and Ilse his true friends. He was sure of nothing else. And yet, in all his time of living with them, he had never, he knew, been able to look beneath the surface of the Duergar people. He had seen only what in them was akin to human, not what was alien. Perhaps he had not had enough time, for what is 2 years to beings who might live through 4 lives of men or more? Or perhaps their strangeness was simply too alien to be seen from a human viewpoint, as blank as the cliffs he scanned now. From farther out to sea, their narrow openings might be more apparent, the chinks in the armor. But from here they appeared a wall of grayness, as solid as the dark line of shadow on the horizon. But as his eyes settled on that, he forgot about all else, Duergar, beaches, cliffs, and stood where he was, staring out into the dim afternoon light as if it still blinded him. When a hand tugged at his leg, the shock almost overbalanced him. "What is it, Elof?" yelled Ilse hoarsely, and he realized his friends must have been shouting to him already. But all he could do, at first, was point. "What?" she shouted. "There's nothing I can make out but a black streak on the sky miles off. Does it mean a storm?" "It does," said Elof curtly, and sprang down. "Kermavan, do you see that?" "I do, though my eyes still dazzle. It seems almost to hang above the horizon, like the black fume of earth fires. But the wind drives it far south of us. It cannot harm—" "Can it not, then?" cried Elof. "Are you also grown blind under the earth, to see it as a cloud? Look again." Kermavan rose and stared, and then looked quickly to Elof. "It cannot be, not stretching so far as that. It is, I tell you. Do you think I do not know that sight? Black sails, black hulls, mastheads, pennons fluttering halfway from here to sunset, and more ahead. You know their fleets. Have you ever seen a greater?" "Not since first I took sword in hand against them," groaned Kermavan. "The assault is launched at last, the final blow, and we come too late." For an instant it seemed he would let fall the tiller and all else. But even as Ilse made to grab the tiller from him, his back stiffened. Spots of scarlet blazed in his cheeks as he measured the black line on the horizon, weighing up its distance and its numbers. "Not too late. Not yet. They cannot overwhelm Kerbrahane the city in a day, in a week even, with or without the master-smith's weaponry. And beyond that lies all of the Southland. But we're north of the marshes. It would take us weeks on end to work our way south from there." Kermavan nodded. "I think we must keep to the water as long as we can." Ilse looked at him, shielding her eyes. "You know the sea. I do not. But how long will these light timbers hold out? Not long, I think. Already they complain at the rough play these high waves give them." "Yes, and this is light weather enough. But I can see no other way. A few hours, a few days, a week even. We must grasp at whatever time we can save, great or small." Elof flexed his fingers, thinking of the gauntlet stowed carefully in his pack. "We risk losing everything, our lives included. But what good will any of it do if we arrive too late?" He thought of Kara, caged in by the shadow of fear, and clenched his fist. "You be the judge." Ilse nodded wryly. "Anyway, it's rare weather for a dip." Kermavan settled down by the tiller once more, and stretched out his long legs with a contented sigh. "Then we sail on," he said calmly, and the cold glitter of the waves shone in his eyes. Chapter 9. The Voices. The chronicles say then that they set course southward, and on the horizon before them rode the dark line of sails. But the great warships of the Equesh were far fleeter than the little cave boat, and before night on the first day the line had vanished. "They are into Southland waters now," muttered Kermavan bleakly. "They will sail on as fast as they may, through day and night, allowing no ship of ours time to spread the alarm. And so must we." "But there are only 2 of us," protested Ilse, who was taking the tiller as darkness came, when she could see better. "And I am little used to this harsh sea sailing. We must beach her sometimes if we are to rest." Kermavan shook his head. "Beach this cockle-shell? We dare not. We might never be able to launch her again. It will be weary labor, but we must endure it." "Teach me," said Elof. "I cannot simply sit by and let you 2 exhaust yourselves." Kermavan wagged his head doubtfully. "You would not find this crazed little boat easy to learn on." "Better a novice than nobody," insisted Elof. "I can share your watches at first, and then take the helm on my own when you feel I am ready." So it was that Elof joined Ilse on watch, and first learned the handling of a boat. He must have been an apt pupil, for he could be trusted with the helm almost at once, and was very soon left on his own. He took watches in the uncertain hours between light and darkness, for he seemed to see better than either of his companions. Like them, he would sit for long hours, bowed over the tiller arm, not only watching, but listening, feeling, alert with all his senses for the changes in wind or water that constantly threatened to upset the unstable little craft, to split the light sail, or snap the mast. Most of all, though, he had to learn to listen to the rush and slap of the ocean under the thin planks, and how they groaned and creaked in response. Wary for the faintest sound of yielding joints or splitting timbers. It was an unnerving sound, for it brought home to them all how fragile was the barrier between them and the envious sea. "But the very lightness of the boat aids us," said Kermavan, "for feel how it flexes and twists. It moves with the water, like a living thing, instead of against it, and so the force of the waves does not war against it. But that cannot last. Every twist loosens the seams a little more. We take in a few drops more water. If once a seam goes altogether, we can do little to bail a craft this size. The number of our days at sea is already written, though we cannot read it. We dare not sail too far from the coast." And yet that in itself was a hazard, as he explained to Elof, for there were immediate dangers in sailing too close in. Rocks, reefs, and hidden surfless shoals rose up too readily from deep water, and anything high up, cliffs, hillsides, even clumps of woodland, played mad games with the wind. Whatever landsmen might think, most sailors found it safer to stay well away from shore, for now they would have to strike a balance and keep alert to the perils of the coast. In the end, though, it was out of the open sea that their greatest danger came to them, and it was heralded in Elof's watch, in the dark moonless hour before the dawn. It was the 12th day of their sail, and he was well used to his post by then. The wind, as it often did, had slackened at that hour, the air grew still and warm, and the sea as nearly calm as he had ever seen it, a slow, heavy, oily swell. It heaved and surged under the slow-moving hull with sluggish weight, and made little sound. But in the unaccustomed silence, Elof heard another noise. It was faint at first, as if coming from a great distance, but it made the hair bristle on his head. At first he thought Ilse must be having some evil dream, for it seemed a woman's voice, sobbing in desperate grief. But then, without break, it slid downward below the range of any human throat, deepening, becoming a low, dull, throbbing moan, as if the waves themselves groaned under the burden of the hull, under all the sorrows of the world. Another voice broke in above it, a high, keening croon that sounded mad, or foolish, or utterly unhuman, and another, a dark pulse, throbbing, humming, like the beat of some enormous heart. Elof listened a moment, holding his breath so as to hear more clearly. It seemed to him that the voices were getting louder, and there was something else in them. He slammed the tiller into its rack and vaulted down to the deck to shake Kermavan's sleeping form. As always, the swordsman was awake at once. "What threatens? Is it the hull?" "No. A sound. A strange sound, a frightening one. Like cries, high and deep, all together." "It could be seals," shrugged Kermavan. "They grow large, here in the south." Elof shook his head violently. "I grew up by the sea. I have many times heard seals, sea lions, even the great morses and weed browsers. Listen, and tell me if this is like them." Kermavan listened, and his eyes widened. Before he could say anything, Ilse erupted out of the forecastle. "Do you hear that?" she hissed. "The whole hull's a-quiver with it." "I hear," whispered Kermavan, puzzled. "Like nothing I have heard, unless— Ilse, do they sound louder down below, under the waterline?" "Why, aye, they do. Then they're coming up through the very sea itself?" The sounds were growing louder, and it was as if there were more of them now. To Elof, wrapped between wonder and fear, they seemed to blend like some strange inhuman choir, sounding strange harmonies that shifted and swirled like the shades of the north lights. And the feeling grew on him that there was indeed something more, that the eerie chords were forming other sounds, separate syllables of some vast, distorted voice, speech drawn out, elongated, smeared as ink is by a careless hand. A word. A single word stretched out and repeated over and over with gigantic, timeless slowness. A word he could understand only too clearly. He gasped and clutched at Kermavan's arm. "Do you hear?" "I said I did. What ails you, man?" "Not only the cries. Do you not hear it? Hear the word in it?" "The word?" barked Kermavan, and listened again, frowning. "No word, just cries, strained cries. No more." He turned as if struck by a thought, and peered out over the shadowed water astern. "No more," echoed Ilse. "Elof, what is it you hear?" Elof heard his own voice sink to a harsh whisper. "My name." "Your name?" Ilse stood dumbfounded as the sound grew and swelled around them. The whole ship shook to a soft booming growl, far deeper than any beast they knew of could ever produce. A high crooning tone rattled loose metal fittings, and even seemed to shiver in their teeth. Suddenly Kermavan gave a great shout, and pointed. In the swell astern something sprang up, glistening and flicking in the air, and toppled back with a loud smack. Further off to seaward came other such sounds, a strange turmoil in the calm water. Another sprang up, close enough to be seen as a great barb-finned fish, little smaller in the body than a man. But even as it smacked back into the waves, something rose up that dwarfed it utterly. A great dark hummock, lumpy and grey-mottled, edged with white foam. Forward it plunged, vanishing into the slope of the next leaden wave, only to burst out of its nearer flank in a great scatter of spray. "Hounds of Niarad!" shouted Kermavan, bounding over the mast and seizing a sweep from the rack beneath it. Another high hummock came arching up no more than 20 yards to starboard. He stood poised, with the great oar across his shoulders, straddling the center of the little craft, ready to leap to one or the other flank. "You two, to the tiller! Hold your course till I call. Be ready to go about at once." Ilse and Elof reached the tiller, but as they seized it, spray flicked up a little way astern, and one of the fish leaped in the air, higher than their stern tree. But it did not land. From the wave beneath, with almost leisurely grace, a vast head arose, foam-streaked, to intercept the heavy fish as it fell. Long spearhead jaws slid smoothly open, closed. The fish vanished without struggle or snap, and the mottled body plunged down in a great solid cascade that seemed to go on and on. A flattened half-moon blade of tail thrashed at the surface and vanished. "The brute's twice as long as us," whispered Ilse. "Or more! And look!" She peered out into the first grey glimmer of dawn, too dim as yet for Elof to see far. "There must be hundreds of them, all spread out across the sea. Kermavan, what are these things?" He hesitated a moment. "Valfis is what Elof's folk call them, I think. "Whales?" breathed Elof, staring into the gloom. Then he laughed. "But whales aren't dangerous, unless you actually hunt them or sail across their path. Every fisher lad in my village knew that." "Then they didn't know Nairad's pack. These are not the wise great whales, nor orcas even. Look at the head on them, narrow and sharp like the tip on an arrow. These are ancient, deadly brutes, with wit enough for anger and malice, little else. They are his sentinels and his hunters, and may he draw them from us now." "They called my name," whispered Elof. There was a sound like an explosion, acrid spray fountained all over them, and great gaping jaws, wide enough to take in a man, breached only feet from the aft gunwale. The teeth were few and wide-spaced but huge, many crowned as mountains of stained ice, glinting cold as the eyes above them, set larger and higher than any common whale's. Behind them rose the body, and the mottled grayness of it was not skin but scaly armor. Great heavy rows of shield-shaped scutes stuck in the leathery skin. It was like some vast serpent in armor, as large around as the boat, and nearly 3 times its length. It lay there a moment, not hunting like its fellows, but rolling lazily in the swell. It twisted half on its side, exposing a naked white underbelly and long white fins, and the wide, cold eye glared up at the watchers on the deck. Then it rolled level again, and from nostrils halfway up its snout it blew great blasts of misty vapor, acrid and stinking, and ducked its head beneath the surface, slipping sideways. "It's going under the hull!" gasped Ilse. Kermorvan nodded jerkily, but did not move from his spot. "Do nothing. We may not anger it. It is far too powerful." The boat rose on the swell, the sea hill of the back slid beneath, and for a moment Elof thought it would pass without harm. Then the little boat juddered, vibrated, groaned, and splintering sounds echoed up out of the open hold and forecastle. The vessel bounced along the immense back like a child's toy dragged over cobbles. The tiller leaped out of the rack and swung wildly. The sail spilled its air and thumped tight again. The improvised lee-board groaned in protest as it was scraped. "The brute's scratching its foul hide!" groaned Ilse, running to the port side. "Is that all it wants with us, I wonder?" muttered Elof, grabbing the swinging tiller. But the others did not hear him, for at that moment came a violent cracking buffet to starboard, and the whole length of the creature seemed to come surging out of the sea. It scraped upward against the hull, rolling it till the rail dipped into the frothing water. Quickly, lightly, Kermorvan rested the butt end of the oar against the scutes, and fended the boat off as gently as he could. "It may not notice," he began, and then the tail flicked up and the boat bucked violently, flinging him sprawling on the sea-washed deck. A loud snap echoed hollowly out of the hold, and the rush and churn of water grew suddenly louder. For a moment it seemed as if the beast had dived back into the swirling sea. But then Ilse cried out, a great turmoil grew in the water, and it breached once more, its whole forepart arrowing upward, curving over as if to come crashing down upon the deck, staving the side in, if not splintering the little boat altogether. Elof staggered down the soaking planks, tugging the black sword free from his belt, and it whined an angry song as it matched edges with the rising wind. "Did you call me brute? Did you sing my name? I come then. Elof is here." In the moment of its falling, the huge body convulsed, twisted aside, and toppled awkwardly down into the water. It landed with a thunderclap, a massive fountaining of water that fell in sleeting walls across the deck. The wave caught all 3 of them, flung them up, and dropped them sickeningly. Elof went sprawling against the rail, barely keeping hold of his sword. The boat lay wallowing in the trough of the wave, floating at a crazy angle. Kermorvan hauled himself up by the mast. "We're shipping water! Steer for the shore!" Slithering and sliding, grabbing on where he could, he made his way astern to where Ilse was fighting with the tiller. Together they threw their weight on it. He kicked out at one winch, and the yard-arm creaked about as the sea beneath them steadied. Dawn glimmered in the soaked rigging, spilled highlights across the swimming deck. The freshening breeze tugged at the soaking sail and rattled the topsail as Ilse raised it. Out to sea, surging and sporting after the fish that leaped now like jewels in the sunlight, the leviathans surged on, and paid the listing craft no heed as it came rattling and creaking about in a last desperate race for the shore. Looking around, Elof was startled at how close to the land they were. It loomed over them, dark and featureless as yet against the glowing sky. The clash with the sea-beast had somehow driven them far further in than they had been, and already he could hear the distant rumble of breakers. But louder yet was the hollow booming of the water washing around beneath the deck, and he turned and ran across the heeling deck toward the forecastle. All their gear was stored there, and most important of all, the gauntlet. Water could not hurt it, but might easily hide it. Fortunately, the sea had barely reached there yet, though he could hear it thudding against the bulkhead to the hold as he hastily made up their packs, bundling up as much of their remaining food as he could. He resisted the temptation to put on the gauntlet. He could do many things with it, but not swim. Instead, he strapped it tight inside his jerkin and scrambled back up on deck, hoisting the baggage with him. It was already grown worse there, in the brief time he had been below. The little craft was still held on a broad reach, angling in toward the shore, but she rode low in the wave crests now, and at every dip a little spray of water leaped from the hold. "Good work, my friend!" shouted Kermavan, as he made fast the packs to the sweep-rack. "Now get you for'ard, and spy us out somewhere to land. We must needs bear away shoreward any minute." Elof needed no urging. He was already at the stem-post, squinting out into the half-light to the jagged shadow of the land. There was something, it seemed. "A beach!" he yelled. "Where away?" "Straight in." "But where breakers? There are shoals around it." "No help for that," called Kermavan. "Even now she splits. We bear away." For one sickening moment, as the bow bounced and plunged into the waves, Elof thought they would capsize. The shoals hissed and thundered on either side as he stumbled aft. They lurched a moment, almost checked as something tore shrieking at the bows, but then the next wave lifted them over and past it, and they were running before the wind, running through water that became rougher, choppier, full of foamy streaks and floating masses of weed, toward a narrow split of shingle standing out from the foot of a high dark slope. There was a sudden smash. The boat lurched as the leeboard ground into some soft obstruction. "Cut it loose!" shouted Kermavan, and Elof's sword crashed down through rail and planks and lashings, once, twice, and it was torn free and bobbing in their wake. Then a monster growled and seized the boat in its jaws, tipped up the bow and crushed it, splintering inward. The rigging sang a discord and snapped. Sail and yard crumpled downward, and the mast broke in its step and toppled across the deck. They were all hurled flat on the planking. After that moment of shock and stunning confusion, what followed seemed like sudden reverberating silence. It was only as Elof lifted his head cautiously that he began to make out sounds again, and sensation. The sounds were ominous, the wash and rumble of surf upon stone, the sea flogging a hull no longer light and resonant, but dull, congested, full. And the sensation under him was no more of riding the waves, but of being ridden by them, rocking and rising only a little, and constantly slipping, falling away. He tried to scramble up, and found the deck tilted to starboard at an impossible angle, and fixed there. He could see waves washing under the rail, looking strangely steady. "We're aground," he said. "We are beached, is what you would say." Kermavan, bleeding from a scraped brow, was handing himself along the port rail above. "At least the bows are, and split open like a rotten fruit. There is water enough here for the stern to sink, though, and perhaps pull us off. Better we get ashore at once." Elof nodded, and picked himself up more carefully. The stern dipped alarmingly as he stood, and barely rose again. Ilse, less easily overbalanced, stood braced on sturdy legs at the sweep-rack, untying the packs. They grabbed them and stumbled forward, clutching at rails, cleats, or any likely handhold. One sprung plank came loose in Ilse's hand, and she seemed about to go slithering down into the water, but Elof was fast enough to catch her. The bows were resting on a shingle bank some 20 feet from the beach, and they had to scramble down the splintered planks and half wade, half swim to the stony beach, holding their gear clear of the water. They stumbled up above the wave-line and collapsed onto the rounded pebbles, gasping with effort, feeling the land they had not touched for 2 weeks seemed to heave beneath them, so used were their bodies now to the movement of the boat. After a while, Kermavan rolled over and sat up, gazing at the wreck of the boat. And as he watched, the waves took it at last, dragging it from its weak hold upon the bank. Away it slid, its ruined bows rising upward a moment before they dipped and disappeared. "It let us down," he said bitterly. "All this way it bore us, and then failed at the last. We must still be far from Kerbrahane. If it could only have lasted another day, another 2. "You yourself said it was never meant for such a voyage," said Elof. "Call it rather a miracle that it lasted as long as it did, and sailed as well. Though your skill and Ilse's played an equal part in that, I am sure." "A miracle?" said Ilse. "Not so, not altogether. The boats of the Duergar are loyal. There are great virtues set in them, of fair voyaging and safe landing. It did what it could." "Yes," said Elof. "It would have sailed on happily enough, I doubt not, had we not been driven ashore." "Driven? Deliberately?" Elof nodded somberly. "There was a will behind those creatures. They herded us as they were herding their prey into the shallows. How are you so sure of that? Because you thought one called your name?" "Not one," said Elof. "All. Together. As if the cries of the whole pack merged into one greater voice. I can say no more. Do we know where we are?" "I hope so," said Kermavan unhappily. "I had time to make out something of the land. If we are on the southern side of these hills behind us, there is yet hope. If not... But we will have to climb them to be sure." "Aye," said Ilse sourly. "But not before we've dried ourselves out." "And breakfasted," said Elof, rummaging in his sack. "So much I learned from a friend called Rock, that the worst world may look better from the other side of a meal. Hope or despair mean little to the starving dead. Hope may sustain a man, but better yet is bread." They built a fire of driftwood against a boulder, though Kermavan was worried about the smoke being noticed. But Elof put on his gauntlet and drew out the force of its rising, so that it rolled sluggishly away down the stones and over the water, like morning mist. Food and fire did indeed hearten them all, and so, when they were rested, and their boots no longer squelched as they walked, they set out to climb the slope that led up from the beach. It was a long road, for there was no path. The grass and undergrowth grew lush around their feet, and the sun was very hot. Small birds, blue as sapphires, whirled and screeched impudence among the blades and bushes. The trees were tall, but widely scattered, giving little shade. Many more were old stumps half hidden in the long grass, which hissed at the travelers in the hot breeze. They could take off their cloaks and jerkins, but not the burden of their packs. "So this is the Southlands," panted Elof. "A wonder any man can live here." "Aye, no wonder they've got themselves red hair," said Ilse thickly, shading her eyes. "Mine's like to catch flame any minute." "You should go further south yet," said Kermavan with a grim smile, "for there the brilliance of the sun turns the soil hard and brown and parched, and yellows the grass even as it grows. And beyond that there are terrible scorched deserts of stone and sand, a barrier no man may pass, it is said. Sure it is that many have died trying to reach the far south, Brasehal the Lesser." "Strange," smiled Elof. "Could they not simply sail there?" Kermavan shook his head. "At sea they call that region Nyarad's oven. The wind will drive ships there, only to vanish and leave them hanging becalmed, while their water runs out and their crews die terribly of thirst. None care now to risk that." Elof shuddered. "I cannot blame them. But who is this Nyarad they name so often?" "Do you not know?" exclaimed Kermavan. "But of course you would not. Well—" He paused, and looked back at the waves washing far below. "He is a power, a great power by sea. You might perhaps call him a cousin of your friend the Raven."
Ilse shook her head decisively. "We hold otherwise, that they are of very different kinds and orders, those two. For one thing, Niarad is said to be much more ancient than Raven, being more akin to the wilder powers like Tapiao. For another, Raven is a wanderer, but Niarad's realm is the sea alone. It is said he is the sea, for he dwells always within it, and seldom takes any more bodily form, having little favor for any life beyond its bounds."
"Yet it is told that he appeared in man's form at the founding of our great cities," said Kermavan sharply. "And he is revered among us by many statues in that shape, and no other."
Ilse shrugged. "Perhaps he did. Who can be sure, with the powers? Their nature is not yours or ours, their purposes seldom clear. Happy those who can avoid getting entangled in them." "But that does not seem to be my fate," said Elof, and through the remainder of the climb he thought long and hard about that voice, and the name only he had heard. But when at last they came to the summit, he forgot it in an instant. At first, concern drove it from his mind. Kermavan had been looking around anxiously with a look of dawning recognition on his face, and abruptly he ran forward, his long hunter's stride carrying him up the hill, well ahead of the others. And when he reached the crest and looked out into the distance beyond, they saw him clench his fists and raise them to the skies, and shout something in a terrible voice. Startled and alarmed, they struggled and panted up the steep grassy slope to join him. He turned to face them as Elof crested the rise. "Damn that sea beast and all its kind to death, and the ice eternal! We're still north of the hills." He turned and stopped dead. "And look! By the gates of Keris! Look!" But Elof hardly heard him, for from here he could see beyond these grassy hills, and immediately he was lost in wonder at the lands that were spread out before him. The Northlands had their richness also, and he had seen much of them in his roamings. But the north, even at its green best, still looked wild. The land beyond the hills was something he had never before seen, a country shaped in its wholeness by man. It was a land of little rivers, each a sparkling silver thread running through its own broad plain between long, low hillsides. The plains were a patchwork of fields, green and brown and yellow. The hill slopes strung with terraced gardens and vineyards, or little clumps of well-tended woodland. Here and there in the nearer valleys he could almost make out groups of buildings that might be large estates or very small villages, never anything much larger. It looked intensely inhabited, that land. He felt it ought somehow to be quivering with the activity of the thousands of careful hands it must have taken to make and keep it that way. It was a vision of mastery, of prosperity, of a people who had turned all that lives and grows to serve them. Even the grass he stood among on this uncared-for hill seemed more regular, more even than it would be in the north. Nowhere did he see a trace of raw nature untamed, till he at last tore his eyes away from the amazing vista to look down the steep slopes below into the deep dale that opened at his feet. All along this lay a long arm of forest, like a dark mantle. Of all he saw, it alone looked stern, wild, unmastered, a tangle of warring growth. It was taller than any woodlands of the cold northern realms, though it had no greater majesty. But as the dale neared the southern coast, it diminished and grew shallower, and there at the last, within sight of the sea, the dark wall of the trees dwindled also, and stretched no further. "It is fair, this southland of yours," said Elof softly, and Ilse, standing beside him, nodded agreement. "Fair, aye, a noble stem. But how fares the flower?" Kermavan's clear voice trembled. He took Elof by the shoulders and twisted him round to look toward the southern coast. "See there? Look upon Kerbrahane in Brahane, Kerbrahane the city, the fair." His voice fell almost to a whisper in the wind. "And look well, for you may never see more. We are come too late." And Elof looked, in deep wonder and delight, upon the mightiest work of man that he had ever seen. At this far distance, brilliant in the hazy light, it might have been some minute toy or trinket he had shaped on his smallest anvil, carved out in his finest vise, some delicate brooch of polished gray-green rings, inlaid with fine flecks of ivory, and topped at its rising heart with bronze and gold, tipped with silver at the water's edge. But now the silver seemed tarnished, and there was a darkness in the air, a sombre reek that hung over the lands around like the smoke of many great fires. "Battle is joined," whispered Kermavan, almost voiceless with anguish, "and I not with them." "Bear up," said Ilse sympathetically. "We'll get there soon enough." "Soon enough?" cried Kermavan in a frenzy. "If that boat had lasted, we would have been there in only a day or two more. Now we have a week's march, or worse." "Surely not," exclaimed Ilse. "It cannot be much above 12 leagues distant, this great burg of yours, and over such fat, easy country for the most part. Cannot such hard doers as we are traverse that in 3 days?" "Of course," said Elof. "The coast curves out. We would have had to sail a long way round. But by land we need not follow it. We can go straight as the arrow flies. Once through that forest—" "What else?" "We cannot go through that forest," said Kermavan in black anger, and sat down heavily in the grass. "We dare not." Elof stared down at his friend. "What's this? Dare not? The man who cut down half an Ekwesh war crew single-handed, who took on a whole pack of snow trolls and tried to elbow a hunting whale aside?" "Aye, and was ready to face down a dragon," chimed in Ilse. "Frightened of a few moly trees, even to save his own city?" Kermavan's mouth twisted in disgust. "I am not afraid as you mean it, save of failure. Would you leap down a precipice to save going around it? Those are no ordinary trees. What you see below you there stretches back unbroken to the end of your mountains, Ilse, and through the lands there, out to the east." Ilse sucked in her breath. "Part of the great forest, then? I had heard it ran still almost to the sea, but I did not know it was here." "Aye, the forest, Tapiao La'an Athan, the black heart of the whole land. And we would be doing scant service to any of our homelands, north, south, or underground, if we vanished, never to appear again." "Vanished?" said Elof. "Indeed, and without trace. So do all who stray over the fences of that shadowy realm. Do they not keep the tales of the tree realm, even in the north?" "Some," said Elof. "But surely here—" Kermavan shook his head. "Once it was much larger, spreading some way down all the valleys you saw southward, and those margins of it were less shadowed than the rest. In the days of our strength, when we had suffered too much loss from that forest, my people rose against it as they would against an invader or oppressor, and cleared it back for many a league. But this glen we could never clear, and to this day we shun it, save for a few foolhardy ones, and they never trespass more than once. They are too frightened to adventure a second attempt. They never return from the first." Ilse sniffed disdainfully. "This is foolishness, my lads. The Duergar walk at need in the margins of the great forest itself. Oh, it has its perils in plenty, yes. What part of Tapiao's realm would not? But nothing so absolute, so final, that we could not venture it. Not even the children of Tapiao. I can tell you now, I'd sooner risk crossing this little valley than see my homeland fall to the man-eaters." "So you think me fool and coward that I dare not?" said Kermavan bitterly. She rested a plump hand on his arm. "I think those who vanished, Kermavan, were not such men as you, or you, Elof. If the whales knew your name, perhaps the trees will know it too." Kermavan visibly gathered himself together. He sat for a moment, hugging his knees and glaring out at the dark fumes that rose around his home. He shivered for all the warmth of the sun. "So, you both would venture it, for a land that is not your own?" "You know what my true concern is," said Elof, and he too looked out to sea as once he had, in years that were past. "But if I wait till your city is overwhelmed, it will fail anyway. And other Southrons than you have been my friends. For them, for you, for my quest, yes, I would risk it." Ilse chuckled. "That master of yours all but tipped Ansgar and me into a crevasse like the others. That's one score to settle, beside all else, with the ice he serves. Aye, I'll risk it." Kermavan gave a calm smile, as one whose troubles have been suddenly settled, and he sprang lightly to his feet. "Then I cannot honorably do any less. Come, a river runs before the forest fence. We shall eat and drink there, and spy out our best road through. Come along." "What do you stay for?" And he strode purposefully away down the slope. Ilse grinned at Elof, but he found it hard to return her amusement. Fear and courage were things he must come face to face with soon enough, and he marveled at how little he had understood them. On the Equesh ship, and often since, he had seen Kermavan do bold deeds, and thought him simply unafraid, as little aware of perils as Elof himself might be of forge burns in the heat of some great labor. Elof had admired that, but felt it was something inhuman, remote, nothing he could ever hope to imitate. But here, now, Kermavan had shown his fear. He had balked at what was evidently the worst peril he knew, a fear he had learned from childhood, and still he was walking, quite calmly as it appeared, into the shadow of it. How had he achieved that? Perhaps by creating a greater fear than that of the forest, the fear of dishonor. Elof sighed. What greater fear could he find in himself than of confronting his old master, armed with the very fruit and prize of Elof's own worst deed? In turning it against him, the master-smith, whatever ill he intended, would be doing no more than justice. What could he fear more than that? The dark peaks of the trees seemed to thrust up at them from below. The travelers came level with them long before they had reached the valley floor, marveling at their great height, and the thickness of the roof of foliage they spread across the valley. "You could almost walk over that," exclaimed Ilse. "It would be hardly less safe," said Kermavan dryly. By then, though it was yet early afternoon, the sun was dipping behind the steep valley walls, and an ancient gloom seemed to drape itself like a shadow veil around the forest. To the bare lower tree trunks it clung, muffling sound, baffling the sight. Only at the margins did the trees glow light green in the sunlight. The bulk of the forest reared behind them like a wall of darkness. But as they stopped to eat under the shade of the outmost trees, rows of leaning alders along the riverside, it appeared quiet and peaceful enough. "And it cannot be very far through at this point," said Elof encouragingly, as they finished their scanty meal. He stooped to fill their leather water bottles from the river as it came tumbling down the slope beside them, clear and shallow, to fall rumbling into its own deep-cut channel between the roots of tall firs, like gateposts. Kermavan, chewing an end of smoked meat, said nothing. "A few miles at most," Elof added. "And beyond that, an easy way through the hills, by the look of it. We should be out by nightfall." "If our way is straight," said Kermavan, and rose. "Well, we have naught to gain by delay. Are we all prepared? Very well, then. But, Keris, if it were not the only way!" And turning, he plunged between the alders into the gloom of the forest as a diver into deep water, and to the others, only a little way behind, he was as swiftly swallowed up. Hastily they scrambled after him, and found the undergrowth tangling thick about them, sword ferns, wood ferns, five-finger ferns, tall horsetails gaudily ringed red and brown and green, tangled bushes of huckleberry, clumps of iris, and many others they did not recognize. Low branches of hazel, maple, and mountain lilac swept at their faces. But Kermavan, only a few steps ahead, was gliding between them with the ease of great woodcraft, and by following him they found the clearer ways. Ilse had least trouble of all, being the shortest, but Elof, wiping pollen from streaming eyes, tugged at his sword, yearning to hack his way clear. He remembered, though, the woodcraft he had learned from Kermavan, and forbore. No need to make his trail any easier to follow, if followers there might be. He became acutely aware that the ground was sloping away beneath them, the walls of the dale turning steeply downward once more, and when he looked back the forest edge was high above his head, the afternoon light shining through it as over a high wall, split into smoky beams among the tree trunks. "There must be deep places in here where the sun never reaches, where no light ever shines." He spoke softly, and shivered a little. Even the wind among the leaves seemed high overhead, and below here it was strangely still. "Indeed there must," laughed Ilse. "And what would you do if you had not got one of the Duergar with you, then? Eh? My eyes feel eased as they have not done since I was carried off by you squint-eyed men. In this fine shade I can see patterns on plant and stone that you cannot. I can see the small things as they stir among the leaves. The very fungi on the rotting wood glow with light for me to see by. Now say, have I not the better of you strong swordsmen?" "You always had," chuckled Elof. He was suddenly almost achingly glad she was here, with her sardonic good cheer and stone-like steadiness. In a rush of sudden affection, he reached out and hugged her. She drove a bunched fist into his diaphragm, not especially hard. "Hands off, you smelly young human! At least, till you've had a bath in something better than sea-water." He laughed, unoffended. They had been friends since their first day together at Ansgar's forge. He had always found it easy to like Ilse, to forget she was of a different alien kind, one that held men in no great esteem, and that she was undoubtedly far older in years than he. Now, though, she had reminded him of that, in a roundabout, half-joking way. He did not mind, but nor, then, did he stop to think she might have been reminding herself. Kermovan's harsh whisper broke in on them. "Cease, you two! Are you on a country stroll?" They knew he was right, and fell silent. There were sounds in the forest they should be paying attention to, the hollow music of tumbling water, the rush of swaying branches, the rustle of leaf mold and snap of twigs on the forest floor, the patter and scurry of small things among them, the cries of birds. It was in these, in their sudden change or cessation, that they might find their only warnings of trouble, if trouble there came. Elof listened then, and as he listened he became more and more aware of the size of the forest. The sounds of it seemed to stretch away into infinity, to drown any faint murmur from the world outside. A difficult patch of bush brought him breathless among a stand of redwood trunks. He leaned for a moment on a wide bole, looked upward, and stood rigid with amazement. Up they soared over him, those ragged trunks, to an immense height, as if they were pillars supporting the sky. They were even taller, growing from this steep slope, than they had looked from the hillside. The smallest of them was as large as the largest in the northern forests he knew, and they grew closer together. The thick branches bristled out from the upper trunks to link and mesh into a roof so thick that only a shifting dapple of light fell to the damp floor beneath, and in some places less than that. Elof understood the tangle of growth he saw around him, plant climbing upon plant, all clustering like frantic children around the boles of the high trees, redwoods chiefly, but with firs and cypresses among them almost as tall. It was all a struggle toward the sun, a slow, fierce war of jostling growth whose intensity, once perceived, was almost alarming. It was like walking among statues in attitudes of battle, and seeing blood flow. The forest seemed suddenly a less peaceful place, full of jealous, malign vitality, and he scurried on to keep up with the others, feeling he understood Kermovan a little better now. More time passed, another half-hour perhaps, and they were still going downhill. The light overhead seemed dimmer and grayer, the trees, if anything, even taller and more overpowering. Ilse glared into the dimness. "How far down does this dale go? I cannot even see the further slope yet." Kermovan nodded. "We will not be through before nightfall, I fear, Elof." But Elof gestured him to silence, and they stood very still. The birds had fallen almost silent. The sound of rushing water was louder now below them, but there was another very similar note above it, a new sound of rushing and pattering and splashing. Kermovan looked up, and water dripped down upon his face. "Rain," he said. "Well, we have shelter of a kind down here. No one place better than another. As well to press on." So they donned their cloaks, pulled their hoods out to shield their faces, and walked on. The wind rocked the tree-tops and drove last autumn's skeletal leaves dancing across the forest floor, but the mighty branches above them scarcely stirred. The smell of the mold grew richer, stronger, heavier, almost stupefying. The ceiling of foliage did indeed stop the rain, but only to pass it on as slower, heavier drops, or a haze of spray which worked its way in everywhere. They were soaked in minutes, and deaf to everything save the sharp, relentless pattering, a sound which lulled the mind and numbed it. Then it came upon them. Elof heard only a sudden wind rush, moaning like a great horn, and a creak of branches above him before something seemed to smash down onto his shoulders. He twisted, tried to reach his sword, and instead found himself grappling with a tall figure, clawing at smooth bare skin, slick with rain. Then abruptly he was sprawling winded on the ground, a weight on his back and a hard rod or staff pinioning his arms and head, driving his gasping mouth down into the mold. Beside him he could hear Ilse thrashing and cursing. Frantically he heaved upward, caught a glimpse of Kermavan still on his feet, sword drawn, standing off a ring of indistinct shapes. A blow rang on his scalp, and he sank down stunned. Dimly he heard a rush, clanging, shouts, and a thud as something heavy toppled down on the ground. Then he was hauled roughly to his feet and hurried stumbling to one side, unseen arms pinioning his hands behind him. Through blurred eyes he made out Ilse, disheveled and furious-looking, but otherwise unharmed, similarly held in front of him. "Don't struggle," she hissed. "Deadly danger! Tapyao's children!" Only then did he notice clearly the strange figures who held her. They were not a comforting sight. They looked human, but they were inhumanly tall and slender, nearly twice Ilse's height, and very long-limbed, with skin the color of light honey. It showed, for they wore little, and looked to him more savage than the Ekwesh. That much he had time to notice before the furious struggle around Kermavan spilled over. A body slammed against him, the grip on his arms broke, and he tumbled forward into the path of another running figure, who leaped over him without stopping and vanished into the bushes. Shouts rang out. A scream. He sprang up, swept the black sword from its scabbard with a cold whistle, and fell upon the figures holding Ilse. They dropped her arms and danced back. One flung a javelin. He swung his sword at it, and it exploded in flinders. Then, quite suddenly, they were gone. There was no trampling in the thick undergrowth, not a sound of flight. It was as if earth and tree shadow had swallowed them up. Ilse bounced to her feet and pointed. Elof spun round and saw Kermavan breathing hard, with a great splash of blood across his cloak, and more along his blade. And at his feet, twisting, lay one of the strange creatures. Elof stepped closer and gaped with astonishment. Under its dusty harness of metal-studded leather, it was unmistakably a woman. "What forest demons have we here?" panted Kermavan. He looked deeply troubled. The woman's long arm was deeply gashed, and a puddle of blood was soaking into the mold around the shattered fragments of what had been a vicious-looking hooked pike. He and Elof looked at each other in momentary helplessness. This was an enemy, but could they let her bleed to death in front of them? They themselves had only been held, not stabbed, as they could have been, and she could be some surety for them. Suddenly, without a word spoken, Kermavan was on his knees, pinching the wound shut with his wiry fingers, and Elof and Ilse were rummaging in their packs for bandages and salves. "This should be sewn up," growled Kermavan. "But we cannot take time for that. A bandage is only a minute's work, and will bar the blood enough for now. Let us hope her friends have the skill. Elof, do you stop her twisting her arm thus. Ilse, do you keep a watch. What are these half-men, anyway?" Elof took the long arm in his lap, and barely managed not to drop it as he saw the hand. It was half again as long as his own, and weirdly unlike it. It was as if an ordinary hand had been taken and stretched, but without growing any thinner. The four main bones and the fingers beyond them were all far longer, and in repose they curled inward like a hook, meeting the palm. The thumb, by contrast, was little larger than his own, and set more to the side of the hand. But the muscles and tendons stood out around it as they did around the fingers, with an impression of wiry strength. He imagined trying to do fine smithying with such a hand, and shook his head. No wonder they were so primitive. But something jarred within his mind, and he looked again at the harness and wondered. It was not the crude breech-clout he had first thought at her thighs, but a shaped strip of soft leather bound round her hips with a broad belt of the same stuff. Not a bad garment, if all its wearer cared about was protection, not modesty, and there seemed to be patterns worked on the leather. There definitely were on the broad, studded strips that ran from the belt to cover her breasts, restraining them and acting as light armor. Protection again, but no undue concealment. It looked like fighting gear for a scout or fast skirmisher, cut down to the absolute minimum. But she would still need boots. He looked down at her feet and felt cold. They were bare, and they were shaped as weirdly as the hand. But there, somehow, it looked even worse. What then of her face? It was hidden by a tangled mat of brownish hair. Hesitantly he brushed it aside, and this time did jump. The eyes were a glitter of icy green, wide, wild, slanted like an animal's, the face around them drawn back in taut, snarling lines, lips stretched transparent over grinding teeth. It looked so like an animal, he expected her to fly at him, but then he knew it for a grimace of terror on features that were essentially as human as his own. He opened his hand reassuringly, drew it back, and saw her relax. Kermavan finished his bandaging, reached up, and swiftly bound the bent arm to her body. "That will stop the wound opening again for now. We had best be on our way now, and her with us." "Is that wise?" asked Ilse dryly. "Is taking hostages honorable?" Kermavan winced. "It is necessary. Helping her was right, but it has cost us the minutes we gained putting them to flight. Anyway, she is no hostage. I will not harm her. But they are not to know that. Come." Another windrush moaned among the trees, and a sudden spattering of rain fell about them. There was a loud rustle of leaves. "Too late," said Elof through clenched teeth, and he cursed himself. It was obvious now how the other creatures had vanished so quickly. He, of all of them, should have seen it. That hand had been ideally shaped for tree climbing, as he would shape his forge tools. Now they had come back, with others, moving with the wind so they would not be heard, and swung down from all sides. They stood now in a wide ring, alert and menacing. They had bows now, and more spears poised to hurl, and even Kermavan made no attempt to move. Elof could see their faces clearly then, and they surprised him. Men and women both were much alike, long fair faces, clean-lined and clear-skinned, with high cheekbones and square jaws. There was little expression in them, but anger flickered about their mouths. The woman staggered to her feet and stumbled over to them, clutching her bandaged arm. "If that had been a man," growled Ilse disgustedly, "you'd just have left him." "Of course," said Kermavan absently, then looked slightly puzzled. Elof held up his hand impatiently. The woman had been saying something to the others, and it seemed to him that he almost understood it. He tensed as one man stepped forward, spear poised to stab, and looked at the three of them. He stood with his legs apart, shoulders bowed, but even so he seemed far taller than any normal man, looming over them all. Then he said something, and his voice was deep, but soft and gusty. Elof cocked his head, and the man repeated it. "Ereka Iyawasa." "He's asking us if we're Ekwesh," exclaimed Elof. Ilse gave a snort of disgust, and Kermavan a rare peal of laughter. "No, not Ekwesh," barked Elof, hoping he would be understood as easily. "Ekwesh." He clenched his fist and made a gesture of hurling something aside. "Do you understand?" "Tapyao's children, you called them, Ilse," said Kermavan softly. "Didn't I hear Ansgar say you trade news with these folk?" "More than news," said Ilse tautly. "Those are Duergar bows and blades. Small comfort. But there is little contact. They are strange folk, and the Duergar do not have the freedom of their realm. I have never before seen them myself, and I do not know their tongue. Indeed, I am surprised to find them here, for they dwell mostly deep within the forest to the east." The woodman stepped forward, spear still poised, and stooped down to peer at her. "She is of the Duergar, the Lady Ilse," said Elof, slowly and clearly. The woodman turned to Kermavan, who stood very straight, with folded arms. "I am a warrior of the Southlands," he said calmly. "By name, Kermavan." The woodman stiffened slightly, but made no hostile move. Momentarily a strange, remote look shaded his eyes. "And I am from the north," said Elof, pointing uphill. "A smith, called Elof." He tapped his chest, because the woodman had looked at him so blankly. "Elof." Abruptly the woodman grounded his spear and called out an order. The bows were lowered, but the woodfolk swarmed forward so quickly the travelers were caught off guard. Before they knew what was happening, they were again pinioned in huge hands, strong enough, as Elof now knew, to sustain a heavy body swinging through branches. He felt his feet leave the ground, legs dangling, and then the forest seemed to rush at him as the woodfolk charged into the trees. He flinched, but nothing struck him, though he seemed surrounded by rushing walls of green. He could not tell who carried him, whether the others were with him, whether he was on the ground still or up among the branches. The mad whirl seemed to last minutes only, but when his sight steadied, he was moving through a totally different part of the forest. Around him was deep gloom, and when he looked up there was nothing more, no trace of sky or light of any kind. Somewhere beyond his sight, water ran hollow and deep. A sound of wind in branches seemed a distant thing, high up and far off. Over his head the branches scarcely stirred, as if the wind from the world outside could hardly reach them. He could have been lost in the deepest delvings of the Durgar, and the few immense bowls that were gradually becoming visible in the gloom only some carved pillars, stout enough to be a mountain's roots. "Ilse?" he called. "Kermavan?" "Here!" cried voices some way off, and then they stopped. A hand shook him roughly, and he said no more. Ahead of him a glimmer of light was glowing, and he saw that his captors were moving across a forest floor now clear and almost bare of anything save leaf mold, fallen branches, and strange fungi. Small wonder at that, where no sunlight could reach. But ahead of it was a shaft of brightness, of dazzling brightness, a clearing in the deepest wood. Nothing grew in it higher than grass studded with small gold flowers, save at its heart a vast red trunk, alone and unsupported, glowing in the rich light of afternoon. Toward this he was rushed, half expecting to be tied to it, but instead they stretched out his arms and rested his palms flat against the bark. Then, almost reverently, they set him down and stepped back. He half turned to look up at them, taking one hand away. One, a woman, reached out an arm that seemed too long, like a spider's, and pressed the hand back, flat. Then she stepped away once more. Bewildered, he turned to face the tree. He smelled the faint aroma of the sun-warmed wood and found it pleasant. It felt much as any other redwood, fibrous, flaky bark on a heavily ridged bole, softly rough to the touch. That, too, he found more pleasant than usual. It felt positive, as it did touching an animal with a soft coat, one of his old cattle perhaps, feeling the quickening of life beneath the skin, the play of muscle, the blood pulse in the veins. Here, somehow, he seemed to feel the life of the tree, the moving sap, the sunning leaves, the drinking roots, the slow rhythm of unhurried, unhindered growth. It was a strange, a unique, exciting feeling, and he thought of a whole forest that pulsed with life like this, his mind racing from tree to shrub, stalk, fern, grass blade, seed, fungus, spore. And there, too, among them, darting like the very sparkles of the sunbeam, were patches of quicker, hotter vitality that enlivened the whole, spice that made a sweet dish, more than bland. Animal life among the plants. He felt his weariness, his shock, fade in the sun's warmth, the thirst in him melt away, almost as if he could also put down roots to tap the earth. That struggle for existence he had noted now seemed more like a dance, a piece of music made of many themes in which each won itself a place, a time, and dared not outstay it without discord. It would fade when it was done, but grow again. He saw, in its totality, the interlinking, interwoven life of the forest, and the greater whole that its parts made up. A leaf trembled, a tree creaked, a hawk stooped, ants scuttled. In a clearing, startled by nothing, a bright-eyed deer leaped and sprang away. A thought awoke, and he understood.
"Why have you come here?"
Why? He stared wildly around, but he knew he had not heard that voice in his ears. It was a vast sound, and cold, like a great shout from afar. It had a strange wild note in it, waxing and waning like the gusty wind, like the clear horns of the village hunters he remembered, blowing in the distance near dusk. "My name is Elof."
"I know your name. Why do you trespass in my domain?"
I seek to reach the The great city of the Southmen. The Eqwesh besiege it now.
I have had tidings. What would you there, you and your friends?
Elof looked nervously at the tree, staring up toward its lowest branches, high above. He noticed then that its summit was sharp, not rounded as so many tall trees were by strikes of lightning. Kermavan had said the forest was his people's foe. Did he dare risk telling it, this voice that seemed already to know so much, about his weapon, his quest? "I and my companions, we bring help to them, that is all."
3 against thousands? They will scarcely miss you.
Elof pursed his lips against a bitter retort. "Do you favor the Eqwesh, then?" The light seemed to be fading, and looking up, Elof saw that the sun had sunk below the rim of the ring of trees. Gray clouds were drifting across the circle of sky above. Far distant in the wood a wolf howled, a sound of distant anguish and pain.
I do not favor the Eka Iyawasa, nor he who drives them on, Louhi's huntsman. Do you not know me?"
"No," said Elof, angry at being toyed with, yet wondering even so if he spoke the truth.
The wind rose, the trees shook and rustled, bending before it as if in obedience. "I am Tapiao."
Elof's fingers dug into the soft bark. "I know no more of you than that name."
"Do you not?"
There was almost a note of amusement in the words. A great cloud of pigeons flew up, whirred around, settled among the branches once again.
"Know this, then, one alone, that I am a power among these trees, that this is my domain, and I gave you no leave to tread within it. You should have chosen some other way south."
"We did," barked Elof, angry and shaken. "We tried to go by sea, but were forced ashore by whales."
"Even so? Then Nyarad also will not have you within his domain. But I will be merciful. Go, take your companions, and retrace your steps."
"But this is vital," pleaded Elof desperately. "We bear something of great import. If we do not reach the South Berg within a few days, we will be too late." Wind whipped at him, the leaves crackled. He looked up, around. Grey cloud now blanketed the sky, and sunset was near. Drops pattered down among the leaves once more. No word was spoken, but Elof felt at once that wall of shadow he had first seen, an immense indifference. He beat his fist on the bark, but knew as he did so that it was useless. The voice was not in the tree, the voice was in the whole forest around him, stretching out to its remotest, unguessed-at distances. The tree was a focus only, a local one, like a window, a door. And now it was closed, barred, shuttered. The forest had turned away from him. He bowed his head, and his hands sank down on the tree. He was about to take them away when he heard a harsh cry from above, saw a flickering speck of black out of the corner of his eye. He looked up again. The sky shivered with light, and there was a distant crackle of thunder. There were 2 of them, tossing and swirling around the blasts of the upper air, riding the coming storm as if for sport. Down they came, circling, spiraling, cawing carelessly to each other in tones he seemed almost to understand. Squawking and flapping, they burst in among the branches of the great tree, scattering a rain of dry, scaly needles and cones down upon Elof's unprotected head, and with a final, insolent caw, they settled on a low, thick branch that bent alarmingly under their weight. One cocked its head and regarded him with beady amusement. "Thinking," it croaked. He heard the word clearly. "Remembering," croaked the other. "Delay," said the first, and ruffled his wings. "Danger," said the second, and in high alarmed tones added, "Help!" It rattled its long black beak loudly, and wiped it along the bark. "Storm," said the first. "Fly," croaked the second, and they took off in a thrashing flurry of wings. Thunder rumbled again, startlingly near, and again the sky was lit pale. Into the middle of it they vanished, dwindling to dark specks, and were no more seen. "I could understand them," said Elof aloud, staring after them. "Those who have tasted the blood of the worm may come to understand much in time." You again!" gasped Elof. "What now?"
"I spoke in haste. You did not say enough of your errand. It is important, and I will not hinder you. But still you may not walk freely in this land, nor linger a moment longer than you must. My folk will bear you to its southern borders faster than you could go yourself."
"Thank you, Lord of the Forest," breathed Elof.
"Do you call me that? I thank you, and for thanks, be warned."
The trees creaked softly.
"That which you bear is not enough. More is needed."
"More, Lord?" breathed Elof, flooded suddenly with despair. "I have no more to give."
"Not yet, but I would aid your quest somewhat. Hold still."
There was a sharp, snapping crack, and something fell slithering down the great trunk, to land with a crash beside him. He looked, and saw that it was a small branch, a twig really, but thickly covered in the scaly redwood needles.
"Take that and guard it well. While there are needles on it, even withered and dead, something of the virtue of forests will cling to it. It will not shield you in the brightness of day, nor in the clear moonlight, nor among the cold stoneworks of men, but among nature, in times of twilight and shadow, it will help you pass unseen."
Elof stooped to take it and bowed his head. "We will use it well, Lord, and acknowledge the power of your realm. But what else must I?"
"It is nothing I can give. You will know it, I think, when most you need it. Now go."
Again Elof felt his arms seized, found himself whirled round, and saw the trees come rushing at him. The stormy air whistled around him, the branches swung and nodded wildly, and now the movement did not stop, but went on and on, a great giddy rush that left him breathless, barely able to think. Then it ended. The onrush dropped suddenly, sickeningly downward. Then the grip on his arms was released. Foliage whirled about him, and he tumbled with a rustling crash into a drift of rotten leaves. He sat there a moment, winded, shaking his head in utter confusion. But still clasped in his hand was a long sprig of redwood. "Elof!" shouted Ilse, and as he picked himself up, dusting away damp fragments of decay, he saw his friends rushing through the trees toward him. Ilse made it first and caught him in a hug that strained his ribs. "Where'd you get to, idiot? All we knew is that they whisked us off. We heard you shout, and then we were swung here."
"And dropped," said Kermavan, flexing his arm gingerly. "But they left us all our gear. I begin to think I was not so foolish, tending that witch woman."
"They are a strange people," said Ilse.
"Surely, if they are stranger than the mountain folk," grunted Kermavan, as they turned to the pile of gear and began to gather it up. "At a hazard, Elof, you were taken to their chieftain?"
"Say instead, their father," said Elof.
"What?"
"Later," said Elof, unnerved. He turned to ease the redwood sprig carefully into a pocket of his pack and strap it on. "Ask me later, if at all. We must leave here at once." Kermavan shrugged.
"Easily done. We have come right across the dale and are almost at the southern fence of the trees. A pass opens between the hills, only an hour or two's walk east of here."
Ilse shivered. "But the weather! Can't we settle down for the night here in the shelter of the trees, rather than out there on the windy hills?" The sound that stilled her was not loud, but it was very large, as if many trees and bushes rustled all at once. They turned and became aware of the shadow that moved slowly among the thicker green behind them. It looked like a moving wall behind the leaves. Hands crept to sword and axe as it lurched slowly closer, then fell away in dismay as they saw the true size of the thing. The bulky body rose to more than twice Kermavan's height above the ground, on 4 legs that rivaled the redwood trunks around them in both girth and appearance, for the whole brute was covered in sparse but shaggy brown hair, thinnest on its small triangular ears. Small, red-rimmed eyes, glinting with a mildly wicked merriment, gleamed out from the bony, high-crowned skull, and below them, weirdest of all, 2 vast curving blades of yellowish-white horn, or tooth. Longer even than the very forelimbs of the beast, they crossed at the tips, and between them rose an immense flexible snout that browsed and ruffled among the thick foliage. "Mammoth," whispered Ilse. "But a kind greater than any I have heard of, that's sure." It looked absurd, that snout, until they saw it pull down a huge branch with casual strength to shame the arm of a troll. Not far away among the trees came another, similar, crash and rustle. Then the travelers backed away as one, very slowly. "Would you still linger?" hissed Elof. "Tapiow bids us be gone." "I know well enough when I've outstayed my welcome," Ilse muttered. "Yon hill takes on a strange allure." So they caught up the last of their gear, and wrapping their dark cloaks about them, they moved silently away among the trees, until they came at last out into the cloudy dusk. The hillside beyond was steep, the grass and bushes tangled, but they did not stay to rest, clambering up it as fast as they could go. A blaring call, trumpeting derision, sounded at their backs, but only Elof stopped and turned, looking back across the dull sheen of the leaf roof to where it parted a little around the pinnacle of the tallest tree, and touched for a moment the rough outline of the sprig within his pack. Then Ilse called him, and he hurried on. Chapter 10. The Tempering. So it was that same night the three travelers crossed the southern slopes of the high hills, and came at last down into the fair land of Brehane. They found the pass without trouble, and came through it into country that Kermavan knew well. Even in the dark, with only a faint moon glimmering through the heavy clouds, he was able to guide them along many little winding paths on the hillsides, and lead them so well that when they at last made camp by the mouth of a narrow dale, the hills lay behind them. Beside their camp, a small swift stream disappeared downhill in a stairway of falls and deep pools, and at dawn next day, having bathed in the pools, they followed it on its way. It wound away between little stands of trees, across patches of green meadow, and came at last to a low stone wall which marked the edge of a vineyard. Already the fruit hung heavy on the vines as they passed. "A good vintage this year, by the look of it," said Ilse. "But who will harvest it, I wonder?" said Elof. "Listen!" "I hear nothing," said Ilse, puzzled. "Nothing indeed," said Elof. "Beyond the vines lie fields, a farm, and yet these farmers are surely not greater sluggards than the northerners I knew. Some at least should be up and at work now. Do you hear the clink of hoes, the cackle of fowl, the call of animals driven to pasture or to milking?" "Nothing," said Ilse, and so it was. It was now high summer, and those lands were at their richest, the corn ripening all across the broad plains, the fruit swelling on the orchard boughs. Yet the only sound of man in them was the rumor of distant war, and it echoed in emptiness. All the folk had fled. "A few, perhaps, will have gone inland," said Kermavan as they walked down to the first river ford. "Westward toward the wild land, around the roots of the mountains, where I suppose the Duergar gates are, Ilse. But that to us is rough and dubious country. Most of them will now be within the walls of the city, eating up its store of supplies, draining its wells and crowding it out so sickness spreads. I would not have admitted the peasants, but the syndics will." "It seems the kinder course," said Elof doubtfully. "Kind for the moment, unkind for the future. They will hinder and weaken our defenses, and perhaps bring doom upon everyone, when they would have been as safe or safer inland." "Even so," said Ilse. "Could you drive them clamoring from the gate?" "I would never have let them reach the gate to begin with, but made preparations, issued commands against any emergency, and seen that they were understood. As they would be, were the need made clear. How else may a realm be defended? But this the syndics will not do, lest they alarm the poor tender people. Well, I'll wager they are alarmed now." And he strode splashing fiercely across the ford, checking his pace not the least against the strong current that tugged at their ankles. To three hardened travelers this was an easy country, its paths and rutted roadways a great luxury. They made a fast pace, and it was not yet noon when they crested the first range of hills between them and the city. Now it was only some 5 or 6 leagues distant, and much clearer to see, though the air shimmered with the midday heat. From a brooch it had grown to a great shield shape, set upon a checkered blazon of fields, and with high-crowned towers for its boss, atop a stone hill from which the ivory walls ran outward as ripples spread in water. A fair sight it would have been in days of peace, but now both blazon and shield bore the strokes and scars of war. Smoke arose in great wreathing coils from many of the blazoned fields, brown as the scars of some spreading disease among the rich greens and yellows of summer. The sea, too, was stained, its tarnish clear now as innumerable black flecks of sails. Many as there were, the high walls dwarfed them, and from within these no smoke came. But it was clear the city now stood encircled, and the siege had begun. It was a great sight, and a terrible one, that beleaguered burg. Kermavan took one horrified look, and would look no longer, but strode down the slope into the vale beyond. Elof and Ilse looked at one another and ran after him. The valley below was wider and its floor less even, but Kermavan went striding across the lands like a man within yards of his own threshold and a storm coming on. The others had to hold him back almost forcibly and remind him that it would do no good to arrive at the city exhausted and without due care. It was as well they were heeded, for in crossing a small farm they rounded a corner and came suddenly upon a foraging party of Eckwesh, 9 in all, lolling at their ease among the arbours. For a heartbeat their stern copper faces were blank with astonishment. Then Kermavan was among them before they could drop their looted wineskins and snatch up their spears. He fell upon them like a howling wind. 3 he slew with 2 great slashing strokes, even as they scrambled up, and 2 he felled in a breath when they stood to fight. Elof and Ilse caught up then and engaged the rest, and the dark sword sang in the light as it shattered their spears. Ilse with her axe hewed the legs from one, Elof thrust through another who sought to stab her, and the last 2 turned to flee. But Kermavan caught them by the farmhouse wall, knocked one sprawling, and cut down the other among the splintered debris of the door. The fallen warrior sprang up with a long knife poised to throw, but Ilse's axe struck him between the shoulders, and he fell. Kermavan drove his sword through him. "For none," he said, "must escape to give the alarm, or we would be hunted down in hours. I doubt not the land here is alive with them, for with so large a force they cannot have brought much provender. We must go carefully. Well, they have a few less mouths to feed now, and ere long, I hope, fewer yet. Let them dine on these their friends, if they find them." For all Kermavan's words of caution, he still led them at great speed across the country, only taking more care around estates and dwellings. These were few and scattered. "Does Brehane not have any other towns?" Elof asked Kermavan. "Only 3 of any size, a port to the south named Brehannock, and 2 inland towns. Our ports to the north are smaller, about the size of your large Northland towns. Most people prefer to dwell within one great centre, a legacy perhaps of the days when we first came to this land across the eastern ocean, and were alone among immense forests and mountains vaster than aught we had left behind us. Even now we still cleave to the coast, wherever we settle." They saw 3 other Eckwesh parties before they left the valley, but only at a distance. They were sauntering along, evidently not expecting trouble, so it was safe to assume the others had not yet been missed. As night fell, the travellers came into the first slopes of the hills and made a comfortable camp in a shepherd's empty hut. They ate well, though they lit no fire. "Our food is all but gone," said Ilse sleepily. "What of it?" said Kermavan, already wrapping himself in his stained cloak. "Tomorrow we will win through to the city, or have no cares about food thereafter. As well keep up our strength." "Tomorrow," thought Elof, as he sought the sleep he felt he would never find. "Tomorrow the city. And what then? Will I find it then, that one more thing I need? Can I possibly find it in time?" But then sleep stole on him unbidden, and he walked through uneasy dreams. Faces swirled before him, translucent against darkness like moonlit clouds, faces of Ilse, Kermavan, Rock, and ever of Kara. But behind them all came the sword, its fell patterns no longer fixed, but swirling like oil on water, changing so he could read them like script, and he knew with mounting excitement that it was about to reveal to him the secret he needed to know. Then it shimmered, shook, swirled again, and the pattern twisted into hateful faces that leered and mocked at him. And still the sword advanced, swelled, and grew gigantic, till it struck at him with a crash and a rumble like a falling mountain, and he was cloven to the heart. "What was that?" he cried, sitting bolt upright. Then he realized he had been dreaming, and yet it seemed to him that faint echoes of his dream still shivered through the cool dawn air. "A single thunderbolt," said Kermavan softly from his place by the doorway. "The flash awoke me, yet such a thing is rare in our summer storms. Strange. Still, the awakening came timely. We must be on our way." Elof and Ilse rose, grumbling a little, and made a hearty breakfast on the last of their stores, while Kermavan fumed and fretted and would hardly touch a morsel. He even grudged them minutes to splash water on their faces at the nearby spring before setting off up the hill, but now he kept a more cautious pace, an eye on the land around, and great care that they should not show themselves. This close to the city they dared not cross the hill crests and be seen against the sky, but walked a weaving path between the slopes, ever alert for sign or sound of danger. It was late afternoon, therefore, when they made their way into a little coppice of trees that skirted the last and lowest slope. Elof knew they could not be far now, for the sound of the sea was faint in his ears, and he could taste it on the breeze. But there were other sounds and taints also, and less welcome. "Here we may rest a while and scout out our way," said Kermavan. "The far end of this looks out upon the city." They came to a line of trees linked by a great bank of bushes and tall ferns. Cautiously he parted them, and peered out. Then Elof heard him catch his breath, and it sounded like a sob, whether of rage or sorrow or despair he could not tell. He pushed forward also, and looked out, and he, too, caught his breath at the sight before him. "It reminds me of my own village," he said softly, and choked. "You will think that foolish, when it could have fitted into a tiny corner of this great burg." Kermavan shook his head firmly, though his face was grey. "No, never foolish. The lesser must be free of this slaughter, or how shall the great endure? It is the same, and as evil, be it writ large or small." "He is right," said Ilse. She unslung her pack and pulled from it a bright shirt of fine mail. "Your folk, mine, his, their deaths weigh every bit as heavily in the scale, and the balance is a fearful one. This must stop." They were no more than a half-league now from the city walls, on a level with its highest towers, and it lay spread out before them. To Elof's eyes it seemed to spill outward from a central hill, outward across the flatter lands to either side. A great encircling wall, fronting the harbour and running from there inland in a horseshoe shape, seemed barely able to contain such a vast sprawling scatter of rooftops, all shades of slate, grey-green, and weathered ivory. It seemed to Elof that his village and every other village and town he had ever seen, whether of men or Duergar, might be dropped among them altogether, and never noticed. Ivory also were the high walls which meandered here and there between the rooftops, setting off one section of the city from another in a way that looked at first meaningless, till he realized he was seeing the history of its growth, outward, like the rings which mark the passage of seasons in a tree. In their way, these rings were also a mark of time and growth. When, every few generations, the community dwelling beyond the walls had grown too large to defend from within, they would simply build another section of wall, or even an entire new encircling wall, round it. Sometimes the wall behind might be demolished, but most often it was left as an extra line of defense. Elof traced these walls inward and marveled at the great number of them. This city was an ancient place, and no part of it seemed more ancient or more noble than what he saw at its heart, wellspring of all that growth. The heart of the brooch, the shield boss, was a rising promontory of rock, a gentle slope on its narrow landward side, but dropping as a sheer cliff to the waters of the harbour. Atop this, like a high crest on a helm, it bore up a great fortress of 7 high towers. Grey were the lower slopes of the citadel, for they were carved whole from the living rock. But above them the towers were of ivory stone, as also the walls and roofs that ran between them. They stood like a diadem on the brow of the rock, the tallest of them rising straight up from the cliff face above the waters. And the tops of the towers glowed under the noon sun more brightly even than the sea which lay beyond them, for they were roofed all with bronze, and crowned in bright gold. So much Elof would have seen if he had first gazed upon Kerbrahane the city in the days of its peace. There might perhaps have been great ships stirring in the harbour, white sails spread, or a thin wisp of smoke arising from some great cooking fire in the citadel, where an evening's banquet was being prepared. But now there was more, much more. The sun still shone mellow upon the tower tops, the many-hued banners they bore swirling proudly in the wind from the sea. But against them rose banners greater and more telling, dark reeks that heralded no feast fit for men, the high plumes of black smoke from the ruined lands around. From here the devastation worked upon those lands was all too clear. The scatter of camps, emplacements, trenches, and hasty fortifications, and the files of black-clad warriors that flowed among them like ants from a nest. What had once been buildings beyond the walls were but blackened shells now. What had been fields and pastures and parks were trampled down and strewn about with litter of war gear, loot, and debris. What must once have been pleasant groves beneath the walls had been hewn down and stacked against the gates, or made into great laddered platforms to be pushed on rollers against the walls, and spill warriors inside. The harbour, too, was despoiled, its waters choked now with the skeletal remains of ships, some beached, some thrust up out of the polluted water. Beyond the sea-wall, the sails that crowded shore and sea around, like a spreading stain, were every one of them black. The grim hulls of the Eckwesh rode at anchor, the livid faces painted along their flanks, menacing the city with gaping jaws. From their decks, as from the land, catapults raked the ramparts with terrible volleys of arrows and harpoons and shot of metal and stone. But it was not only from field and sea that the banners of destruction arose, for new fires had sprung up. The ruin outside had entered. The outermost encircling wall, that only the day before had stood a stern bulwark against the spreading reek, now bore a terrible wound in its northern flank. A great jagged collapse of stone, scarred black and ashen, as if by blasting heat. Into it, like a plague, streamed the black and white banners of the Eckwesh. Beyond it, roof-tops of grey and cream lay broken, and among them danced triumphant fires. Through the shattered streets, figures of men flickered back and forth in bitter conflict, darting and dodging among the buildings, and on parts of the wall above. Defenders still strove to turn back the enemy, lest they be pinioned from both sides. But the banners pressed even further and further on, and more advanced from outside. It was like a blight that had settled on a fair flower, and now was creeping inward by degrees, toward the heart. Already the sombre ensigns flew above a high round tower at the harbour end of the wall, and behind its battlements of sea-whitened stone, robed figures were gathering. The first wall was breached, overwhelmed, futile, the first circle taken. The Eckwesh had overwhelmed the outer defences, and were within the city. "How?" whispered Kermavan in anguish. "That wall should have held many days yet, even against this force. Yet already they stand atop Veda's tower. They dare. What sorcery has done this?" Elof looked long and hard at that blasted gap, and in his memory embers burst into sudden flame. Suddenly he was back on another hillside, above another town, with the echoes of another thunderbolt yet ringing in his ears. "Sorcery indeed," he breathed, and a black anger awoke in him. "For so my town was taken. If there was any doubt, it ends now. He is here, for he has woken the lightning to break your walls." "Is that then what we heard?" muttered Kermavan, shaking his head. "But the outer wall only has fallen. The inner ones are in less good repair. Why should he not strike them at once?" "Because the spell exhausts him. He must dance himself to a frenzy in heavy costume and mask, and put forth great power. Greater here than he used against Assenby, where he had only to strike down a man, not a wall. He will not do that again this day, but tomorrow—" "By tomorrow's dawn," grated Kermavan, "his dance will be stilled forever. Look there." Kermavan's keen eyes narrowed. He was staring across to the roof of the captured tower, almost level with them now. Elof followed his look. Even at this distance the figures were distinct in the clear light. Some bore spears and black and white armor. Most wore the robes and hats of chieftains, but among them walked one whose robes were plain black and without ornament, though he bore some great crested headdress. To the ramparts he came, mounted them, and leaned over with arm outstretched. And as he did so, as trumpets brazened rising discord, the smoky sunlight flashed sullen and strange from the blade he swept in a wide arc, like some terrible scythe of the unseen. One of the crude siege platforms was hauled rumbling forward against the defended end of the wall. The first warriors were poised, ready to spring down, when grapples were flung from the ramparts, and a smoking barrel of oil or tar was rolled out and down into its heart. It blazed at once like a gigantic torch, and shadows capered in the flame and fell from its ladders, ants caught in a bonfire. Then the grapples were hauled back, and the whole ramshackle structure lurched, tilted, folded inward, and collapsed upon the fleeing Eckwesh beneath. But even as it crashed in ruin, banners dipped and signaled from the tower, and catapults, mangonels, and other engines were drawn up to harry the wall anew. Boulders drummed upon the stonework, smashed the turrets, sent crenellations flying in deadly splinters. Darts hailed down on the parapets, and stricken men toppled over onto the heads of their foes. Another platform was pushed forward, files of men gathering around it, but they seemed to falter a moment in their advance as they came within range of the burning tower. Again the sword scythed out into the air. The invaders' battle line blended, and streamed together like the orderly traffic of an ant-hill stirred by a child's stick. The new assault washed forward through the flaming ruin of the last, as if it were not there. Onto the platform men crowded as it was thrust forward, and even before it crashed and swayed against the wall, they were hurling themselves down upon the very spear points of the defenders, overwhelming them in a tumbling, insane wave. Flame raced among the dry fields from the fallen tower, and smoke hid the scene. Elof turned away, hand to his mouth. A great emptiness seemed to open up inside, a chill void in which thought and feeling alike were swallowed up. Kermavan looked at him fiercely, questioningly. Elof nodded once and felt a bitter, salty taste flood his mouth, a sickening bloody taint. He spat into the bushes at his feet, and it was blood, and there was a sudden sting in the back of his hand. He had bitten deep into his finger without noticing. "Then all that remains is to bring you to him," said Kermavan calmly. His cold eyes met Elof's, and his face was as bleak as his words. "For this I have passed over ice and sea and many other perils, and I will not now fail. Will you?" Numbly Elof shook his head. "Very well, then. We will wait here until dark, and then I will bring you to the city and the tower through the Eckwesh lines. But you, lady," he added, turning to Ilse, "you have come further with us than you meant. You were best stay here for now, where you may yet turn for home should things go ill." She glared at him. "Skulk here when things are just getting interesting? Do you think you'd have got this far without me? No, my lad, I come also. Or do you fear they will not welcome me in that fine burg of yours?" "They will," said Kermavan grimly, "since you are with me. But later there may be many old errors to be set right." Many times that day they saw the sword sweep out over the city, and watched visions of fear and horror take form in its shadow. Men made mad were driven against their adversaries like chaff in a wind, till blood ran in dark streams down the warm stone. Sometimes the sword would be brandished out toward the harbor, and more of the dark ships would come crowding ever closer in among the hulks, sweeps threshing in the narrow channels as if to waken the drowned who lay below. At last one small ship dared to sail right in under the shadow of the high tower, tilting its bow catapult skyward. A harpoon-sized bolt struck into a tower window with a wide gallery beneath. A rope was hauled up by its cord, and up this swarmed Eckwesh with bows and spears slung at their backs. Half dangling by their hands, half walking up the rock face. They were almost at the gallery, some 60 feet above the harbor, when the next window opened, a pikehead caught in the rope against the rock and severed it. The climbers had never a chance, but fell away with it to land shattered against deck or water. The oars began to back water frantically, but then something of great size and weight was tilted over the gallery rail. It fell spinning straight down upon the hapless ship, clove its foredeck, and smashed through the planking. Water fountained upward, the ship lurched and listed, the mast toppled, and bodies spilled into the water on either side. The defenders leaned over the gallery with jeers of triumph, but the stern catapult was still manned, and a hail of heavy shot pounded all around the window. The great gallery cracked, fell away from the wall, and crashed down in ruin upon the sinking vessel and the swimmers around it, bringing defenders and attackers alike to a common end. Sickened, Elof rested his head in his hands. Only the sounds could he not shut out. As dusk gathered, these slowly stilled, and it was smaller fires that sprang up in the gloom, the attackers retreating to their camps. But there was no peace in the quiet that settled over the beleaguered city then. It was a taut, watchful quiet, the desperate stillness of the wounded beast shivering in its retreat. And over the camp was the quiet of the hunter, watching, waiting, with the blood scent already in the wind. The 3 travelers could sense that watchfulness as they slipped out from among the trees. There was a faint glow of moonlight. They made their way slowly, from bush to bush, from tree shadow to line of hedgerow or fence, and across the fields these guarded. But the fields bore no crop now save ashes, and among them many bones of those who had not had time to reach shelter, men and animals both. The first onslaught had been sudden, the city ill-prepared. That much was obvious, and Kermavan ground his teeth as they passed. Many of the human skulls were small. "It will be paid for," he muttered, "and not only by the Ekwesh, if I have my way." It was 2 hours, perhaps, before they came within sight of the besiegers' outer lines, and found just beyond them a wide chain of picket camps, with many men patrolling the darkness between their fires. "They are alert," muttered Kermavan, as they crouched in the shadow of a tumbled wall by the blackened skeleton of a tree. "Victory or defeat must hang on a hair now. Tomorrow morning—" He said no more, but they knew. Tomorrow would bring a bolt to shatter another wall, and perhaps with it the flagging will of the city. And that alertness will make our task the harder. To reach the tower we must enter the city somehow, and that will mean getting past the guards at the breach. See their fires? And slinking through the streets. A slow and perilous task that will be. It would be quicker simply to cut around the top of the walls, but— Elof coughed hesitantly. "There is something that might make it easier, at least as far as the walls. I am not sure. A token. I had it from the forest." He reached into his pack and pulled out the sprig of wood. The others eyed it uneasily. "A token, you say?" whispered Ilse. "But how will that serve?" She was answered as the scent reached them, a warm smell, resinous, heavy, heady. It seemed to flood the mind and sing there like the thin song of insects in a warm, still twilight. Elof held up the sprig, and it was as if the dead tree above them awoke, summoned up the ghosts of its leaf-heavy limbs, and set them swaying in the strange breeze, casting their old wide shadow in the pale light. Then Elof turned the sprig, and it seemed that the shadow spread outward from his arm, flowing and pooling in the darkness like blood from a secret slaying. And through it ran that heady heaviness, rich with soft rustle of a quiet forest, a safe place to rest one's weary limbs, to forget one's troubles and fears, to let one's leaden head nod a moment and find peace. Through the gloom moved the travelers, and it seemed to them that light leaf-mold rustled beneath their feet, that the sounds of harsh voices, and the clink of weapons and armory, and even the sound of the sea faded into the small night noises of any woodland, that the smells of cooking, of blood, of death, vanished
among the many strong scents of trees. Not the sharp evergreens of Tapiao's forests, these, but the blossoming fruit trees that must till recently have flourished here. So perhaps they also were revenged upon their slayers, for the travellers slipped like ghosts themselves among the lines of picket and sentry, moved between the trenches and the fosses and the tents of dark hide. Kermavan had noted each position of the enemy, each obstacle on their path. At any given moment, though he could not see far ahead, he knew what must lie there. When he was in any doubt, Ilse, to whom the dark was no greater than that of the Duergar's delvings, could set them aright. But always as he turned and twisted the little bough, Elof felt a light pattering on his hand as a few more needles fell away. So they passed through the lines of the enemy, and came at length to the wide breach in the wall, like the outline of a great blazing spearhead that had struck down into the stone, splintering, shattering, melting to nothing. The black-armored sentinels squatting there nodded and bowed their heads, dreamed, perhaps, of the dank, chill forests of their harsh homeland, while their watchfire flickered and sank under the wood-shadow. Death hovered over them in those few seconds of passing gloom, and they never knew it, nor paid any heed to the slight choking sound, half anguish, half fury, instantly stifled as Kermavan caught rein of his temper. There were only a few faint scufflings among the rebel then, that might be rats climbing after carrion, and they too faded and were gone. In the darkness the wall seemed to go on upward forever. Elof moved almost in a daze, hardly able to believe the cliff-like heights he scaled were the work of men. The massive stone blocks he clambered over, as great almost as those of the master-smith's tower, must rather have been hewn and raised by the creatures, human and animal, who stood as carved pillars on the houses below. Very fair those houses had been in the days of their pride, but pitiless gleams of passing moonlight revealed them like hollow teeth, crownless now, jagged, blackened, empty windows agape or yet smouldering, pitiful as the skulls in the fields. Bodies lay unburied on the rubble at their bases, or found a grave of sorts beneath it, only a limb thrust grotesquely out, or simply a smear of blood across the paving, dust gilded already and trampled in by many feet. It was a mixture of wonder and horror too rich for the smith, too much the nightmare of his youth writ grotesquely large. He wrapped the darkness he carried tight around himself to see no more than he must. Kermavan clambered on, thin-lipped, without looking back. Only Ilse seemed little impressed with the city or the carnage, except to shake her head wonderingly at the foolish strife among men. When they reached the top of the wall, clambering over the rubble of the blasted parapet, she stopped and shivered. "I feel very high up here, and out in the open. Is that shadow thing of yours fading?" Elof looked around and nodded. "It has lost many needles, amid too much stone." "Then save it," said Kermavan. "Do you bestow it safely, for we may need its last powers yet. Up here behind the battlements we should be able to pass without it, if only we tread silently." They moved then like sentinel spirits above the shattered streets, agleam with Eckwesh watchfires. The battlements were broken in many places by catapult shot, and the flagstones of the parapet cracked. Here and there the wall-head had fallen away, leaving gaps they had to jump across. Many of the defenders who had fallen on the ramparts yet lay there, in places so thick it was hard to step among them, white faces and wide eyes yet staring up at the travellers as they passed. To Elof they seemed to be asking why he had come so late, and from Kermavan's expression he felt much the same. It seemed like a century, though it cannot have been more than an hour, before they reached the southern flank of the outer wall, and found their path blocked. Here, as in other places where outer wall drew close to inner, a short bridge had been built between them, defended at either end by a high gatehouse, turreted and galleried, straddling the parapet in front of them. Tall gates of iron, blank and featureless, barred the way along the wall. Elof looked hard at them, wondering about their weak spots, but knew he could not break them silently enough to avoid an alarm. "Tread softly here," whispered Kermavan, "for we do not know who holds this part of the outer wall, and dare not simply knock. I have no wish to be quilled through by my own folk if they are too hasty to challenge before shooting. We must see them first. So I rely on your eyes, Ilse." She peered into the deep shadow beneath the turret. "I see nobody on the gallery at this side, nor on the bridge, nor at the windows. If there are sentries, they must be watching the outward side. But how can you hope to get past?" "Climb across to the bridge, of course," said Kermavan, and padded forward, unwinding a rope from his pack, while the others gaped in disbelief. "And from thence to the far rampart. The outward side of the tower is featureless to discourage grapnels, but on the inward side there is guttering. I will go first and hold you, if the rope will reach." With long, swift fingers he knotted it round his waist, and sprang swiftly up onto the top of the battlements, crouching so as not to be seen against the sky. When he reached the guttering, he straightened up swiftly and inched his way out spider-wise, long limbs outstretched, face flat to the stone. The others heard his taut whisper, "The rope! Too short! Follow as best you can. Ilse, then you, Elof." Ilse swallowed audibly, but managed to clamber up with Elof's help. He heaved himself after her, steadfastly refusing to look down. But when he reached the corner of the gatehouse, he found her frozen in the way, her face leaden in the moonlight. "Be bold," he whispered. "Your mountainsides are higher, delvings deeper." But not so open, he guessed, nor without a single handhold, and he felt his own palms go moist at the thought. "Karis!" hissed Kermavan. "Come on, you fools!" Elof swallowed, detached an arm from the rope, and caught Ilse round the waist to steady her. With that encouragement she began to shuffle forward again, a little unsteadily, but gaining ground as she went. Elof saw that her eyes were tight shut. He inched along after her, sword slapping awkwardly at his legs, wondering if he really could hold her. Short of stature she was, but solid. But at last there was Kermavan, balanced on a waterspout, reaching down to help her over the rim of the battlements onto the parapet behind. In helping her up, Elof staggered, and for one nightmare moment looked down into the shadowed pit of rooftops beneath. Then Kermavan's hand reached out to him also, and he was tumbling over the ramparts onto the grimy stone. They lay there a moment in the deep shadow of the gatehouse, in a gasping heap, catching their breath, savoring a sudden release from tension. Then Kermavan chivied them afoot in fierce whispers, and turned to climb the far side of the bridge. But just as Elof scrambled up, the swordsman spoke in his ear. "Hist! What's that?" They stared. In the shadows at the far end of the bridge, something glinted, shifted, shimmered, became clearer. A tall figure took shape, clad in bright mail, covered by a dark surcoat. He was busy removing his helm, like a weary sentry coming off watch. He looked up, started violently, and swept out a great sword. Kermavan made no move to draw, but stood calmly watching. The armed man hesitated. "Who goes?" he demanded. His speech was like Kermavan's, but gruffer and less precise. "Speak, or I'll—" "Has the moon gone to your head, then, that you do not know me, Brian?" demanded Kermavan in return. The newcomer stopped dead, stiffening with evident amazement. The moonlight shone clearly on his face now, and Elof all but choked. He was very tall, taller even than Kermavan, and more broadly built, certainly older. His hair was jet black, long and waving glossily around his neck, though only a few strands straggled across the top of his pink scalp. His beard was equally thick and glossy, with the same stiff wave in it. The eyes heavy-lidded and still, the nose long, straight but slightly bulbous. It was a well-made face in its way, but to Elof, for a moment, it seemed very terrible. There was no fine resemblance, but the overall likeness of cast and coloring was so strong that, just for a minute, he had mistaken the man called Brian for the master-smith. Brian took one jerky step forward. "You!" he barked, and his sword flashed up. Within the inner gate there was a soft clatter of arms, A scuffle of heavy boots and 4 mailed men came spilling out onto the bridge, looking from him to the newcomers with cold, alarmed eyes. 3 had short bows drawn ready in their hands, the 4th an arbalest, and their surcoats bore the same claw device as Brian's. The dark man cocked a shaggy head at the travellers. "Do you look at this, then, lads, and believe it if you will. My lord Kermavan, come swarming up walls in the watches of the night." "Kermavan?" croaked one of the men, and gaped. Kermavan, who had made no move to draw his own blade, inclined his head slightly, as if acknowledging a salute. "Now why do you suppose he was doing such a thing?" said Brian icily. "And at such a time? He might, of course, be risking breaking his banishment." "I was never banished, Brian," said Kermavan evenly. "You cannot banish a man in his absence." "Which is why you left so abruptly," smiled Brian. "How do you know the law has not been altered?" "Because the people are not yet so foolish, Brian." Brian shrugged. "I'll not bandy follies with you. In all but name, you were banished, and the last we heard, you'd fallen in with just such a pack of sea raiders as we find baying at our gates the now." He shook his head grimly. "And only this day were all the syndics wondering how a crew of savages could plumb our defences so well. Now we know, I fear." Kermavan's whole face seemed to narrow, eyes and nostrils pinched tight with fury, and yet he still laid no hand to his sword, and spoke coldly. "At another hour you might regret that, Brian. But it was forgetting all old wrongs and enmities I came back, bringing a great help in our need." "An army, then? And did you lose it along the way? I see nothing about you but a pair of thralls, as ragged as yourself." "I am no thrall," growled Elof, straining to copy the swordsman's measured coldness. "My name is Elof. I am a journeyman smith out of the Northlands, and this is the Lady Ilse of the Duergar. We serve no man, save as friends." "How fortunate a man of his high station," said Brian, without once appearing to notice Elof, "to count as his friends vagrant blacksmiths and vermin." He shook his head and smiled as in quiet satisfaction. Good humor smoothed his voice. "No, my lord. Even if all you said was true, still we could not have you coming back at such a time, sowing discord among the weak-willed and undermining the authority of the syndics. In the people's interest, it cannot be tolerated." "You invoked the people so readily, Brian," said Kermavan, his voice still calm but taut beneath, as if he could barely believe what he heard. "Why not ask them?" The dark man shook his head again, and there was now no mistaking the cool gloating in his tone. "Alas, indeed, that we will not be able to do. But you might confuse enough of them to begin with. Even the rumor of your coming would split the city in strife. Better that they hear no more of you, or blame the Ekwesh if you are found." Kermavan's sword hissed from its scabbard, and Elof's came snarling in its wake. Ilse hefted her axe for a cast, but the bows were already levelled, the distance too wide. Elof knew that however fast Kermavan was, he could not outrun an arbalest bolt. Bitterness welled up in him as he tensed for the last useless spring. To have come this far, this hard, to lose all to some infantile squabble. "Halt!" The voice that echoed along the parapet had none of Brian's suavity, but it was commanding enough to match him. "Halt there! Put up those bows! First man looses is cannibal meat! What in all the pits of hell is afoot here?" Brian turned on the burly figure in mail and helm, who came stumping round the gallery of the gatehouse above, then looked warily at the inner gates opened upon a cluster of men armored alike. "Who are you to countermand my orders? Do you not know who I am?" "Aye, Syndic, I do," said the newcomer firmly. "Just a citizen like anyone else, as you're always telling us. Not even in command of this quarter. As to who I am a sergeant of the guard. Mind telling me what you and your followers are doing up here at this hour? Not had enough fighting today that you must be about the ramparts all hours of the night?" "As well that I was, with you guardsmen asleep," said Brian venomously. "I caught these traitors sneaking up here. "Aye, so I saw, sir. And, being a guard, like, and all wide awake, seemed a mite hasty, if you'll pardon me, sir. Look you here, sergeant, we are besieged. We cannot waste time on trials. These creatures are our enemies." The sergeant shook his head. "Can't agree with you there, sir. See, it's like this. The long one and the plump lass I can't avouch, but there's one I know is no friend of the Eckwesh, 'cause he's a good mate of mine. Eh, Alv?" And he turned to Elof and pulled off his helmet, spilling out a shaggy mass of red hair, a hot red face beneath. "Or what was it I heard you called yourself now? Ilof?" Elof stumbled forward in utter confusion and delight. "Rock! Rock, you son of a smith!" The former forge boy gave him a polite but dignified salute, and turned to Brian. "Anyhow, sir, this comes under the hand of the syndic's captaining this quarter. I've sent for one, and he'll be along any time. You can take the matter up with him if you care to." "No? Then I'd be obliged if you and yours'd clear the ramparts before the reivers hear the row, and loose off a catapult, just for laughs. Eh?" Brian looked at him a moment with blank, resentful eyes. "I'll remember this," he said quietly, gestured to his men, and stalked past the guardsmen into the gate. The sound of boots on stairs rang away into distance and depth. "Ah, go shake your ears," muttered Rock, and held up a hand to check Elof's eager questions. "Better wait a moment. Wait for the syndic. I'll handle this." After the tension of the wall and the meeting with Brian, the delay was agony. The travellers fidgeted in silence under the eyes of the guards, though it was mostly at Kermavan they stared, with, it seemed to Elof, a strange mixture of fear and reverence. His kinship here was obvious. Many had his cast of features, though less fine, even those with hair that was red or black, or that strange golden shade that reminded Elof uncomfortably of Louhi. It was perhaps half an hour before they heard more feet approaching, among them a noticeably lumbering step. More guardsmen came crowding out of the gate, and in their wake a burly man of some height, dressed in a rich but rumpled fur-lined robe, who glared sleepily at the travellers. "Now then, Rock, what river spawn are these that cannot wait till morning for me to look them over?" Then he peered closer, and his jaw dropped till his red beard blended with the fur of his collar. "Carascate! It's Kermavan!" Then he turned, peered at Elof, and roared with laughter. "And by the black arse of Amakak, he's got the Causeway Smith in tow! And we thought the bogies had carried you off." Rock grinned. "The look of him now, sir, he'd scare the bogies." "Well, be thankful he's on our side, then. Bring them up, lad, bring them up." Kermavan smiled wryly down at Elof as they were ushered up into the tower guard-room. "It seems you are as well known in my homeland as I, and better liked, it may be." Elof chuckled. "Lucky, at all events, that I fell upon the only two friends I have here." "Lucky?" rasped Rock. "Still don't credit me with a brain in my skull, do you? Had your description posted with the city marshals for 2 years now, on the off chance you might wander in. Price on your head, attached only. Not that large, but they remembered. Lucky I wasn't far." Elof whistled. "Yes, or Brian might have wasted our coming." "Oh, they'd have stopped him, I think. Anyway, you're here, and Cathal's a powerful friend to have, as I've found." Cathal grinned toothily at Elof. "You need money to be a syndic, lad. Some inherit it, like Brian, but I made it on that last trip. I'll not be forgetting them who helped me then, him or you." He looked at Ilse, subsiding wearily into a chair, and at Kermavan. It was a look of wary disapproval, but not outright hostility. "But then there's this lady, and there's you. Why do you come back? Come to crow that you were right all along? To turn out us syndics in the middle of all this? What has it brought you?" "The need of my city," said Kermavan gravely. "And Elof. He had better explain." The tale took less time in the telling than Elof had feared, for Cathal had already heard much from Rock. "He's my armourer now, you know. has his own little forge, but keeps my house-carls in tin plate, when he isn't too busy mending the kitchen-maid's kettles."
He laughed uproariously for a moment, then grew serious.
"So, you're telling me it's this misbegotten Mylio's the one we see stirring the savages up?"
"They are more than savages," said Kermavan grimly. "They have a great realm, after their fashion, and it grows crowded. They would have come here anyway, at first to raid, later to settle. Mylio has merely brought them sooner, before they are truly ready."
"If you say so. And with that sword thing, eh? From Veda's tower, too, the bastard get of a sea-hag."
"It is not where I would choose," agreed Kermavan, looking at his friends. "I heard many tales about that place when I was young, and some were very dark. It was a small palace once, and is still rich inside. The Mariners' Guild maintained it when I was a boy, and in days of peace still burn a beacon on its roof to guide ships. But no man has lived there for many generations. It is not a favored place to sleep."
"We've seen lights there after dark," said Cathal, "so it looks like he doesn't mind."
Kermavan smiled thinly. "Perhaps the Eqwesh like to brave such things, or Mylio feels at home among them. But if Veda walks there yet, they will find him restless company. Let them beware." Cathal pulled his robe tight about him.
"That's no fit jest. I wish Veda would return, alive or otherwise. He'd settle this whole filthy crew, mind sword or no. But you seem to think you've a parry to it?"
When that was answered, Cathal looked at Elof and glanced uneasily at Ilse, dozing in her chair.
"From Durgar teaching, and you'd trust such uncanny stuff as that?"
Ilse opened an eye and glared at him. "This place is a madhouse. We come to help them, and they call us vermin, treat us like foes, or worse." Cathal shook his head.
"These are hard times, lady, and confusing ones, for a man who's just trying to do what's best for his city. An hour ago I wasn't even sure there were such folk as you. And the last I saw young Karen Kermavan, he and his factions were mobbing the Syndicacy steps against Brian's bunch, breaking every pate they could reach and calling down curses on the rest. Can't help but leave scars, that, on more than pates, though I'll admit he was younger then, and that the times have proved him more than half right. Question is, what in the fires of Hela do I do now?"
He stood up and walked over to the window, though it was boarded over.
"By rights I should hold you for the marshals of the city to examine, and refer what you've told me to the Syndicacy, all of which, with things as they are, would take another day at least."
"Do you think you've got another damned day?" demanded Ilse. Cathal looked at her.
No, in truth I do not. My heart misgives me. Another wall down, and there will be panic, for who can fight the storm?"
"We can," said Ilse, and her face was as proud and hard as the stone of the city. "We three."
"We four," rumbled Rock. "By your leave, Syndic, these wild folk need looking after, and I've a word or two to say to my late master. We four."
Kermavan smiled coldly, but he nodded. Cathal looked long and narrowly at Ilse, at Rock, at the smith, and the swordsman, and tugged at his beard. The eyes of a merchant weighed them up, but the spirit of the rover burned behind them.
"By the sun ascending, I believe you. You folk, if anybody. Out of the olden times you are come, it seems, and the hero lays. Men of prowess and power and wizardry, such as I had never hoped to see, such as I doubted could exist. Old and fat and fond of my life, me, but if I could in duty come, even to bear your spears, then into the open jaws of Amakak I would."
He sighed.
"But I am sworn here, where folk depend on me, and war brooks no delaying. So this I will venture and take upon myself, to set you free, and to give you rest, food, arms, any help you need."
He drew a deep breath, as one who has crossed a threshold he fears.
"Use it well."
Kermavan rose swiftly. "I thank you, Syndic. The food we will take, but no rest. It is now fast upon midnight, and we must make our move soon. Nor do we need arms. Ilse wears mail. Elof will wear none save that gauntlet. and I have carried my own mail over land and sea for this hour." He tore at his ragged pack, and a heavy parcel of oiled leather spilled onto the table. He unfolded the dully gleaming mail and helm, and took from inside it a smaller package equally well wrapped. "Now let us eat." It was a hasty meal, and a quiet one. Elof and Rock tried to chaff each other as befitted old friends at last free to talk, but what lay ahead stood as a barrier between them, deadening merriment. Ilse seemed disturbed by this city of men, gazing uneasily around the walls, sniffing suspiciously at the food, taking only what others tasted, though it was common fare enough. Kermavan, already clad in his mail, ate in silence that was not his usual calm, fingering over the small package, and when Cathal's summons came he sprang up at once and left his plate half full. Fresh clothes awaited them, chosen in dark colors, and black cloaks to go over them. Ilse found some dark wax to rub on her bright mail shirt, but Elof left his gauntlet as it was, wrapping a fold of his cloak round it. Rock had a long knife in his belt, and swung a heavy mace from his wrist. "Better than a sword for a man of sound figure such as me. Powers, what a fearsome crew we look! Any Eckwesh that sees us'll die of fright." "Or laughter, my lad, if he sees you first," said Cathal, as he led them out of the guard-room. "As well there'll not be too many people about at this hour, or the sight of you'd lower their spirits." But there were folk about, for when Cathal led the little party out onto the bridge again, a murmur went up from the inner walls around, and arose from the streets beneath, where many lanterns and torches ate away shadow. It was a rushing, rustling sound like the wind running among reeds, a word repeated from one to another among a great crowd, a name. Kermavan. "News travels fast," growled Rock in an undertone. "But then, this is what half the city's been praying for since the black sails first showed on the horizon. And the other half has been blaming me for it, no doubt, as Brian did." Kermavan looked around anxiously. The noise was growing louder, threatening to become a shout. "Is it Kermavan? Is it? Is it?" "Save us, Lord!" shouted an old woman. "Down with the syndics!" "No! Up!" shouted a coarse voice. "A rope for their necks! A rope for the fat syndics! A rope! It's their doing! Save us, Lord! Scatter the savages!" Cathal, pale with fury, was trying to bellow above the row, futilely. More and more people were gathering along the ramparts, sorry creatures, many of them in flame-scarred clothes and soiled bandages. They did not look poor or underfed, but all the more desperate for that, sudden orphans from a secure daily life. Elof heard Kermavan curse, saw him swiftly unroll the package and strap something between the shoulder plates of his mail. Cathal's breath hissed between his teeth. "Hold up a lantern!" Kermavan barked at the guardsmen, and stepped forward into the pool of light. The warm glow gilded his bronze hair, his pale, proud face with its hollow cheeks under high cheekbones, and set a chilly flame in his shadowed eyes. A gasp went up from the crowd on the wall, and then a rising rumble of excitement. He flung up his arms suddenly, with greater effect than if he had shouted, for the lantern light glistened upon the breastplate he had added to his mail. Dull black it was, darker than the rest, but damasked in gold upon its surface was a strange pattern. An image it was, in an intricate style, of a blazing sun, and before it, rising with open beak, a great raven with the eyes of a man. The silence was so immediate that Elof could hear the ripple of his mail shirt. Then came a long sigh from the crowd. Kermavan looked around him, unsmiling, and spoke in that quiet voice of his which was yet like distant trumpets. "Save your acclaim. Make no noise, none at all, or you will alert the enemy. But as you see, I am Lord Carin Kermavan of Morvan. I have come back as I said I would, and I will do what I can in the defense of Brehane, all of Brehane. For never did we need to stand together more than now. So, no more of this talk of ropes. The syndics never sought my life, whatever others may have wished. For now, follow them, follow this man Cathal, and any whom he names in his turn. For there is virtue yet among the syndics, like gold.
since one must often delve deep for it."
Laughter rippled, and the mood was turned. He drew his cloak over the emblem.
"Now go, and my blessing with you. Go in peace."
As quickly as it had gathered, the crowd began to disperse. He turned to Cathal.
"What little peace yet remains to them, poor wretches. Are you content?"
Cathal nodded soberly.
"It seems gold is commoner than I thought it. Yes, I am. Then do you take it upon yourself to make ready sortie and assault. Give me a horn, such as the guardsmen use, and when you hear it from the tower— and perhaps the raven should fly also from the fortress."
Cathal opened his mouth to protest, and then said nothing.
"All right,"
he managed at last.
"No small favors you ask, you heroes. I'll risk this, but afterward—"
Kermavan shrugged quickly.
"There will be more voices in that than yours and mine. Come, we waste time."
The doors of the outer gatehouse were opened for them, and at once shut softly behind. They were where they had sought to come, on the last stretch of the outer wall that led straight to the harbor and the Tower of Veda. Rock looked uneasily at Elof.
"Don't like this. Our dear master's bad enough, but what else is in that tower? Well, my blood runs icy just thinking."
"But I thought Veda was one of your great heroes," said Ilse. "Wouldn't he be on our side?"
"A hero of a sort," grunted Rock. "But they say he built that tower beyond the city walls, as was then, 'cause, well, he kept odd company."
The tower loomed ahead of them, immense in girth and height, featureless, lightless, darker than the darkness, and as inescapable. There was no feeling of emptiness about that grim silhouette, none at all. Rather, its fullness seemed to spill over, mingle with the dark, tinge it with menace. It drew the eyes, that tower. To look away from it too long was to fill the mind with strange fears of what might have appeared there meanwhile, some watching, questioning apparition. But looking too long served only to people it with the flickering phantoms tired eyes create, and to risk breaking your neck on the shattered and rubble-strewn rampart into the bargain. It was hard going, worst for Ilse with her short limbs, having to clamber where Kermavan could bound. Rock was in little better ease, and weighed down by full mail. But when Elof, balancing a moment on tilting stone blocks, was tipped over by the gauntlet's weight and almost fell, it was their strong hands that bore him up. Rock and Ilse. Friends. He had never had friends when he was a boy. He felt suddenly like sending them back, like ordering them back, instead of casting them away in this mad enterprise of his own making. Kermavan, too, who should only be asked to fight against an ordinary foe, and not the unnatural wiles of smithcraft. Let mage take mage. Cancel out both. Let the normal folk, the unstained, untainted folk, go on to lead their normal lives, as was their right. But not his. Upon the Anvil of Ice he had met his forging, and the stamp of it he would never quite lose. What if he succeeded here? What would he be then? Where would he go? Picking his way among ruin and slain, he could find no answer. Here the fighting had been fiercest, the city folk rallying under the warrior hero's memorial. How many of these bodies sprawled here had died calling on that name, wondered Elof, looking with dimming eyes for his return. And what name would he call on when his turn came to join them? Suddenly Kermavan, leading with drawn blade, thrust out his arm and fell to a crouch. Elof saw then what lay ahead. As they had expected, there was a rough barrier thrown between intact battlements, and behind it an ember glow lit the forms of Eckwesh guards, nodding wearily. They had settled how to deal with this, and as Ilse and Rock drew level, they sat a moment to get their breath. Then Elof drew the black sword, ready to muffle its strange voice, but it was a soundless, thrilling tremor in his hand. Ilse hefted her axe, and Rock twirled the mace into his hand by its wrist-strap. Kermavan waited a moment longer, snapped down his visor, and sprang away, bounding from stone to stone with his cloak blowing like some vast bat, up on the battlements and across the barricade before its sleepy sentries could rouse. There were 10 Eckwesh there,
But they were swept down as by a wind before they could utter a sound, stricken where they stood or hewn over the wall onto the ravaged roofs beneath. Then the travelers were dashing along the last length of the wall, heading for the dark arch of the door that led into the tower. It was not locked, for its lock had been smashed out from within, no doubt when the Eckwesh took the tower. Beyond it, Elof saw at first only a wide hall lit by a single guttering lamp, and a few doors ajar on darkness. It was the smell of the place that struck him first, a smell of still air, heavy with age and dust, and the peculiar scent of damp, heavy cloth. He realized then that the strange bulky shadows in the corners were great gathered swaths of tapestry, a material so heavy and so dusty that it looked like stone in the half-light, its colors faded, its pictures reduced to meaningless swirls. Cobwebs, equally dusty, hung around it as if in mockery, and from the great octagonal table at the center of the room. But around this the dust had been quite tracked away by the passing of many feet. At the far side, one wide double door opened onto a wide flight of stairs, lit by moonlight flooding through high casements in the tower wall. On these the dust was less disturbed, so that individual footprints could still be seen. "He'd come here," whispered Rock softly. "Seem like home to him, it would. But which way? Up or down?" "On the floors below lie the public rooms, halls, and audience chambers, and below them butteries and servants' quarters," Kermavan whispered. "Those stairs serve the private apartments, only 4 floors of those, 2 to a floor, and 1 on top, with a great open gallery. I am certain now there is somebody living in them. The Eckwesh would normally ransack a place like this, looking for gold thread in the tapestries if nothing else. This has been kept undisturbed, so it will surely be someone not of their people who is up there." "Then let's be searching," said Ilse cheerfully. "I'll spy out your way, save you blundering into the furniture, right?" In single file they made their way across the wide stone floor, treading with infinite care lest a boot scrape too loudly. Rock found that most difficult of all, and more than once he staggered and almost overbalanced against the table. But in the half-light on the stairs it again proved to be Elof who saw best, and he took the lead. It was a wide spiral staircase, as in the master-smith's tower. 3 could walk up it arm in arm, and its roof was high and vaulted, hung about with shadow. More tapestry lined the walls, less dusty. Elof could make out whole scenes in the fitful moonlight, lines of wagons, battle and slaughter under trees, and once on a great plain. It was an uncanny place, such as he had never before been in, and he sensed that his friends liked it no better. He felt a strange deep chill run through the middle of his body, from chest to groin, and his feet felt numb and weak. What had this Veda been like, who might yet walk here? He could imagine hearing footsteps high above, strong heavy feet marching inexorably down through the dark on this staircase, where they could only go over you, or through. And yet that somehow failed to chill him. He felt a different terror in this place, a clinging sense of anguish, sadness, ultimate loss, and somewhere beneath it a consuming anger that seemed to echo around the walls like an ancient cry of resentment. That frightened him because it so closely matched something in himself. If he failed here and was broken or struck down, would he too become part of that? Would the voice of his misery also echo down the long years? He stopped. They had come to a landing, a wide corridor, running down between rows of doors, some small and plain, some high and ornate. One in particular on each side rose above the others, double doors with an ornate transom window above them. But the dust of the corridor was undisturbed. They looked at each other, and Elof gestured up the stairs. Kermavan nodded, and they moved on. The next floor was the same corridor, the same undisturbed dust, and the next also, and Elof began to wonder if they were being foolish, if the master-smith were not peacefully asleep in one of the very tents they had passed by out there in the twilight. He turned hesitantly, wondering if he should not go down at once while time yet remained. But it was then, if ever, that he felt a true presence in the tower.
The darkness rang like a bell, like a voice, a vast, wordless, forbidding note. He looked wildly at the others, but they only looked doubtfully back at him. They had heard nothing, that was clear. What could he but shrug and lead on? And on the next floor, the last before the top, lines in the dust led down the long corridor together to the high doors, where they divided, one turning into each. Elof flexed the fingers of his gauntlet. Kermavan nodded grimly and hefted his sword. "Rock! Ilse!" he mouthed, in the faintest of whispers. "Best that someone guards the stairs, till we are sure." They looked sulky at that, but nodded. Kermavan arched his eyebrows questioningly and waved his sword from left to right. Elof shrugged and gestured to the left-hand door. Carefully, minutely, he picked his way down the corridor on silent feet. The door was unlatched. He put his ear to the crack and heard a sound of breathing, soft, even asleep. He nodded to Kermavan, bit his lip, and very gently pressed the door a little way open, enough to see dimness and dark inside, and slip his fingers round the edge, lifting the heavy wood slightly, and so moving it without the hinges creaking. Then he held up a hand for Kermavan to wait, pointing to his eyes. It was ill-lit in there, and he could see better. Kermavan's mouth narrowed, but he nodded in return. Elof peered cautiously through the narrow opening. He found himself looking across a large, gloomy room and through another set of doors, standing open, into a wide, high-ceilinged chamber. It was lighter than it had first appeared, for 2 tall casements flanked the curved wall opposite, set in deep bays with an upholstered seat beneath each. Between them, almost to the high ceiling, rose the pillars of a great bed, carved with tracery, and hung about with tapestry less grey than that below. It was gathered back, so he could see that in the bed a figure lay, and that the hair against the white pillow was black. He swallowed hard, and stepped forward, half crouching, gauntlet outstretched, with the fingers wide, sword clenched tightly in his other hand. 1 step, 2, 3. Light, careful strides that carried him across the open expanse of the room, between the pools of moonlight that the pale sky spilled through the windows. He had all but reached the end of the bed when something caught his eye, a light shape draped carefully across one of the window-seats. A garment, a mantle, all in white. He gasped involuntarily, and in a sudden whirl of fabric the figure in the bed sat up. He saw the bedclothes fall away from a slender body. It was a woman, the moonlight bathing her small breasts, showing him her face. It was well for him his dry throat strangled his startled cry. He tried again, and could whisper no more than her name. "Kara!" She started, peered into the dark. "Who?" And then she gave a little gasping shriek and rose on her knees, the arm ring gleaming under the moon, as he flung himself onto the bed and into her arms. He gathered her up against him, marveling at the warmth, the slightness, the sweet scent of her, the startling strength of the arms round him. They babbled at each other, foolish, incomplete words. Their cheeks ran wet, and they knew not nor cared who it was wept. Their lips met but could not cling for lack of breath. He let fall his sword. His hand caressed her back, hers his, and the 2 acts were as one, the product of a single will. "It's all right," he whispered breathlessly. "It's all right," he repeated, without knowing whether anything would ever be right again. "Elof." He held her at arm's length suddenly. "How did you know? How did you know my new name?" "Louis," breathed Kara, shivering violently. "She knows it. She's here, in the other room." Suddenly she gasped and broke away from him, looking past him to the door. In the middle of the room stood Kermavan, his face so utterly void of expression that it contrasted weirdly with his ready stance and blade. He swallowed convulsively and was about to speak when Elof furiously waved him out. "And beware the other door," he hissed. "I'll follow. Get out." He turned to her. "He's a friend. He meant no harm." "Then bid him for his own good go far from here," said Kara bitterly, and then anxiously, "Oh, Elof, be careful. You're in terrible danger. I've heard her talk to the master-smith about you." "And he is here, too." She nodded, and shut her eyes as at some sudden pain. "I tried to escape. I did try. on a journey southward. I broke free, but—" She brought up her legs from beneath the covers. Round each ankle wound a strangely coiled ring of silver, and they were bound together by a thin, intricate chain that was the length of a short stride only. To Elof's narrowed eyes a gleam coursed through it that was not of the moonlight. An anger to match his own flashed into her eyes. She caught me, and at her behest he did that. In a rush of fury Elof caught the chain up in his fingers, as if to twist it apart, but he could not, nor would even the black blade do more than scratch the metal. "A forge," he growled. "We will get you to one, and see then whose will is the stronger. And Louhi, she dies this minute." "No," gasped Kara. "No, you must leave. She will destroy you. She will call him upon you. Think, if she can hold even him in thrall."
"I will cast him down first," said Elof between dry lips. "Then we will see, she and I. Where does he sleep? Do you know that?" She pointed upward.
"The highest floor, the great chamber. There he dwells, but sleep? I do not think he sleeps. He is changed, grown even stranger than he was. I think she does that to those she holds."
"But she is not changing you?"
Kara took his hand and held it to her breast, and he felt the heart leap beneath. "I am of no common sort," she whispered, and smiled through her tears. "And a stronger chain than any he can forge was already upon me. I will not change." He nodded.
"Nor I."
She kissed him again then, more solemnly.
"Now get dressed. You must come."
She shook her head and pointed to her ankles. "I cannot."
"I am not leaving you here alone. Not now that I've found you again."
"You must. Does your friend not wait?" She stared out of the casement to where the pale moon sank. "But listen, love, life, if ever any chance or power parts us any more, follow the dawn. Seek to the east, and I, if I win free, shall quest westward for you, in the path of the moon. I swear it, by all that I am." He nodded, for he could not speak, touched her lips once more, and rose, catching up his sword. He looked at her there, watching him, and felt his heart blaze up within him, as if her gaze kindled it to flame. But as he backed away, and she sank and dwindled into the shadow, so the flame died, faded, till only the darkest ember remained. With a last glance back, he stepped through the open door, and almost trod down Ilse, standing rock-still in the middle of the corridor with a terrible look on her face. He glanced anxiously at the far door, but it was undisturbed, and he waved her angrily away. The others were gathered on the stairs.
"Who is she?"
demanded Kermavan.
"Can we trust—"
He met Elof's eyes and said no word more.
Rock nodded.
"I've seen her once, and I know Elof. If he trusts her, why should not we?" "Fair question," asserted Ilse. "She is this Louhi's, and not yours. That much I heard. Remember, our lives and many others depend on it. If he is not up there, if meanwhile she raises the alarm, then we are cut off. We cannot fly off this tower."
"He is there," said Elof coldly, and gazed about him. "I should never have doubted it. I felt it on the stairs. The very stones cry out in protest. Every metal fastening rings alarm in my mind. She warned me, wishing me to escape."
Kermavan eyed Elof anxiously. "You grow strange to me in this strange place. I would not trust what that lithe little creature said, with the bonds that lie on her soul. But I fear we have no choice. We must venture it now." Ilse bowed her head. "Yes, you are right. We are at her mercy, then. Lead on." The night hung deep across the last staircase, for the moon had set now. Elof clambered on, step after step, and the warning of the forest rang over and over in his mind. Something more. Something he would know when most he needed it. Fear, the chill fear of failure, fanned the dying ember at his heart. Tapiau, Raven, you unknowns, you mocking powers, when else will I most need it, if not now? I am within my enemy's walls. He holds the girl I love in thrall. I go to face him with a weapon he may brush aside in scorn. When, if not now?
He rounded the last corner and stepped up into sudden light. It was no ordinary light of lamp or fire, no healthy glow, but a bluish, sea-deep gloom, the daylight of drowned men. It came spilling down the stairs through the wide ceiling trap in which they ended, fantastically shadowed by the wrought railing to either side. He stepped cautiously up till his eyes were level with the floor above, and peered quickly around. The apartments here stretched the whole width of the tower, a great central chamber leading out onto a wide curved balcony. Around the walls of the chamber, behind a circle of carved pillars, were various other doors, all closed, and there seemed to be nobody visible. The chamber itself was a mess, a clutter of old furnishings and dusty hangings, like the tower below, but intermingled with newer things that lay strewn in heaps about, rich things for the most part, vessels of precious metals, rich garments and hangings, arms and armor well decorated, bright jewels and ornaments, carvings, paintings. By the balcony, against a pillar, stood a robed statue of some white stone, a hideous mask of Eckwesh fashion tilted casually atop it. A chest of coin stood open against the far wall, and above it a faceted globe of glass in a curiously wrought stand from which the strange light came. And everywhere lay books, heaps of books, stacked scrolls and bound boards laid in eccentric piles. Trenchers of food lay here and there atop them, half-eaten. The air was heavy and stale, with a hint of foulness, as if some beast had laired there a while. But in all the confusion nothing stirred. Slowly, carefully, Elof mounted the last steps, and Kermavan behind him. The warrior's face darkened with anger as he took in the scene. The creamings, this, of the loot of the city, the small part so far captured. Elof knew the warrior must be seeing not only the worth of it, but the bloodshed, the shattered homes and ruined lives that were the price each piece bore. Kermavan looked around and nodded jerkily, clearly thinking this a likely enough lair for the master-smith. So too did Ilse, by her face. But Rock dared to whisper a doubt that mirrored Elof's own. He was ever so damned particular. Would he dwell in such a sty now? Kara said he had changed. Perhaps this is what she meant. Perhaps indeed, said a thin, smooth voice, though they had scarcely breathed their words in each other's ears. As one they turned to look across the room to the black gap of the balcony, and there the statue, too, as they had all thought it, turned to face them. But I am sorry if you find fault. These are the hardships of a campaign among allies largely uncivilized, though I confess I grow more forgetful of the common things of every day, the temporary impurities of life, the fouled soil in which thought must for the moment grow. Elof and Rock, who had known the man before, could only gape. The voice, once resonant, had thinned to a dry metallic edge, and the rest of him had withered to match it. The skin on his hands was white and featureless as the smooth swath of gown he wore. The strands of his hair, once lustrous black and curling, could now have been the fibers from which the gown was woven, lying lank about his face. And as they watched, he tilted back the long-beaked mask of the thunderbird from his face, and it too was white. The beard shrunk to blanched wisps. Even now it might still have been a statue's face, or more properly a death mask, for the same placid calm rested upon the closed eyelids and faintly smiling mouth. Then the eyes snapped open, and they also were white, clouded and milky behind lashless lids. "Looks like a cave slug," muttered Ilse. "Slimy, pale, and eyeless, never a drop of red blood in him." But the master-smith smiled courteously to her and to each of them in turn, as if to demonstrate that he was not blind. "Welcome, Lady Ilse, Lord Karen Kermavan, and to you, my boys, Rock and Elof, who is yet the Alv I knew. You see, I know you all. Your coming was not unheralded." Ilse glared at Elof. "Not by Kara," he said quickly. "She did not know who was with me, or our names. This comes from within the city." "Not unheralded, as I said. You are an innocent boy, adrift in a world you do not comprehend, the play of forces beyond your perception and beyond your childish concepts of good and evil, of rights and wrongs. Does not the storm drown many a mariner? And yet the selfsame wind will drive the ships of many more to safe and prosperous haven. You cannot have one without the other. A fair wind in one corner of the ocean must be fierce in the other. The world is a single great interplay, a linked chain you cannot even begin to envisage, of which even I have only been permitted to grasp a small portion. If great suffering is occasioned here, yet it is only in the cause of ridding life of all its merely animal horrors, that the rule of pure mind be restored in a world cleansed, a fair monument wiped clean of filth, scrawled on it by fools, purified by the power of the ice. Kermavan snarled something and pushed forward, but Elof held him back. Throughout my growing years I heard this and much like it from you. Fine words, fine enough almost to dignify a lust for wealth and power, bought even at the expense of your own humanity, I see. Almost, but not quite. The snare that caught me then I will not step into a second time. But even if all you said were true, I still would prefer my childish notions and my duty to those who have befriended me. I will never sacrifice them to some invisible future good, some fair wind elsewhere. Where the storm threatens, let it beware. The master-smith's blank face twisted a moment. You have sacrificed them anyway. They who would fight the storm must endure its wrath. And reaching swiftly among the heavy folds of the robe, he caught hold of a scabbard and hilt. So it was that out of the deeps of the years the most fell work of Elof's own hands arose to confront him. It gleamed in the wintry light, that sword, its flowing enigmatic patterns bright as the day when he had deemed his work done, and exulted without a thought for what might thereafter befall. And as it shone before his eyes, it seemed to him independent of he who brandished it. He saw it more as he would his own face distorted in a mirror, crazed and shattered, a facet of himself malformed and twisted. It was in revulsion only that he thrust the gauntlet up to blot it from his sight, but that served him well, for no greater fear or horror descended upon him. Yet Kermavan, barely within the blade's influence, was convulsed as by a bolt of lightning. The grey-gold sword twisted aimlessly in his hand. His limbs jerked, his spine snapped rigid, arching his head back, and from wide-stretched lips he shrieked aloud, terribly loud, a racking, tearing sound of animal terror and agony. He stumbled back, clutching at his head as if hot metal ran within it, utterly unmanned. He blundered into the wall and rebounded against Ilse and rock, so perhaps shielding them somewhat, though they cowered away as one would from the sudden opening of a furnace door. But they caught the tall man as he fell, bore him up swiftly, and dragged him kicking back to the steps. His scream had done its work, none the less, for from the dark below echoed shouts, slamming of doors, the ring of steel-shod feet upon the stair. The sword shifted its direction, wavered away from Elof and toward his friends, Kermavan grey-faced and furious, struggling to rise. But Elof sprang forward after it, keeping himself between it and them, and shouted back over his shoulder, "Get you below, and him with you. You might yet make the door." "No chance," shouted Ilse. "They come. We will help you." "You cannot. Hold the stair. Cut your way out if you can. This is for me alone." He saw her nod and swing herself down the steps, Kermavan stumbling after her. And from below there came the sound of blade on blade, and Rock's angry bellow. Now the sword swung no longer, but pointed straight at Elof, and he felt the sheer power of it pour about him as if it were a rapid he was fording, ever threatening to sweep him off his feet. Desperately he closed his fingers in an attempt to catch it in, but there was too much, too strong a flow. It spilled between his fingers and poured its frothing waves of fear and horror into him. His hair bristled, his heart hammered. It seemed that the floor split at his feet, and an abyss gaped there, himself swaying on its brink, hearing the shrieks that echoed upward. He struggled against the current, gasping, choking like a drowning swimmer, and his sight began to dim. Images of terror swirled up before his eyes, shapeless at first, then shadows that gathered and coalesced, flying at him like dark wings riding a storm wind. He flung his own sword up against them, and for a moment it too became a thing of horror in his hand, dripping with marsh slime that became the foulness of a corpse split open, rotting and reeking down across his hand, pooling about his ankles, bogging down his steps. But only for an instant. Another image rose up around the marsh blade, the hand that had first wielded it and clutched it down into a mighty death, that hand no longer blackened and shriveled, but strong, fell, resolute, the hand of a man hewing foes down in droves before him, even as his life ebbed, and the marsh ensnared his limbs. Elof had taken that blade as his, set himself within it, and with it he had, all unknowing, taken on him its weighty inheritance. He could not now dishonor it by doing less. He fought forward, thrusting himself into the heart of the terror he faced. He dimly heard the sounds echoing in the stairwell, hoarse shouts, the dull hammering of arms, the harsh rasping gargle of a life flowing away. All the black dreams he had dreamed came flooding back against him then, all the visions his fever had conjured up, sweating there among the soot of his forge upon the marshlands, the clawed fingers, the bodies in the wagon, Ingar, crumbling away under his hand, Kara, a mocking wraith, all mingling into one fearful shape of death and decay, and endless liquescence of life. He felt as if he could endure no more, as if his heart and mind and will were tendons in a tortured hand, stretched to their limits and beyond, only waiting the last vicious twist to snap in consummate agony. But in none of the fearful things did he find that final force. They came not new to him as they might have. In his trials and suffering he had faced them, and the worst of him they embodied once more. And though they still clawed at the very depths of him, yet he found he could face them now. In grief and regret he leaned forward against them as he might into a gale, and like leaves they scattered around him, stuck a moment, and were whirled away. He could acknowledge the guilt that was in him, and balance it against what else he found there. He could guess at a price to be paid, make a clear decision. He was sure of himself, at last. Something more? He struck forward still like a swimmer, on, and felt the rush of horror falter an instant, the darkness ebb. His eyes cleared suddenly, and he found himself staring almost into the master-smith's face. Beneath the weird mask's frame it was its own grey mask of fear that Elof should win so close. The pale man staggered back, waving the sword wildly to fend him off, and then, in a paroxysm of utter panic and desperation, he swung up the patterned sword and struck with all the force in his smith's arm, straight at Elof's unshielded body, below his breastbone's end, and thrust him through. Elof folded forward around the surge of icy, incredible agony, staring foolishly down at the thing that invaded his body. Detached by pain, his mind floated free, watching his own red blood spill out along the blade as an idle spectacle, an interesting exercise, seeing it flow among the patterns he himself had set there, linking them, uniting them at last into a script he could read, a pattern he could understand, that leaped fully formed into his mind. He knew at last the whole meaning of the symbols he had set in the sword. And dimly, through his roaring ears, he heard an exultant yell from the stairs, a cry of sheer joy from Ilse's powerful lungs, and the sound of a body clattering down steps. Rock, too, was shouting, and above all there rose like a vengeful trump the bitter cry, "Morvan Morlenhall!" Then he was convulsed again by agony as the sword was jerked free of him, with a cruel twist to it that seemed to tear him asunder. Yet he laughed aloud as he clutched his hand against the wound, feeling the blood run warm across the gauntlet. There came the sound of many running feet, and cries of fear cut short, and the noise of more who fell and, toppling their fellows, went tumbling away into the depths, a panic, a rout. "The biter is bitten," he gasped, and staggered back against the wall. "The thief is robbed, and by his own hand. Do you hear, Mylio? Do you hear?" Something more was needed, he told me, and now I know what indeed. You, master that you are, must needs be greater yet, and steal a power that you did not understand. You would have a sword to cleave the mind, to set a man's own fears against himself, and drown his reason in its own black depths. But the edge that would cut the spirit is blunted by grosser things. A sword of the mind may not also strike the body. Yet you have made it do so. And what is it now?" The master-smith levelled the sword at him, and Elof laughed only the louder. The grey man turned, ran to the stairs, recoiled, and pointed it into the dark gap, jabbing desperately at the air as if to drive something back from the opening. But out of it, step by measured step, inexorable as fate, rose the terrible figure of Curmavan. No longer did that fearsome warrior falter or fall. He had lost his helm, he was wounded in face and leg, but the blood that sprayed in gouts across his mail, that steeped his sword and sword-arm scarlet from point to shoulder, was not his own, nor did it shine brighter than the wrath that sprang glittering into his staring eyes. The master-smith fell back, still gesturing uselessly with the sword, and Elof wept weakly with the pain of his mirth. "Where are your guards, Mylio? Call them back. Bid them slay your foes for you now. Why do they flee? What is it that has gone out of them?" Then the master-smith whirled, and with the speed of madness he hurled himself upon Elof, the sword that was now no more than a sword upraised to strike him down in a last hopeless vengeance. But Elof swept up his own sword, as the hand in his vision had done. Then, with the arm of a smith who had proved mightier, half falling forward, he hammered it down to meet the thing he had made. With a cry like an eagle, black blade stooped, clashing upon patterned metal, struck through unstaying, and passed, down through the painted wood of the thunderbird mask, through the blue steel death's head within, through the softer skull beneath, and on, down, to cleave the master-smith Mylio nearly in two. A husk, a spilled thing, was dashed to the grimy stone of the floor. The halves of the patterned sword dropped spattering among the blood, and as Curmavan ran up, horrified, they twisted and flexed there like some unclean beast severed, till little by little the cords of metal sprung, split, separated, unwound, and writhed apart. Up the stairs now, yelling exultantly, came Ilse, one arm black with blood, bearing up Rock, who was gashed badly in the leg and shoulder. But she fell silent as she saw the body of the master-smith, though she looked on it unmoved and snorted, "Surprised the thing still bleeds red." Then they saw Elof, and stumbled toward him, forgetting their own ills, but he waved them back, hugging his own pain to himself. Curmavan stooped, seized the shattered body, and swiftly dragged it out onto the balcony. He looked out and saw below him on the riven wall black-clad men mustering, slow and reluctant, tall chiefs and shamans in patterned robes screaming at them in furious exhortation. Then Curmavan laughed aloud, a bitter laugh and cold, and blew a great blast on the horn he bore, and it went out and echoed across the rooftops, among the towers. Other horns answered it, horns that sounded many different tones, silver and gold, brass and steel, the dour blaring of steer horns. For the alarm had spread, and many waited and watched. And he raised up in his arms, high over his head, the grim thing that had been their chiefest enemy, and the blood-run seemed to stain the very sky red with dawning. Many cries arose then from the wall below, but from beyond the untaken walls a solemn fanfare sounded, and the first faint light glinted back 1,000-fold from moving files and blades bright burnished. And atop the golden crown of the highest tower a small bundle rose up the mast, broke and fluttered wide. It was a battle pennant, all of sable, with upon it a sunburst in gold and a raven rising to seize it. Curmavan cried out in a voice that echoed about the walls of the city, that leaped across the scaled roofs and quivered in the very windows of the crowned towers. "Morvan Morlenhall! Morvan shall arise, up Brehane, and strike them down. For see you, see! They fall!" and with a heave he hurled the body of the master-smith out over the balcony, to plummet limply down upon the broken wall below, and at the very feet of his driven chieftains, held by the power he had long usurped, to be dashed there into shapelessness. Awesome it seemed to them, and terrible beyond words, that what they had deemed so powerful should be so suddenly cast down. They fell back, and their clansmen with them, scraping frantically at the blood that bespattered their robes, lest it carry with it some taint of that fearful reverse. "Cathal has kept his word," said Curmavan. "And now, Elof, we must get you." But where Elof had stood there lay only the black sword, sadly wrung and twisted in a pool of bright blood, and from it a trail that led them to the stairs. Down that last flight Elof stumbled, sick with agony, coughing down the blood that bubbled in his throat. From the streets below came the first clash of arms as the men of the city, heartened anew, cast off the night and swarmed out to engage their oppressors. And from the Eckwesh camps came stuttering drums, urgent now and uncertain. But Elof paid them little heed, for they and all else seemed to reach him now from behind a thick, a stifling grey curtain, and he yearned to cast it off, to be free. Only there was Kara, still Kara. He saw her all the more clearly when all else had faded, and he knew he must reach her room. He found it by staggering along the walls, almost falling against the door he had left ajar. But even as he plunged through, he saw the bed empty and the high windows crashing open in the wind, and he dragged himself across to them. Below him the Eckwesh, neither a driven force nor a coherent army any longer, were streaming away through the streets they had lately taken. Under the fluttering ensign of raven and sun, the men of the city fell upon them without let or restraint. Even women and children snatched up the weapons of their fallen enemies and harried them as they ran, hewing without mercy any who fell or were cornered. The few who stood to fight were overborne and trampled before their weapons could bite, shield walls broken before they could form. No longer driven to attack, no longer held in concord with their ancient rivals, riven of the will that had led them so far into this venture, of the sorcery that had smashed the walls before them, and witness to its last fearful fall, the Reaver chieftains broke, panicked, and turned to run. Under banner after banner sounded the call to retreat, to regain the ships and the freedom of the sea where they might yet be secure. Rout and riot overtook them amid the rattle of the drums, and those who were yet within the city saw their own ships being pushed half-manned from the beaches, being cut from their anchors and sails frantically unfurled. So it was that at last none sought anything but the harbour and the escape, rather than face the wrath of the folk of Kerbrahane. And to their own lands they carried a fearful rumour of that wrath, but also of shame unshriven, dishonour unavenged, a smart and fester worse than the wounds they bore. But Elof did not look upon what he had brought about, for he was staring eastward into the golden light that poured now across the distant hilltops, bathing the land as if to cleanse it of the stain of war. Circling there, vanishing into it with great slow wing-beats, flew two huge swans, one white, one black. And about the feet of the black one there shone a gleam of silver. Then Elof's weakness overwhelmed him at last, and he sank down, away, onto the seat where the mantle had rested. His hand, now black and stiff with blood, sank away from his chest. And there stood Ilse and Rock and Curmavan, staring at him in pity and horror, but also in a strange dismay. He looked down and tore suddenly at the ragged edges of his jerkin, laying bare his flesh beneath. No more than a faint line marked it, and it faded even as they watched. His wound had closed. Thus it was that Elof came to the true end of his apprenticeship, and the warrior servants of the ice were for a time driven back from the Southland. So concludes the volume of the Winter Chronicles named The Book of the Sword, but it records that Elof was to lie ill, despite his strange healing, for many long months, till spring was come again, and the beat of swan wings across the sky. Only then, as the Book of the Helm recounts, did he set off on his journeyman's travels that were to bring him in the end great understanding, great suffering, great love, and the name of Elof Valantor, Elof of the skilled hand, mightiest of all mage smiths amid the dark days of the ancient winter of the world. Appendix. Of the land of Brassehal, its form, nature, and climate, and of its peoples and their several histories, such as are set forth in that volume of the Winter Chronicles called the Book of the Sword. The authors of the Winter Chronicles were writing, as men must, for their own times. They left much unexplained that we no longer know, and less often explained, at length, matters we would today take for granted. Also, they were quite rightly concerned with setting down living experience, and not merely telling a coherent tale. In reducing the Book of the Sword to the fashion of such a tale, therefore, much detail has had to be added, often by guesswork, however informed, and much omitted. This account cannot replace what is lost, but may at least round out the picture. Only what is most relevant to the immediate tale is included. Other matters, such as the nature of the Equesh society, must wait until more appropriate points in the narrative. The land. In the years of the long winter, the extent of the land of Brassehal was very great, a vast continent that stretched at its widest some 1,000 leagues from ocean to ocean across the northern world, and from the margins of the ice to the all but impassable southern deserts, some 600 or 700 leagues. Within this expanse were many realms, and those of men the least. The events of the Book of the Sword here recounted took place wholly along its western seaboard, in the relatively narrow strip of country, some 130 leagues at its widest, between Menethskahas, the Shield Range, and the sea. This was then the furthest flung settlement of the peoples of Caris, and the newest, being little over 1,000 years old. A natural division to this western strip was the delta of a once great river, now fenland so flat that the sea's influence was felt many leagues inland. While outflowing streams remained fresh, stagnant or pool water soon became brackish, turning the area into a vast salt marsh. To the south of it stretched out country that was for the most part open and low-lying, much of it fertile grassland, with only one main hilly region along the coast, and few large areas of woodland save around the foothills of the Shield Range. Warm and well-watered, it was ideal land for both grain and livestock, and in the drier, hotter country further south grew many kinds of fruit in profusion. The sea was fished little, and served chiefly for travel. With this, the first settlers, as described by Kermavan in Chapter 5, were well content, since it made possible the city-centered culture they had known in the East. The lands north of the marshes seemed too wild to suit them. These were not only colder but higher and more hilly, sloping up more steeply to join the mountains, and broken up with thick woodland, disturbingly like Tapiao La'an Athan, the great forest of evil memory. Save in the valleys, the soil was much poorer than in the southlands. Much of the tree and plant life was different, seeming smaller and less rich, and there were many more wild and ferocious animals. For the time being, therefore, it was left little settled and explored, save by solitaries and outlaws. But when the later refugees were hounded from the south, they found the northlands more to their taste, the people being chiefly of a northern strain in their homeland, and less fond of large cities. The weather, though cooler, was milder and moister in summer, and if the grain land was less, there were rich hill pastures for livestock and as much game as their hunters could wish. Also, the seas were as rich or richer than in the south, and small fishing communities sprang up along the coast. Less fruit was grown, save in the southernmost valleys around Thuneborg, but gradual clearing of the forests provided valuable wood and more farming land, without ever becoming widespread enough to disrupt the natural balance. In general, the northern settlers, both the first comers and the later brown-skinned peoples from across the ice, adapted to the land rather than mastered it, as in the south. Their population remained therefore smaller and more scattered, and the country between their towns and villages much wilder, even along the high roads. In both north and south, settlement was at its thinnest in the country directly against the mountain slopes, though this was once good land enough and well wooded.
In the south, the first settlers had disputed this land with the Duergar, often bloodily, and driven them out. But few who won it prospered, and many a townlet sank into gradual depopulation and decay. In the north, there was less dispute, for the settlers were not so hungry for land, and the Duergar now wary of confronting them. But the spreading influence of the ice across the Nordenberg ranges had the same effect. This, then, was the fashion of Bracehal's western lands at this time. Of its other and yet greater lands more is told in later books, but vast as it was, a region as vast again lay on its northern boundary, and this was the realm of the great ice. The long winter. It may seem strange that the land of Bracehal could remain so habitable and fertile, even in the north, so close to the margins of the ice. The popular image of an ice age is of a period of eternal winter, a chill world blanketed in perpetual snow and ice, without sun or season. In fact, in the many times of glaciation that have oppressed the world, nothing like this has ever come about. Few living things could long survive such a terrible climate, however well they adapted. At the height of such glaciations, the world as a whole did indeed become colder, but only by a few degrees, on average over a period of time. Even where the grip of the ice was hardest, the seasons would still come and go. We know also of the most recent ice ages that temperatures fell by very different degrees in different parts of the world. The consequences would therefore vary greatly, and the changes they wrought thus be subtler and more gradual. One such would be a drop in sea level, laying bare much new land, since so much water was now frozen, and the consequent disruption of the cycle of water between air and river and ocean. This in turn would change the patterns of wind and clouds, and the cycles of rainfall that depend upon them. In many places this would cause or worsen droughts, so that hot but lush and well-watered lands might lose much of their water, but, being far from the ice, little of their heat. They would then become parched, and the deserts spread. This might explain why the equatorial lands of Bracehal became uninhabitable, impassable deserts, with corresponding zones of calm at sea. But, contrary to what one might expect, the changes wrought in northern lands could easily have been less severe. The lands immediately bordering the glaciers would soon be reduced to the frozen wastelands called tundra, as did indeed happen in the heartland beyond the Shield Range. But even there this did not spread as far south of the ice as the modern tundra, no more than 150 leagues at its fullest extent. This was probably because the glaciers thrust forward beyond the colder northern latitudes into warmer lower lands, where a stalemate developed between their chill and the original climate. Where there was a natural barrier such as the Nordenberg ranges to hold back the glaciers, their effect seems to have been even less drastic. The temperate northlands suffered severer winters, but spring and summer, though shorter, still came in much of their former warmth. Also, it has been shown that a great mass of ice tends to deflect cyclonic storms southward. The weather may have become stormier, therefore, but rainfall increased, making the land richer for plant life. Certainly, a kind of rainforest grew in the north at this time, like that in southern lands, but made up of different temperate vegetation, and it is known that some barren desert lands grew green and wooded. All in all, it seems that the glaciers had not then so much overrun warmer zones as squeezed them closer together and heightened their extremes, reducing the distance between the coldest and hottest zones. One could travel from ice-bound lands through cool temperate forests to warm grain lands and subtropical orchards in a much shorter time. But that is not to minimize the menace of the ice. The balance of the world is delicate, and needs no immense fall in its mean temperature to wreak havoc on all living things. Such may have been the first intention of the ice. But there was a worse one, for ice breeds ice in many ways. A great mass of it must increase the world's whiteness, mirroring back much of the heat of the sun and gradually cooling the air around and ahead of it. If that air becomes too cold, as in the depths of a hard winter, it allows the glaciers to spread further, and chills the ice caps of mountains in their path till they too grow and become glaciers, as Ansgar accurately describes. He may have seen it happen over a succession of winters. Those glaciers would in turn link up with the greater ice to reflect more heat and repeat the cycle further ahead, an exponential process with only one logical end. In that process there must be a single crucial point at which it becomes self-sustaining, where so much heat is being reflected that even high summer in either hemisphere cannot raise the temperature of the world enough to drive back the ice, and it begins to spread without seasonal check. No improvement in the climate would then be possible, and in a very short time an imprisoning shell of ice would close from both poles to the equator, and the popular picture of an ice age come fatally and permanently true. That crucial point, obviously, has not so far been passed. But in these years of the Winter Chronicles, all unknown to Elof, it was drawing very near. The peoples. The people of the Southlands. The first men who came to the Southlands were rovers from the eastern colonies, many of them landless and outlaws. It was they who first clashed with the Duergar of the region, who had formerly roamed at will in that rich country without any thought of claiming it for themselves. But the newcomers were bold and ruthless men, who had survived the many perils of the forest, and were little disposed to favor any save themselves. A few small settlements were founded, but were destroyed in a generation or less by either the Duergar or internal strife. A few survivors only straggled back eastward, but with tales of the fine land that awaited proper settlement. Understandably, however, none were too eager to risk such a venture until the ice began to menace the eastern colonies, and the climate grew colder. The majority of the colonists were descended from the southern race of Caris, the Penruthia, Arauthar, in the northern tongue, and kept their forefathers' preference for a warmer clime, which suited the farming they knew best. A desire grew among them to risk the journey southwestward, but this their kings resisted. They knew that only a strong realm could hope to withstand the ice. Nevertheless, dissension grew, swelled perhaps by secret votaries of the ice, as its sinister glitter drew ever nearer the horizon. Conspiracies were formed to plan flight, or escape as they called it, and all through one late summer and autumn whole communities left their land and straggled off by one route or other westward. The then king, Carin IV, might have prevented it with his soldiers, who remained largely loyal, but he was unwilling to start strife that could only aid the ice. The fate of such ignorant and ill-planned expeditions in the perilous heartland of Brasehal can be imagined. Little more than 1/3 of those who set out won through to the coast. But these were principally the best organized and led, and their settlement this time was well chosen and established, a natural harbor among rich and varied country. This they called Brehane, the land of freedom, its heart, their walled city. But they cast aside all the traditions of Caris, for the men of wealth and power who had led the expeditions rejected any kind of kingship and established themselves as a governing body, the Syndicacy, membership of which was governed by contributions to the public coffers. The Syndicacy then went further and made Kerbrehane a purely Penruthia settlement, where their tongue alone could be spoken. However, they did not otherwise persecute those of northern stock who had come with them. Such was the founding of Brehane, and from the very beginning it prospered. The people of the Northlands. The race that came from the northern lands of Caris called themselves Svarhath, but were named by Southrons Rundu Athia. They looked much like their southern cousins, but ran rather to dark hair than to red, and to breadth rather than great height. By nature they were more taciturn and secretive, wise and deep-delving rather than merry and outgoing. They tended to mysticism and deep study, at their worst to fanaticism, treason, and stratagem, but at their best to great loyalty, wisdom, and strength of will. Thus it was that the majority of them held fast by their lord against the advancing ice. But Carin V could not or would not see that his realm was now too weak, and would not spare what resources remained to prepare any refuge. So when at last the ice rolled over the east, most of those who were not slain fled westward in as poor a state or worse than the earlier fugitives. A few held fast, determined to defend the remaining smaller towns of their realm, though king and city had fallen. By good fortune, those who fled found a leader, though an unwilling one, in the great hero Veda, who had lately won his way to them over the ocean from Caris, one of the last to do so. He it was brought them across Brasehal with small loss, and at last to Brehane. But there they found scant welcome, and as the years passed, anger grew between the two peoples, swelling at last to terrible strife. Veda, already old beyond the common years of men, engineered his people's escape northward across the marshlands, at the cost of many lives, including, it is said, his own. So the realm of Norderney began in blood, and this perhaps was why it never became a truly sound country. Veda, had he lived, might have united it, but without him men drifted apart, weary and distrustful, seeking only to live their own lives in peace. Small towns sprang up everywhere, generally around the households of wealthy men and chieftains, but they were small and scattered. The realm might well have been too weak to hold together long, but some 150 years after the first settlements, a new people began to drift into the northern territories, a strong, sturdy folk with strange set eyes, black hair, and skin the color of dark leather. They came chiefly in boats, from crude skin craft to huge black-hulled galleys, sailing westward along the dangerous margins of the ice in search of new lands to settle. For they too were refugees from the ice which was overrunning their western homeland, and from the growing power of a strange, cruel nation which was profiting from the disorder. The northerners, remembering their own misfortunes, and with plenty of land to spare, made them welcome. They were well repaid, for the newcomers, a lively and industrious people, well used to living in cool lands not far from the ice, swiftly learned the ways and the tongue of the people of Caris, and joined with them in increasing the worth and strength of the land, and the wealth of the townships. Some grew quite large, though never to a fraction the size and stature of Kerbrehane. Without the newcomers, Norderney might not have survived. In time they so mingled with the first settlers that a pure white skin became a rarity, and sometimes ill thought of, especially in the most northerly lands. It was mutual trade and the demands of trade that came to hold the Northland towns together, and the guild systems, inherited from the East, became of signal importance. Within a generation, too, there was trade with Brehane, which, no longer threatened, may have felt some shame and remorse for its former harshness. As the years passed into centuries, the two realms settled into mutual acceptance, though the bonds of friendship that had created the strength of Caris were never renewed. Strong links were forged by the traveling traders, and these lasted for many hundreds of years. But otherwise the two realms lived lives apart, neither knowing nor caring much about the other, save as it affected their trade. So it was that neither saw the slow decaying that settled on them both, which a union of their sundered strengths might have helped resist. The lawmakers and the guilds. The guilds were almost the only authorities common to Northland and Southland, and even that link was tenuous. They had common roots in both realms, and before that in the lost lands of the East, but by Elof's time they had grown far apart, most notably in the influence they enjoyed. Rule and order in the north were clearly left to each town to sort out for itself. In larger towns, some kind of elected council usually directed day-to-day affairs, but in smaller towns it was commonest to find a more or less autocratic headman, either hereditary or chosen by a council of elders. Law was therefore a strictly local matter, but the rules and standards set by the guilds, which the townships had to enforce, provided an element of continuity. As these covered such matters as fair trading, quality, weights and measures, contract enforcement, employment, and apprenticeship, they concerned almost every aspect of life, and were a strong stabilizing influence. The guilds, therefore, wielded great political power, becoming the nearest thing to a government in Norderney. They encouraged the leaguing of towns for mutual defense and the protection of trade. In the Southlands, by contrast, power lay squarely in the hands of the syndicacy. In peacetime it was principally a law-making council, usually dominated by one or two powerful personalities, who were the city marshals, commanders of the guard, and armed constabulary. In emergencies, such as the Eqwesh invasion, however, the guard became the nucleus of a citizen army, and the syndics became commanders under the guidance of the marshals, directing the actual fighting if they were warriors, supervising watchkeeping, firefighting, and food rationing if they were not. Otherwise, individual syndics enjoyed prestige and influence, especially if they sat as magistrates in the city courts, but no personal power. Exceptions to this were the march wardens, syndics from the warrior class charged with defending the borders. In practice, this usually meant suppressing bands of outlaws and corsairs rather than actual war. As the syndicacy grew complacent and corrupt, strong march wardens could often make themselves all-powerful within their domain. In Brehane, therefore, the guilds were no more than trade and craft organizations, even their rules subject to ratification by the syndicacy. Their political power was slight, save when members would band together to finance a representative for the syndicacy. Cathal Cataean was one such, for though his personal wealth was instrumental, he could not have managed all the high contributions on his own. Sometimes a powerful guild might put pressure on the syndicacy. The Farmers' Guild had some prestige, for many land-owning syndics were members, and the Mariners' Guild, directly descended from that of Caris itself, jealously maintained the privilege of legislating sea traffic. But there was never any doubt where the ultimate authority lay. Once only did the guilds of both lands work together, and that was in the early days when enmities had faded, both realms were wealthy, and trade was expanding. Then they came together with the guarded blessings of the syndicacy and the larger northern towns, and built the great causeway across the marshlands, replacing the former crazy mix of half-flooded trails, short stretches of embanked wagon track, and rickety bridges. They also began the extension of the high roads into Norderney, but this was completed in later years by the North alone. The Duergar. The Duergar race is so hedged about with mystery that it is hard to form a clear picture of their ultimate origins, though more is said about their history in later books. Their strange subterranean way of life, their great wisdom and craft, their long lifespans, diminished form, and secretive natures are matters of legend, and in the days of their power few besides Elof and Curmavan were privileged to see beyond that. But despite the accretions of myth, there is no doubt that they were an ancient offshoot of the same mortal stock as men. They often named themselves the Elders, and angrily rued the coming of humans as one would the growth of ungrateful and unruly children. Some clues may also be found in the detailed physical descriptions in the chronicles. These reflect an anatomical pattern consistent with one particular race of men whose limb bones are characteristically short and slightly bowed, with very strongly marked points of muscle attachment indicating a stocky build and remarkable strength. Their skulls appear low-vaulted, giving a sloping forehead, but the average brain capacity is actually larger. The heavy jaw and straight-lined chin, neither receding nor protruding, are also characteristic of later forms of the only accepted subspecies of man, Homo sapiens soloensis, or Neanderthalensis. The popular picture of Neanderthal man is still seriously distorted by early studies of the first remains identified, which suffered from the preconceptions of the scientists and their failure to see that the bones were those of an old man crippled with arthritis. The brain capacity alone should have alerted them, but the image of a shambling caveman they produced has proved hard to dispel. In actual fact, a Neanderthal man would look little more unusual among later men than an Eskimo, and many Neanderthal skull and facial features can still be found as individual variations of Homo sapiens sapiens, except, that is, for the larger brain. Interestingly enough, many authorities regard Neanderthal characteristics as specialized adaptations to an unusually cold climate. If such an identification is possible, it is an important factor in dating the chronicles, and something of a problem, Neanderthalers vanished as a separate type some 40,000 to 35,000 years ago in the middle phase of the last glaciation. Some theories suggest they were exterminated by Homo sapiens, others that they interbred with him, a view that surviving traits, such as a low bump at the rear curve of the skull, would support. A third possibility, indicated by the little the Duergar would reveal of their own traditions, is that their own ancient civilization was of old assailed by the ice and the coming of men, and only preserved by the intervention of Ilmarinen, whom they revered, in making their refuges in the hollow hills. As later books of the Chronicles indicate, there is probably some truth in all three. At the time of the Chronicles, the Duergar way of life, as indicated in chapters 7 and 8, suggests a relatively small population, widely scattered. But the sheer size of their underground realm, running the entire length of the Shield Range, equally suggests a much larger population, and there is little doubt that in their isolation the Duergar were in decline. Why this was is uncertain. Their food supplies were undoubtedly plentiful. They grew food on inaccessible mountain terraces not unlike those around Inca cities, whose entire topsoil was hauled up the high slopes on the backs of porters. Some livestock, including strains of mountain goat, was raised there also. But meat did not play a large part in their diet. It was not unlike traditional Chinese fare, strongly based on grain, vegetables, and the fish in which their rivers abounded, and generally well balanced. The health of the Duergar was naturally good, and their knowledge of healing deep. There are no records of plagues or recurrent disease. The cause of their decline seems to have been spiritual rather than physical, and very probably Elof caught it exactly when he questioned their purpose in the world. Many Duergar seem to have felt the lack of a purpose, and yet so mistrusted the outside world that they could not bring themselves to seek it. Ansgar was unusual in his understanding of men, and undoubtedly he and Ilse strove to appear as natural to them as they could. The commoner Duergar personality seems to have been much stranger and more remote. Others. Such were the chief peoples of western Brasehal at this time. There were many others on its borders, such as the children of Tapiau, whose true home was elsewhere in the land, and the Equesh, at this time still sailing back to their homelands across the western oceans. More is said of these later in the Chronicles, but it is possible that there should be one more addition to the races of men. These are the snow trolls, for, strange and monstrous as they were, they wore man's shape in a land where no ape has ever come. But since they were creatures of the ice, it is possible that they were born from the far west, the harsh homelands of the Equesh along the margins of the ice. Certainly some remains have been found there, principally enormous teeth of a vast creature that must have stood half again as tall as a man, and with far greater bulk. Significantly, it has been suggested that the huge growth of these creatures, called Gigantopithecus, was another kind of adaptation to the ice. And although such remains as have been found date from an earlier season of the long winter, it may be equally significant that legends of similar creatures yet persist on both sides of the Western Ocean and in the same areas. Languages of the two lands. Original texts of the Winter Chronicles are written in the ideographic script of Keres, which was largely common to both northern and southern tongues. Because each word is depicted by an ideograph, and not actually spelled out, it is not always possible to tell which of the two tongues is being spoken in the text. I have tried to suggest this, though, where the context permits. More seriously, it is not always known how words sounded, even though their meaning is known. Direct equivalence cannot easily be traced in a living tongue, as was done with Egyptian hieroglyphs and Coptic, and this creates a problem. Each tongue has its own strongly individual character. One, the Svarhath, was distinctly northern in character, being somewhat hard-edged and harsh. The southern tongue, Penruthia, was softer and more rolling, and at the same time more elaborately formal.
The names and terms we do know in these tongues make it certain that they were broadly ancestral to the Indo-European families, especially those strains which were to develop into the various languages of northwestern Europe, sometimes defined as the Kentum tongues, from the common term for 100. In particular, they were remarkably close to the Germanic or Scandinavian and Celtic families respectively. So, to preserve their individuality, the spellings of names and other words have Scandinavian or Celtic flavors as appropriate. It is important to remember, though, that they were not as different as this suggests. Scandinavian and German would be a better example in that respect. More than half their vocabulary came from similar roots, though differently developed and pronounced, and the grammatical structure was broadly similar. Not so the final effect. Penruthia speakers found Svarhath furry and somewhat uncouth. Svarhath speakers thought Penruthia clear but inexpressive. But neither found the other's tongue especially hard to learn, especially in written form, since the same ideographs served for both languages. This is probably why the various alphabetical scripts that existed never entered common usage and were thought of almost as codes or cryptograms. Probably many of the mastersmith's books were written in alphabetical characters. It is interesting that at one point in the Book of the Sword, Curmavan, through modesty or caution, very definitely talks in Svarhath when the subject would suggest his native tongue. This is his brief account of the fall of the great eastern city, in which he uses the northern form of its name, the Strandenberg, here rendered City by the Waters. His reasons are made clear in the Book of the Helm. Other tongues. Little can be said about these at this stage. Most Duergar knew the northern tongue. Andvar spoke an old and rather literary form of it. But it is noticeable that most other Duergar spoke in a broad, colloquial fashion, suggesting a preference for informality in their own tongue. Elof and Curmavan did undoubtedly learn some of the difficult Duergar language, but very little of it is preserved. It looks at first sight almost Slavic, but has an inescapable resemblance to Finno-Ugrian tongues. More is said of this and of the Eqwesh tongues in later books. Ships. Descriptions of 3 different types appear in the Book of the Sword. From these and occasional marginal illustrations and illumination reconstructed on the end paper maps, it is possible to make reasonably informed reconstructions. Eqwesh galleys. The Eqwesh raiding ships were the most feared warships of their day. As the vessels described in Chapter 1 do not appear to have been bireme types, which would probably not have been very seaworthy in an open ocean, it is possible to make a rough estimate of their length from the number of oars per side. To be used freely, these would have had to be about 3 feet apart, but in a fast raiding vessel, no more than that. A length of 100 feet would not be unreasonable. Also, to be as hard to see as they were, the ships must have ridden quite low in the water. We know also that they were relatively sleek and narrow-beamed, and had at most partial decking to cover the cargo. All this fits a recognizable pattern. These vessels, like many primitive warships, were extreme sophistications of the war canoe form, but given great speed and carrying capacity by the addition of a sail. This, as in most other ships of the time, was a simple square. Descriptions in the chronicles and details such as the heavy tarred cord reinforcements suggest that the Eqwesh had mastered the use of it across the wind, and even in some cases against it. Illumination and marginal illustrations, though stylized, bear this out. The warships described in Chapter 1 seem to have been typical of the earlier days of Eqwesh expansion. It is significant, though, that they are definitely smaller than the ones described in Chapter 5. Even when laden with booty, these ride substantially higher in the water than the corsair craft, and are described as being at least half again as long, probably something of an understatement. They have full decking and some kind of stern castle, and holds big enough for prisoners and booty. Evidently the Eqwesh had begun to build larger and more sophisticated vessels to carry larger raiding parties and richer pickings. Some of this may have been the mastersmith's influence, but there is little doubt that it would have happened anyway.
The Corsair craft. This seems to have been a typical small warcraft of Brehane. The spiked ram was characteristic, a useful weapon that could not only penetrate an enemy's planking, but hold to it for boarding, unlike most Equesh ships, which rammed only to sink, having either reinforced lower bows or using a heavy beam with metal sheathing, which often glanced off springy planking. The Corsair's tally of oars suggests a length of around 60 feet, possibly more. It was probably more strongly built than Equesh vessels, somewhat broader in the beam and less subtly shaped, relying on its smaller size and proportionally larger sail area for any advantage in speed. It seems to have had very little decking, save platforms at bow and stern to cover the cargo, and the journey back, with 22 women on board, described in Chapter 5, must have been somewhat arduous, though no doubt preferable to the Equesh holds. Duergar courier boat. Although this was built only for fast sailing on calm underground waterways, it seems to have been of very advanced construction for the time, and this no doubt is why the one carrying Kermavan, Ilse, and Elof was able to survive in the open sea for as long as it did. Under 30 feet long, it seems to have had the narrow hull typical of waterway boats, but with a sharp vertical bow, and, fortunately, a somewhat deeper draft. Being fully decked, with bulk-headed compartments beneath, probably strengthened it. Its rig was unusual, the sail area much larger and baggier than normal to catch the gentle breezes of the tunnel system, and having a small extra topsail. This was not normally furled, but lowered against the mainsail, as on Norwegian fem-boring craft. Remarks in the text suggest that larger Duergar craft normally had multiple sails and perhaps quite complex rigs, though no doubt of a very specialized kind. Other unusual features of the courier boat were a pivoted rudder rather than a steering oar, and the use of winches to allow one person to sail the craft from the tiller, possibly aided by some spring or counterweight mechanism. Without these, it might not have been possible to control such a sail in any strong sea wind. In fact, even with the lee-board improvised by Kermavan, a feature still seen on traditional Netherlands designs, it is remarkable that the little craft carried the 3 travelers as far as it did without a capsize. Flora and fauna. It is an indication of the slow effect of the ice, despite the compression of climatic zones mentioned earlier, that so much of the life in these lands was little different from recent forms, except that in many ways it was richer. What the ice could not do, the settlements of men have achieved. So, many plants and animals mentioned in the chronicles are easily identified and need no comment. They are much the same as modern forms inhabiting these areas, or similar areas elsewhere. This last is particularly true of regions like the marshlands, whose sharp and sinister black rushes, Juncus gerardii and Reymerianus, survive to torment walkers in many modern salt marshes. But even a slightly colder climate can dramatically alter habitats, and many strange creatures found places among these lands that now dwell elsewhere or have vanished altogether. The creatures of the ice. As to the strange and fearful beasts unleashed by the ice, little can be said with certainty. If they were not created by it, they were distorted and ruined, a living mockery and vengeance upon life itself. It is significant that the chronicles give them names in the tongue of the Duergar who knew them of old. The dragon they called Arachek, the giant lizard thing Akjawan. It is some witness to the terror they wielded that recognizable images of both name and beast yet survive in the folklore of what were once the Northlands. The same, let it be said, is true of Amakak, the sea-devourer. But terror though he was no servant of the ice. Domesticated plants and animals. The chronicles give us relatively little detail about most of these, whether the goats on the Duergar's mountain pastures were some kind of mountain goat or sheep, for example. But in 1 or 2 cases it is possible to say more. Horses. These may have been a breed imported from Caris, which did not survive the great changes that were to come. But a reference in one place to a stiff mane and elsewhere to a small size suggests that some, at least, were the primitive native breed, which probably resembled Przewalski's horse. It spread throughout these lands and into the far south, but became wholly extinct before modern times. Cattle, Chapter 1. The cattle the boy Alf herded resemble no modern breed. Indeed, their immense size and span of horns suggest that they were a very early domestication of the giant wild cattle, the aurochs. This only became extinct in 1627, and all domestic cattle are descended from it. It is interesting that the rare semi-wild cattle of the Chillingham breed, though much smaller, are this same off-white color. They are also so fierce as to be barely manageable without, perhaps, such a goad. Wild animals. Carnivores, Chapter 2. The beasts that attacked the Master Smith's party cannot be identified for certain. The description does not fit the commonest carnivores of the period, Canis dirus, or dire wolves. More probably, they were the rarer Chasmoporthetus, a relation of the hyena, but with a build and dentition more like that of a cheetah. Daggertooth, Chapter 2. Two beasts may have been known by this name, either Smilodon, the classic saber-toothed tiger, or its slightly smaller relation, Homotherium. The biting cat that killed the large beaver, Castoroides, was probably a close ancestor of the puma. Wisents, Chapter 4. Wisent or Wiesent is another name for the bison, then a newcomer to these lands and still evidently retaining its forest-dwelling habits. It was only after the end of the long winter that its descendants, the buffalo, spread out across the plains. Hounds of Niarad, Chapter 9. These are correctly identified as whales. Their eerie songs reverberating through the hulls of small boats can still startle modern crews. They sing chiefly in calm water, though, not while hunting. Also, the description fits no known living breed. The elongated body, twice the length of the boat, making it around 60 feet, the long jaws with large, wide-spaced teeth, the dermal armor and apparent lack of any dorsal fin might, however, describe a member of the Archaeoceti, often called Zeuglodons, after their best-known member. These are an ancient family of whales parallel with, not ancestral to, modern forms, and believed to have been extinct for some millions of years. This would make them a startling anachronism in the relatively recent period of the Chronicles, but it is worth considering that creatures of serpentine shape are not uncommonly sighted at sea even yet. Mammoth, Chapter 9. The actual name used is Ksalhat, but the Old Russian form mammoth has been substituted, as this beast sounds most like a species of woolly mammoth, probably Mammuthus columbi. Despite reconstruction showing it on snowbound tundra, it was almost certainly a forest animal for most of the year. The sole doubt arises from the size of the beast described. Some woolly mammoths were no larger than Indian elephants. It could instead have been some long-haired breed of mastodon. Several kinds were common in Brassehal during the long winter, many larger than woolly mammoths, and with tusks of terrifying proportions. Interestingly enough, the Yukagir tribes who today inhabit what must once have been part of the Ekwesh realm still name the beast Zolhut. The forests. The coastal and giant redwoods, Sequoia sempervirens and Sequoia dendron giganteum, seem to have dominated most of the western coastal forests at this period, as indeed they did until very recently. Understandably, therefore, the forests closely resembled those that survive there today, though naturally they lacked introduced species such as eucalyptus, whose fragrance floods modern woodlands. Then they must have smelled largely of resiny evergreens, because beside the redwoods they had the almost equally gigantic cedars and firs found today, the bristlecone pine, and many other kinds of evergreen. Deciduous trees were a minority, but a substantial one. In northern areas, however, a kind of tree is described which can only be the so-called dawn redwood, Metasequoia,
an ancient cousin of the giants, and at about 60 feet high, relatively small. It must already have been rare. Until recently, when specimens were rediscovered in China, it was thought to have been long extinct. Religion. This is one of the hardest subjects to comment on, for although the peoples of Charis were aware of forces at work in the world, feared some and respected others, they rarely turned to formal worship of either. When they did, it was usually to darker forces. These tendencies seem to have endured in their descendants. By the time of the Chronicles, though, the settlers in the north were already losing their ancient knowledge of the powers, both favorable and hostile, and the will that lay behind them. That knowledge was absorbed into the animistic beliefs of the newcomers, more comprehensible to a simple peasant society, and relegated to folk legend. For example, the royal banner of the Lost Lands showed Raven flying across the sun, leading men to its light. But this eventually became transmuted to a tale of Raven stealing the sun for mankind, and so it has endured. In the Southlands greater wisdom was preserved, but it had hardened or fossilized into patriotic and civic ritual. To a sophisticated Southron such as Kermavan, an appearance of Raven would be like a statue stepping down off its pedestal, Athena appearing to Pericles. Common to both countries, though, was a concept of afterlife they called the river. This they saw as a barrier to an afterworld beyond perception or return, except possibly by dark arts. That image may in part derive from the dark regions of tundra and taiga forest that always spread ahead of the ice, lands crossed by a network of rivers icy with meltwater. For these were the realm and preserve of Taun, and there the dead were ever to be found. Eqwesh religion. Though a full account of the Eqwesh society and the strange forces at work within it belongs in later volumes, some account of their religion should be given here. Its blacker side was well known, but Kermavan had evidently learned something more. In its original form it was the same simple animism as that of the other peoples of their land, but as the Eqwesh grew stronger, their religion came to be dominated by the shamans who became powers in the clans second only to the chieftains. In some cases they wielded more real power. Their rites involved dancing to drums and ecstatic, visionary frenzies in which their pronouncements were regarded as oracular. At this stage they still retained some recognition and reverence of the powers, but a new element gradually began to intrude itself, the outright worship of the advancing ice. This was organized as a kind of secret society or mystery religion among the upper echelons of the clans, to which only the elect and powerful were admitted, and it drastically changed the character of their society. The cannibalism that made them so greatly loathed and dreaded was apparently an ancient custom, probably encouraged by the dwindling of food supplies as the ice overran their lands. But originally it had been a funeral rite intended to honor and perpetuate the dead by absorbing their wisdom and bravery. The new cult made it a rite of debasement and domination, battening on thralls. It fits the pattern of a society being systematically corrupted and turned against its neighbors. And, indeed, it appears that the ice cult made deliberate use of even greater atrocities in its rituals to create a dark bond among its votaries and heighten their ruthlessness. Similar ideas have been attributed to recent cults, such as Thuggee in India and the Anioto and Mau Mau in Africa. Smithcraft. True smithcraft had a definite religious significance in the Northlands. Smith's work was an act of secondary creation linking them to the shaping powers and their creator. Though by the time of the Chronicles it was somewhat taken for granted, it kept a great civic importance. The townsmith was a privileged citizen, responsible more to his guild than the town authorities. He was usually the best educated man in small villages, and through his journeyman's wanderings the most widely traveled. He would marry couples over his anvil, symbolically joining them as the rings he forged for them. Later he would name their children, and in the smaller towns might also give them an elementary education. Most smiths, though, remained little more than smiths, never achieving mastership. Those who did might simply be accomplished craftsmen, like Rohan. But often they were already wealthy enough to rise above the day-to-day business of smiths and devote themselves to civic affairs, fine art, or even scholarship and natural philosophy. A few individuals, however, turned to personal ambition. The people of Brehane regarded smithcraft as mere superstition, but nonetheless flocked to buy the work of northern smiths in preference to their own. Certainly it had a fixed base of ritual in the introduction of music, verse, pattern, and shaping at various stages of the creative process. These were seen as expressing and harnessing the power or talent latent within the smith. Music or verse might come first. Music was generally held to be the more intense influence on the work, but for that reason the less finely controlled. The words gave direction to the intensity. The pattern caught and bound the influence thus expressed, and the completed shaping of the piece gave it the necessary identity. In the Duergar, the power of true smithcraft seems to have been more evenly spread than in ordinary men, with fewer troughs and peaks among individuals. That and the immense reserve of experience maintained in a long-lived and stable society gave them an advantage. But a truly powerful human smith could often achieve much more and create work of startling intensity if only he had the skill. True smithcraft did not automatically confer skill in working metal, but the greater the skill, the more it was intensified. And such skill there must certainly have been. In the years of the Chronicles, metal-working, especially among the Duergar, reached heights that have barely been equalled. The making of Curmeván's sword, as recounted in Chapter 7, is a fair summing up of the process by which Bulat steel was made, the secret of the ancient swordsmiths of Damascus. The oiled silk patterns and the golden sheen were characteristic. That technique produced a carbon steel combining elasticity with great strength that even advanced industrial processes have not matched. The Damascus smiths did not understand how their process achieved this, and neither did modern researchers until recently. Elof and his Duergar master evidently understood it perfectly. It is worth noting that metalworking long remained something of a separate and mysterious art, even in societies that had lost all memory of true smithcraft. Among the Tuareg of North Africa, the smiths form a separate caste, in some ways inferior but respected in others. The curse of a smith is not taken lightly. And in our own society the village smith was a powerful figure in folklore, and especially folk medicine, a kenning man, by virtue of his profession. The Chronicles. In Curbrehane, the recording of history was something of a religious exercise, drawing moral guidance and lessons from the errors of the past, and it was probably some surviving aura of this that caused the Winter Chronicles to be preserved when so much else was lost, numinous things to be copied and recopied even when their meaning had entirely faded. Although the date they were written cannot now be said for certain, there is no doubt that the world they record is not so very remote. In its vast age, the world has endured many long winters, many ages when the polar ice has thrust its crushing fingers outward across warmer lands. But only in the 4 great glaciations of the most recent, or Quaternary, era can there have been men to record them. There are other indications which may narrow the field further. We have seen that the world of the Winter Chronicles bore a very great likeness to our own. Its plants and animals, despite some slight inconsistencies and archaic forms, are recent enough to be recognizable in such of the same habitats as man has spared. Even more striking are the maps in some chronicles. When we translate them from different mapping conventions and projection techniques, as has been done for the end paper map, and allow for the greater width of coastal land exposed by the drop in sea level at this time, the resulting coastline is recognizably recent. All these strong similarities suggest the most recent of the 4 glaciations. Known as the Warm or Weixalian, and in America the Wisconsinian, this is generally agreed to have reached its height some 18,000 years ago. Its rise was slow, its decline remarkably rapid. And It is at the height of just such a major glaciation that the events of the Book of the Sword occurred. Acknowledgements. To Deborah, as ever, for her intense involvement and support. To Richard, Toby, and Sarah, and other staff members at MacDonald & Company, Publishers, Limited, for all they have contributed. And to Maggie Noach, Agent Extraordinary. Also for their ballads to the shades of Alois Schreiber and Carl Lowe. End of The Anvil of Ice, The Winter of the World, by Michael Scott Rowan. Narrated by Randy Wieck, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, William Morrow and Company, Incorporated, 105 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.